Knocking at the door. Yes, I'm knocking at the door. Hmm.
There's an election desk.
What?
What's the thing that does it? Isn't it like election desk? What is the thing?
Decision desk.
Decision desk. Yeah.
Why?
No, they might have. They might have.
I mean, they have their own competing live stream, so
They might have an interactive map we can see here.
they're not. I doubt they would let us use it.
Well, they have less firepower than the New York Times.
No. They're friends with us.
Who? Decision desk?
Yeah. They retweeted our Canada live Twitch.
Oh, decision desk. Yeah.
What are you? Why are you?
I'm not. It's not me. I'm gonna kill him. No one's watching us yet, so we're okay.
Yes, I'm knocking at the door. Yeah, we are live. Wow.
Okay, I like this one better. Okay, we're gonna use this one now.
My God, why are you doing this?
Lighting, so people would see me going through. Okay, then I need you to put some long paper in.
Where is it?
Right behind you.
Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties here for a second. We need to print something here.
Found it. Mom, it's not down there. It's here.
Alright. So, we are live currently. We're still getting results in from Kentucky here. It's super early here in Kentucky. So,
Rob, just mute your mic while you deal with your technical difficulties. I can vamp.
Sure.
Welcome to the Twitch.
Yeah,
welcome to the Lean Toss Up Twitch live stream. We'll be joined by Kyle Hutton later tonight. He has a obligation, which is stopping him from being here with us tonight. But or as of right now, but he'll be joining us later. We have polls open in the western half of Kentucky, Virginia, Mississippi, and Texas for their various elections. The polls in Virginia close at 7. The polls in Western Kentucky also close at 7. Mississippi at 8, and I don't remember when the polls close in the 3 Texas state Senate election or state House special elections, but I believe it's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I feel free to correct me in the comments. Subscribe or follow us on Twitch so that you get notified when we go live in future. We will be doing this again for the UK election soon enough. As of right now, we're looking at results in Kentucky with Democrat Andy Beshear, son of Steve Beshear, with a 1-point lead. According to the results I'm looking at, we have the New York Times stuff up right now.
Decision desk. Sorry, decision desk. It's the decision desk.
Decision desk. We had the New York Times up earlier. My apologies.
Mm-hmm.
We are using. I also will be watching CNN. I know I feel very unhappy about this, but I have to. And those results are about a minute and a half behind. So for anybody who cares about those juicy precincts dropping, we're there. Matt Bevin has just taken a 0.1% lead over Andy Beshear on CNN.
We're not there yet, so we'll get there eventually in terms of our map right now. So, yeah. So basically, yeah, what we're seeing right now is it's a very little amount in Kentucky and currently. We're mostly seeing just sorry, there's people coming in here living in this house. That's fine. But no, we're seeing very little in Kentucky right now. Mostly just as Evan said earlier, just kind of the eastern part of the state. The western part of the state, the polls have not closed fully in yet. A bit of surprise right now. Again, only the biggest surprise right now for me on the board, at least, is Floyd County over here. Only 7.14% of the reportings, 3 out of 42 precincts. Andy Bashir has a lead here. He has about a 100-vote lead, 404 to 299. If you look at our county map, which is we're going to be flipping back and forth between this and the election results all night. That's a bit of a surprise according to the model. The model thought that the GOP or Bevin should be favored here. We had him up about 51-44.7. Now, if you're looking at this result map on our site, you see the shaded in counties and it says pickup, right? So pickup or hold. The pickup is in relation to the last the last governor election, right? So Floyd County was actually won the last time by, I don't actually remember who the governor of Kentucky nominee for the Democrats was last time, but whoever it was, they did win Floyd County. And based on the demographics that we punch into the model, and based on just statewide, based on just the polling data, the model thought that Floyd County should be Republican. So, and again, as more come in, we'll see more. And again, we just coming back to this map now, a lot more red here on some of those parts. Again, some of these like Madison County, again, just early results in there. Again, Madison County is a result. We have a close race there, but again, if Bashir is winning some of these, it definitely means that he has a pretty good chance of winning here tonight. So remember, of course, that this governor's map that we have, right? This is basically benchmarks for us, right? This benchmark, if you go up to our actual our Kentucky interactive part here, we have the Democrats winning Kentucky about 60% of the time, as you can see there with the win percentage and with the vote percentage. With the vote percentage, that's about a 2.2% win. So remember, again, we fed in polling with about a 5% Democratic lead. That's kind of what we thought. Again, it is extremely hard to figure out exactly where that lead is, given the fact that there have been like 2 polls of this race. So we thought about a 5.
So there's been two public polls of the race, 2 Democratic internals that have been released released publicly. The 2 internals both showed Andy Bashir with a 9-point lead. Mm-hmm. One of the public polls had a tie, Mason Dixon, and I think it was like Tarjo research had a 20-point Bashir lead. So
we fed into the model as a 5-point Democratic lead, and the model said, "Oh, do you mean a 2.2% lead?" And that's what the model immediately went to. So this is currently a 2.2% lead. Again, if you go straight swing from the 2015 governor's election, again, you don't get some of these results here. But basically, if you use the demographic modeling that we're using, you get larger results in Fayette County. So, for example, Fayette County is the Democrats have gained 9 points there. Jefferson County, 9.3% gain. Campbell County, 4.8% gain. 6% gain in Kenton County. Again, these are the bigger counties that are suburban. Again, Henderson County, again, that one kind of borders into, I think that's a bit of Indiana right there. Again, these are bigger urban counties that have much more built up urban or suburban areas. And this is the thing. So currently our model projected him to do better in there. And if we're looking at it, he's kind of doing a bit all over the board here. Fayette County, again, so there right now with one of 286 precincts, and so literally barely worth talking about. Bashir is up 65-33. Our model thought it should be 64-27. So the Republicans are doing a bit better, and the Democrats are doing a bit worse. In our model, a bit worse. They're doing a bit better than our model said. So so this is kind of the key thing. So currently, the model thought that other candidates would do better, such as like the independent or whatever. That's not happening. The Democrats are just kind of winning outright. So again, super early there. We don't know what's going to happen there yet. But that's kind of the thing. So what else do you want? What do you want?
We have one county insofar, Robertson County. Matt Bevin won it with 53% of the vote last time. He won it with 56% of the vote this time, and turnout about 75% up. we are relying on Twitter for a lot of some of these data points, and we will be definitely reading other people's tweets. So don't be surprised if you're hearing us say something that gets picked up on your Twitter feeds, because we are definitely checking Twitter. Again, we have no results in for Kentucky or for Mississippi, Texas, or Virginia. The polls close in Virginia and the western half of Kentucky at 7 p.m., Mississippi 8 p.m., 8 or 8:30 p.m. I think in Texas for the 3 state specials. We will only be focusing on the state special in the 28th House District. We will not be focusing on the other 2 because the other 2 are going to be safely Democratic. Yeah, no, in terms of competitive races, we have Virginia modeling, which is currently available on the website. We have the Mississippi State House, but frankly, that's not going to be super interesting. In terms of the Virginia State House, the Democrats need a net gain of 2 to win the chamber outright. The Democrats need a net gain of 1 to win the state Senate due to Jesse Fairfax's tying casting vote in the state Senate of 40 representatives. We have the Democrats projected to gain 12 seats in the Virginia House of Delegates for a total of 61 seats out of the 100-seat chamber, and we have them winning 4 state Senate districts to get them to 23 of 40. In the Mississippi State House, the Republicans have control, and the Republicans will keep control. And frankly, we're not going to talk about the Mississippi State House at all because I don't care. Rob, what would you say is the likeliest? Rank these 4 races from least likely to most, or most confident to least confident. Democrats winning the state Senate in Virginia, Democrats winning the state House in Virginia, Democrats winning the governorship of Kentucky, and Democrats winning the Texas House District 28.
Yeah, so actually I'm going to answer quick. We're going to go to that in a second. I'm going to quickly answer a viewer question. Gutter Borak says, what do you think your demographic model is picking up that leads to a lean D prediction that others might be missing? Sabato, for instance, has his lean R. He thanks us. He said congratulations us in Canada, so thank you for that. No, the thing is, in terms of demographic modeling, it's not actually, there's nothing in demographically in the state of Kentucky that would say, oh, it's a lean D. Basically, what happens is we're taking the polling and we're feeding it into the demographic modeling. And although there was a Democratic lead, at the end, the polling we put in was about a D+5 environment. We put that in, and the model thinks, okay, so you actually mean a D+2 environment, right? I mean, to be honest, in terms of the polling, and this is kind of answering Evan's question, it is extremely hard to even make a projection of where it's even going to be. I mean, again, you go back 4 years ago to literally this exact election. It was Bevin trying to unseat the incumbent Democratic governor here in Kentucky. The polls were completely wrong. It wasn't
an incumbent. It was
it was an open seat. Sorry.
It was open seat.
Yeah. So basically, Matt Bevin was trying to win the seat for the Republicans, and he did it. Like the polls said that the Democrats were going to hold it on with the new incumbent. They were going to hold the seat, but literally the polls were completely wrong. They were not even remotely close. There was like a 10-point polling miss, right? So this is the thing. So this is why we have decided that we're just going to stick in what the polling average says into the model, see what it comes out as in terms of county projections, right? I mean, like, it could be wrong. We don't know, but we tried it, and we'll see. I mean, the thing is, I personally think it was better than not doing that, so we'll see again. And again, in terms of how confident we are in these races, again, I'm very confident in the Virginia State House model, and I am very confident in the, and also to a lesser extent, the Mississippi State House model, but I don't really think that matters too much. And then I'm also very confident in the Virginia State Senate model, too. But in terms of the governor model, I am not very confident, mostly just because we have next to no reliable polling on these races. These races could be anywhere from, here's the thing, right now, we'll just go over there right now. Again, Bashir has about a 5-point lead. He's up 51-46. So actually, well, not 5 points, about like a 3-4 pointish lead. Like, that's roughly what the model said, but again, there's a lot missing, right? I mean, like, we don't even have, Fayette County has 3,000 votes, and this is the biggest county. We're expecting this to be the biggest county in the state. Again, we have no idea, like, that's, when that updates and we're going to get huge numbers out of there, that margin will probably shrink. but that's just a huge chunk of votes, right? So what we're seeing right now is barely anything. Like roughly, they have 3.1%, 3.17% here on the decision desk of reporting. Again, this is nowhere near how we're going to end up at night. Like there's a lot more votes to come in this election, right? So we're going to have to see how this all shakes out tonight. But realistically, like if the like for example for the models, if the governor's models, specifically the county models and the governor's, completely miss, then I'm fine with that. I am not going to stay up late at night wondering like what the failure was. No, it was like 99% of polling failure on that behalf. That being said, though, if the model misses in the Virginia elections, then I'm much more concerned. So honestly, I'm very confident that these will be very similar to what the actual final numbers are. So we're going to have to see tonight how this looks on the. We're going to have to see how these look tonight for the Virginia State House and State Senate, but also we're going to see how we're also going to see how the governor's models hold up for the counties. I mean, again, if it does well, I mean, obviously we can make improvements and whatnot. So yeah, we're definitely gonna look and see going forward how we can improve on this.
Yeah, I will say that the GOP in Kentucky have not acted like people who have a lead. So that in terms of non-quantitative stuff that you can look at, the GOP there are not acting like people who think they're winning. The fact that they didn't release an internal poll after the two Democratic internals had them winning is like a massive warning sign to me. As somebody who, like, if I was a Republican, I would be freaking out on the basis of that piece of information. So yeah. So what? It's the two Virginia state races, Texas, and then Kentucky Gov last in terms of confidence level.
Yeah, I'd probably rank it Virginia, Texas, Kentucky, and then Mississippi. Mississippi, again, if there's any state we had less polling on than Mississippi, it's called Kentucky. So again, not particularly I'm not particularly confident in the polling out of those states. So again, if there is an issue, then again I'm not losing sleep if there's a polling miss in these states, and that's why the county model was wrong. Again, I think if we do really well in the if we do well on the Virginia model, which I suspect we will, then I'm very happy. This is a very good result tonight. I mean, again, the ones that we're looking at here in terms of the governors, it's very hard to predict. There's very little polling here. Again, when other people rate this as like a lean R or likely R, they're basically going off gut call. They're basically saying, I don't think the Democrats have any business winning this race. And while that could be true, there could be very unique factors, right? Matt Bevin here, the incumbent, he's very unpopular. He is deeply unpopular in his state. He has done a lot of things to annoy a lot of people in the state. So I would not be surprised. It's not impossible for him to lose. It's just the fact is that a lot of people say Kentucky's a red state. Trump went here to support Bevin. He'll probably pull it off, right? That's the thing. So we're going to see. We'll see as the results come in tonight. But honestly, at this point, yeah. I will say here right now that looking at these results here, as we're seeing them here with the decision desk, if there was a map that looks like a Democratic win, this is definitely that map. Again, they don't, like a lot of these counties, they don't need to win. They have a bare lead here in Madison County, again, super early, but our model does not actually have them winning Madison County. They have them losing it by about 4 points, right? So, again, they're winning that, right? And I mean, although it necessarily winning Madison County doesn't win you the governorship, it doesn't hurt. Like, I mean, winning some of these counties would not hurt you. Again, Floyd County, again, we're now up to 14 to 42 precincts. So we're actually kind of getting there, but again, it's dead tied now, right? I mean, we'll have to see. Probably this flips at the end of the night, but again, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this goes. Again, the bigger one we're looking at right now is Fayette County, and he's holding his margin pretty well. Only one precinct in. The big thing is going to be how many votes are left in these precincts. How many left are in Jefferson and Fayette? That's really going to be the tell tonight. And also up here in the Cincinnati suburbs here. We got Campbell, Kenton, to a lesser extent, Boone County. The question is how many votes are there and where are they coming from, and that's the thing. So we're going to know more as we continue on with the night. But yeah, we're gonna see.
Apparently, I believe it's one of the Lexington TV networks has a much bigger batch of votes in Fayette County, with 56 precincts in. a 25,000 vote lead for Andy Bashir. Jack Conway, the Democratic candidate in 2015, he only won that county by about 10,000 votes on his way to a 9-point statewide lead, statewide loss. So if you are seeing something like a 38-point Democratic lead in Fayette, then that's the kind of thing that the Democrats will need to win if they want to win. If they want to win this, if they want to win Kentucky governor.
Yeah.
But that's not on any of the sites that I'm currently checking for results. Okay. Do you want to go through some of the? Do you want to go through the state senate right now and just highlight the 4 seats that we have going?
Sure.
Going blue from red.
Yeah, because we are still waiting a couple more minutes here on literally anything to happen in Kentucky. We're still waiting on that right now. I'm just checking Twitter here. But yeah, there's nothing actually currently happening in Kentucky. So we'll go through some of the. Yeah, we have 4 pickups, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So the pickups, I'll mouse over them here. So the one in kind of the DC suburbs here, kind of ish DC suburbs, not actually a DC suburb, but it's a bit more out. This is Virginia Senate District 13. Again, if you look at on the national level, this district, the Senate district, is inside the Virginia 10th. That is a district the Democrats picked up in the 2018 midterms. Again, the last time this district was up was 2015, so right before the 2016 election. So again, this is kind of an area that has been a lot better and more fertile for the Democrats in recent years. We have this as a safe Dem pickup. This is a slaughter. This is a 57-43 Dem win right now. So that's a good result for them there. I mean, a lot of them here. Some of these districts, when you get to the DC suburbs, they're not even running in these districts. Some of them, like 37, it's like unopposed, right? We've actually built in, if no one's running in it, we just completely remove the Republican because why not? Again, some of these they're actually completely unopposed. So that's one in the DC suburbs. There's actually 2 down here. These are in the Richmond suburbs here. The Senate District 10, we have that one as another 57. This 57.3, 42.7, so about the same margin as the last Senate District 13. We have that one as a safe Dem pickup too. And then the very close one we have here, Virginia Senate District 12. This one is basically a toss-up. It's a 1-point Democratic win. They win this one about 56% of the time to the Republicans 44. So this is going to be a very close race to watch down here tonight. Just looking across the map here, we have Virginia Senate District 17. And again, these are some of the ones to watch for in a wave night. This one's kind of in the middle. This is basically the difference between DC and Richmond. Virginia District 17, Virginia Senate District 17. This one is at least partially, again, it's hard to see exactly where it is, but this is definitely contained within Spanberger's district, a district she flipped she flipped on the national level in 2018 as well. This one's only a lean GOP hold. So the Republicans have about a 5-point lead there, 52 to 47. So that one's pretty close. Again, that could definitely be in play. Again, Virginia Senate District 11, that one's kind of an Richmond exurb. That one, they have about an 11-point lead there, so that one kind of looks like it's slipping a bit. And then the 4th pickup we have is Virginia Senate District 7. That one is down here in the Virginia Beach. This is actually, again, completely overlaps with the Virginia 2nd, which is another Democratic pickup. And I think we're noticing a bit of a theme here right now. This is, again, another area that overlaps with a Democratic congressional pickup in 2018. Again, we have this one as kind of a blowout here. This is a likely Dem pickup 90 to 90. They winning at 90% of the time to Republicans 10% of the time. 55-45 basically. And then again, you come over here to the side, Virginia Senate District 8, a little bit more Republican leaning. They win this one about 70% of the time. It's about 52-48. Again, very close. I am not, again, right now we're seeing some big reports of high turnout in Virginia. Again, if you're looking at super high turnout environment, this one could definitely be in play. So again, there are some really interesting, there's a couple of ones here, there's some reach districts, and then again, there is literally nothing downstate. Completely ignore downstate, that doesn't exist. But these are the main 4 we're looking at, and also the Virginia Senate District 8. Those ones are going to be the ones to watch for tonight. And while we're doing that, let's just get a quick update here. And we've got some more votes in Kentucky.
Matt Bevin with a 6-point lead right now.
According to
that's
the according to New York Times, but they're actually behind. Decision Desk actually has it ahead. We're at 57,000 Bashir, 53 Matt Bevin, and I'm trying to figure out where those votes.
CNN has 7,302 vote lead, 51-9 to 46-3, with more votes cast than that. Bunch of votes in bunch of votes in the county which has Louisville in it, whose name is currently escaped. Jefferson County.
Jefferson County, yeah.
Not breaking very Democratic, which would not be a good sign for Democrats.
What are you
if
looking?
That holds.
You're on CNN, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me, because the Decision Desk is showing something completely different. So let's see here.
8% of the vote in. Matt Bevin's getting 47.7% in Jefferson County, which could be sort of like the ex-urban precincts on the outskirts of Louisville and not Louisville proper. But that's still not a good sign.
Yeah, so CNN does have more up right now. So we'll switch over to the CNN map here. Again, we're pretty versatile here tonight. Yeah, Louisville 50-47 again. That's a kind of tough break. The Democrats definitely want to win more in Jefferson County here. But again, we're seeing different things, right? So CNN here has 14,000, 13,000 Jefferson. Decision doesn't have that, but if you go here, they don't have any votes in Floyd County at all.
Twitter reports suggesting that Kirk Cox, Republican Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates, Republicans are expecting Kirk Cox to lose. Also, I threw up a poll in the Side County yesterday. Number of names people expect. Number of names I'll probably call Kirk Cox over the course of tonight. Number of first names, because I'm going to completely forget his first name. So that's going to be a fun subplot for tonight. Oh my god. I'm trying to find some reference. I'm trying to figure out what's happening in Virginia and why those why those Fayette County stuff has been reported but not. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're seeing some mixed results here, kind of. Some people have different results. Yeah, it's weird what we're seeing. I think a lot of people have different numbers in, and I think we're going to get, eventually get something where they're all joined and everybody's showing the same amount of results. But currently we have three different things here. Decision Desk is slightly lagging behind CNN, but Decision Desk is ahead of Kentucky.
CNN has now a 5.3% lead for the Republican Matt Bevin. It's about a 6,700-ish vote lead. Do we have any questions in the chat? Which, by the way, feel free to leave questions at any point. We will we will check in on them. Frequently, it's about a 9,000-ish vote lead now, but the margins shrunk from 5.6 to 5.5%.
Yeah, so we're getting. So yeah, any questions you guys have, go ahead. Yeah. Okay. So Woodford County, we have that.
The polls have now officially closed in Virginia, in the western part of Kentucky, and yeah, just. We should try and keep people informed of poll closings. Mm-hmm. Can you figure out when the polls are closing in the Texas 28th, please? Because I don't actually know the answer, and I feel like I should.
That's fine. I'll check it out over here.
Nicholas County, good sign for Matt Bevin. He lost his county by 20 last time. He's lost it by 1.
Yeah, Texas polls closed at 7 p.m. local time, which is 2 hours to Eastern time, so it should be 9 o'clock Eastern time. So we're still a couple hours away from those closing.
Texas is not 2 hours behind EST.
Oh, it's only 1 hour? Oh, okay. My bad. So it's only 1 hour behind EST.
Certainly Eastern Texas is. Okay, so it's 8 o'clock is what I thought.
Okay. Yeah, because it's the local poll closing.
My God, why do you suck at time zones?
I don't know. I do, though. I really do suck at time zones. Anyway, Yeah, we are still waiting on more results here. We can't. We're getting mixed batches of results from all kinds of different places here.
Yeah, I'm very confused. I'm very confused by what's happening in Kentucky and why some people have different, like, wildly different results.
Yeah, because here's the thing. So
Um,
like, Decision Desk has like four of the 42 precincts in for Floyd County. They have a Bashir lead there. No one else has anything. I'm looking at the Kentucky one. I'm looking at the New York Times one off to the side. They have the same in Floyd County, but CNN doesn't have Floyd County, but they have more overall votes. And then another one, Marion County. Yeah, Marion County has come in. Most of it in actually, 67% of the vote is in there. It is a Bashir lead of 54 to 43. We had that. Yeah, we had 51-43. Again, we may have overestimated the existence of the independent candidate. So that's a thing. But again, that's
the two Democratic internals, it's 7% of the vote going to either others or the Libertarians. So,
mhm.
it's not, whatever what limited polling data gave us that information, and
No, for sure.
we are where we are.
So yeah, kind of. I honestly don't know who's going to win. The thing is, we're looking at a couple of rural counties.
Map Evans lead up to 6%.
But again,
On then
half. Well, they're saying half of Fayette. They're saying half of Fayette in. CNN is only saying 8% of Jefferson in. So again, Jefferson again.
where has over half of Fayette in?
CNN has about 45% of Fayette in, give or take. Barely any Jefferson in. So yeah, randomness all over here, guys. We're like, stay with us here. We have no idea who's gonna win this election. I actually don't know. This is one of the first times that I'm like, I don't know. Like, I can't even figure out because like we're seeing a couple of rural counties go Democrat, which is usually a good sign. But Bashir is winning. Bevin is winning. But and again, there's still a ton more rural counties to come. But we don't have many Louisville votes in. But again, there's strong evidence to suggest that Louisville, according to CNN's count at least, is definitely much more Republican than it should be. I mean, it should not be 50-47. Our model had...
I suspect the Louisville stuff is it's the ex-urban Louisville coming in. I suspect that's what it is.
Yeah.
And when you get into inner Louisville, you'll get less of it, but that's speculation, and I don't know that for a fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, so something that is helping Bevin right now is actually Boone County. So Boone County, Bevin has so that might be what's really helping him here. Yeah, so Boone County has about 17,600 vote to a 13,000 vote over Bashirin. This is one of the suburban counties of basically a suburb of Cincinnati here, and we have that one as 55-37 Republican, and he is winning that one 56-41. So again, pretty close. That's pretty much what the model was saying. So yeah, like the model's doing pretty well here. There's a couple of ones we're missing. We're not hitting Kenton County. We're too low on the Democrats in Kenton County, but again, that one's not even done yet. A couple of the rural counties are not in yet. Stuff. I mean, it's really random at this point, but this is not done yet. I think we're going to be sitting up here counting votes for a while. The thing is, though, again,
17% of the vote in, 12,000 vote lead, 5.5% lead for Matt Bevin, 18% of the vote in, according to CNN's most recent tabulations. Again, little of the vote in, almost nothing in Western Kentucky, which makes sense given the polls is closed there 6 minutes ago. Rob, do we have any results in? Excuse me. Do we have any results in Virginia yet?
I will check the New York Times election page here for Virginia, and we do not have anything in for Virginia right now at this moment. Again, it's a little early. The polls just closed. It's actually interesting though, because
big batch of votes just came in Kentucky, and it just jumped 6% of the vote counted or precincts in. Matt Bevin's lead up to 6.6%.
Okay, so this
is 6.6%.
So I know. I just found out where they came in. They came in Jefferson County, Louisville. Bevan has a lead. He is up 6 points, 7 points, and actually he's up 5 points in Jefferson County. In Jefferson County right now. That seems wrong. Wait. Oh, okay. It says okay. Something's wrong here. Yeah. It says estimated 100% in, so that's an error. That's 100% an error. Bevan is not going to win Jefferson County 52,000 to 46,000. That's wrong, and that's not 100% of the vote in Louisville.
How many votes were cast in Jefferson? How many votes were cast in Jefferson last time?
And it's gone now, completely gone. So
yes, it is. Yes, although
yeah.
the tabulation saying still 25% of the votes in isn't, but yeah. So is Jefferson now completely off the? Yeah, Jefferson's now completely off the board.
On CNN, it is. Yeah, that must have been a tabulation error. I bet any money that was a tabulation error. Again,
they've now taken the scroll off of their television. They just have America's Choice 2019, where the Kentucky stuff was. They're fixing their graphics.
Good choice. Yeah, no, it's we have no idea who's going to win this right now. This could go either way. I mean, again, we really thought this was going to be a toss-up. I'm not at all surprised.
I didn't think this was going to be a toss-up.
I thought it would be. I don't know. I mean, again, we don't know yet for a fact, but like, I'm not necessarily surprised that this is a toss-up.
I mean, the way the GOP have been acting has made me skeptical that the GOP were going to win this.
All right, so guys, if you're watching this, we got to tweet this out. There's only 5 people in the chat right now.
Okay.
Let's get some more people.
You never retweeted. I mean, you never retweeted the tweet.
I'll retweet it.
So that's your fault.
All right, let me tweet that out.
I mean, realistically, it's pretty early. I mean,
it is really.
We haven't had really anything happen yet. I mean, most of the polls haven't even closed yet, so we're gonna be here for a while. This is gonna be a fun night. We're gonna have Kyle Hutton joining us soon. We're gonna have Kyle Hutton joining us probably in about an hour for the rest of Virginia, Kentucky, Mississippi, and obviously the great state of Texas. We are just working to make sure that we're just waiting for results to come in right now. We're waiting a little bit longer, but I don't think we should have to wait too much longer before the Virginia stuff comes in. Come hang. We're going to be doing this for basically until we have results, which we'll see when that, or until we have answers to questions of tonight.
Yeah, because it is only 7:10, so people are just getting home, getting their supper ready. So,
I don't know what universe you live in where people aren't already eating supper, but whatevs.
Well, people eat supper late, right?
Do they?
I don't know. Okay, fine. Chat. We got nothing to do for a couple minutes. When do you guys eat supper? I eat supper. I prefer a later supper, like 7, 8. Well, it's not even that late, but I prefer a later supper. So.
Okay, well, you're wrong.
Very visceral reaction to late supper. What do you want, 5?
You should be done eating by 6.
Do you get a senior's discount when you eat too?
No. I know. I just I like to be done eating so I can do things with my evening.
I mean, okay. I don't know. My I prefer eating at
Yeah, but again, we've already established that you're wrong, so your opinions on these questions are irrelevant.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so someone said VUI __ 6 to 7. There we go. Let's explain the difference. Good job.
Great. We didn't accomplish anything with that answer. We appreciate the engagement, but
yes.
you're not helping me. So.
Yeah. So, couple of I don't know. This is I don't know who wins. It's very rare for me to look at a map and be like, I don't know. I don't know. It's yeah. I don't know. This could go either way, really.
This is a really gripping analysis. 7.8% lead right now for the Democrat. What? I'm confused. Okay, New Louisville results. Democrats up. So 1% of the vote in Jefferson County now. So 63.5% for the Democrats. Okay, so that makes more sense, but only 1% in. Franklin 47% in, 63% of the vote in. Fayette 57% for the Democrats, 45% of the vote in. So Democrats need to be doing better in those areas. They need those. They need the Jefferson numbers to be replicated when they get more of the vote in there. But it does look like a lot of the GOP areas have come in more firmly, so the Democrats are going to have to play catch up. But they have most of their vote out in Jefferson, and that should be a pretty. That should be a very blue. That should be very blue for them. This time. Okay. Anything in Virginia? Anything in any of the state senate or state house districts in Virginia?
I am looking at the New York Times. Okay, so they've called all the uncontested ones, so that's fine.
Wait. So are we? Or did we get all of them right?
All the uncontested ones, yes. We have called. We correctly.
Well, great. How many house districts were uncontested?
A lot. A lot of Democratic ones, surprisingly. So we've got. Let's look at some Senate. We do have a Senate result here. You know what? Okay, I'm just gonna move. We're gonna go to the New York Times map here for the Senate results here. So, we got a close race in State Senate District 24. For the Republicans are at 52-48 there. Is that on our map?
Wait, who holds the 24th right now?
It's a Republican-held district.
And Democrats are making a run at it? Okay, that's good news for Democrats.
52-48.
Better news than if they weren't making a run at it, or if they were
Correct.
making a run the other way. I know, hard-hitting analysis that good results are good news for people. Anything in the House of Delegates, or is that Senate result the only contested Senate result that we're currently seeing?
Open District Senate, Open District 20, Democrats have a 53-47 lead there.
Is that a Republican seat or a Democratic seat?
It's an open seat, but I believe it's probably Republican held.
Yeah, I don't care about the incumbents. I care about the previous holders. Okay, again, if these things come true, then Democrats are going to have a much better night than even we think, and we have taken small bit overly good for the Democrats at the local level. So we will see.
So someone's asking, what do you have in Boone County that's nearly all in now to Decision Desk HQ? Let's just find Boone County here. There are
all county. I refuse to accept any county-based questions because counties are an artifact. Counties are artificial artifacts, and I don't accept their reality.
Boone County. Okay, so 98.41% reporting. So it's one precinct left. Bevan is at 56-41. Boone County, we had it 56-37. So Democrats doing a little bit better than expected. Republicans doing about as well as expected. So that's actually a good call there.
That's good news. That's good news for Eddie Bashir.
Well, she 8.1%
lead with CNN says 25% of the vote in, but those vote counts look a little low to be 25. But again, a lot of GOP rurals are coming in right now, in all those western counties that have only had their polls closed for 10, 15 minutes or whatever. 15, 16 minutes now.
We're starting to get western part of the state in. And
yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, so again, I'd expect this lead to grow a bit, unless of course we get a dump from. We got something here. Yeah, okay, it's Blue County, but yeah, I'd expect this lead to grow a little bit until we get more Louisville in, because right now, according to the CNN map here, we only have 1% of Louisville in. So
the lead just shrunk a bit for the Democrats, so the lead is now 7.7, so it's a slight improvement, I guess.
Yeah, the New York Times has more in on the western half of the state. All right, let's just carry it over here. Let's do the New York Times.
We're gonna be having fun playing, piecing together the results.
Yeah, so the New York Times has more here now. They have Jefferson County in. Again, very little in Jefferson County here, as you can see. Again, there is a lot left to count in Jefferson. Franklin about half in. According to CNN here, Democrats are up about 63-35 in Franklin County, 60-32, so they're doing a little bit better than we had expected them. Again, it's something, but again, like I'm looking at some of these rural counties, like Hardin County here, basically a tie here in Hardin County. Hardin County, we had it basically a tie. We had a 2-point Republican lead. So we're seeing roughly about where it is. Some of the counties that we had is like toss-up lean Republican, like these are kind of toss-ups here. Republicans are winning those. Oh, your model had Bevin winning Bath by 4.3. Bashir won it by 6.
Good result for the Democrats there. To be winning in places that they to be winning a county we didn't have them winning.
Yeah.
Again, it's all going to come down to how much of the vote. 7.9% now lead for Matt Bevin.
Yeah.
But things, we're still waiting. We're just waiting for more Louisville. Basically, we still are only 1% in Louisville.
Yeah. So Bath County, which one?
45 in Fayette. Like we haven't had any movement in Louisville, Fayette, or Franklin in like 25 minutes at least.
Yeah, so Bath County, we were supposed to have, pretty big lead, 4.3% lead, as VU is saying as VU is saying online. Again, that's not necessary. And again, the 100% of the vote is in there, and we have basically Bashir won that county 52-46. Again, first of all, it's kind of a small county here. It's only like 2,000 votes, 3,000 votes ish. But this is kind of the story of the night, is the fact that
lead stretched. Bevin lead stretched out to 8.2%.
But here's the thing, though: if he's winning stuff like Bath County, rural counties that were supposed to be close, and now he's winning those, then I gotta think that at a certain point he stops gaming here. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like some of these Eastern Kentucky rurals, right? I mean, again, so we've thrown in a good amount of presidential PVI here, and again, Trump won Eastern Kentucky by a large margin, right? So that's kind of what the model is based off of, is kind of that Eastern Kentucky PVI. But generally, statewide Democrats do a little bit better in the eastern part of the state. So we're seeing that tonight. They are coming out in support of Bashir, which means it's going to be a close race. Again, and here we go. We're finally getting some votes down here in little old Fulton County, and it's barely any, and it's a Democratic lead, and we had that as a Democratic lead as well in ours. It was a toss-up, basically, 49-47. So, yeah, it's going to be a close race tonight. There's going to be a lot of counting left here. We're not turning away from this race anytime soon. We can't close the lid on this one yet.
Yeah, no, Kyle Hutton will still have things to say and see in Kentucky when he gets here. When he's able to join us, and we look forward to that moment. Probably in about an hour's time. He expressed a little bit of annoyance that it was going to miss Kentucky, and there's no way that's happening given the very close margins right now. In terms of again, polls closing in Mississippi and the Texas State Special, which will be the other two things we're focusing on. Those will be closing at the top of the hour. 8.8% lead for Republican Matt Bevin in the Kentucky Senate race. My God, I almost called you something else. Rob, can you fill us in on what's happening in the Virginia State House of Delegates, please?
Oh, okay. So, yes. So, in terms of the Virginia House of Delegates, again, we'll just go with the New York Times here. It's nothing much to see here yet. The New York Times has some results in. Again, so they have, again, everything here is pretty much things that were uncontested, or things that things that are basically very not in play. So again, nothing we're seeing here that's too crazy. Pretty much all the incontesteds have been called, and a couple ones that were like very clearly going to be blowouts have been called. So nothing too crazy yet, nothing to report. Again, Democrats have won 23 in the House of Delegates. They're leading in one. The one they're leading in is House of Delegate race number 20. and Republicans have won 7, and they have leads in 3. The 3 they have leads in is 16, 22, and it's down here. It is 64. Again, they have massive leads, and some of those.
None of these are in the competitive batches of seats.
Competitive
Every state that our model, every state that our model has as anything other than a safe hold is on a spreadsheet that I have access to right now, and none of those districts are there. Anything in the state senate.
In the state senate, Democrats have won 10, and Republicans have won 1 and lead in 3. So that means that only one Republican Senate district was uncontested. Again, 24 was one of them. So, I mean, this is the thing. So, we're going to have to see. Like, again, it's still super early at this point in the night. Let me call this up here.
Are we seeing any? We're not seeing any state senate results in any of the competitive districts. Are we 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, or 17?
Sorry. In which one? Which Senate district?
We're not seeing anything in like 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17. None of those, right? We're not seeing anything interesting.
Nothing in any of those at this point, no. So yeah, it's not. We're not seeing anything yet in terms of Virginia State House. So.
State House or State Senate. Okay,
State House or State Senate. So we're not seeing anything particularly interesting at this moment yet.
Okay, we won't. Okay, so it looks like that's going to be a bit longer for us to know whether or not the State House and State Senate are going to be competitive, or whether or not the Democrats are going to be able to do what they want to do and win, take control of those 2 chambers. There seems to be a bit of a, I don't want to say a surge, but the Democrats are losing only by 8.3 now. So that's progress. A minute ago. It seems like more Jefferson is in. And what we have in Jefferson is a little more Republican leaning than what we previously had. Load, please. Just let me click. I just want to be able to use your click functionality.
So Decision Desk HQ, they have
4%. 4% on CNN, and the Democratic lead's down to about 7% in Jefferson County, but that probably is the ex-urban districts or the ex-urban precincts, and not Louisville proper. Again, those have been closed for an hour and 25 minutes now, and not really sure why you're getting such menial counting in some of these.
Yeah, so people in
some of these urban precincts.
Yeah, so people in the chat, they're saying check out Mangoffin and Floyd in southeastern Kentucky on Decision Desk, both basically all in, slightly blue. Franklin County all in on Decision Desk HQ site. So Decision Desk HQ, that one's it's basically right next into Franklin County is right here. It's basically a Lexington suburb. Our model had the Democrats winning at 60-32. You go over to the Decision Desk, it's 61-32. 36, sorry, 61-36. So pretty good for the model. Bashir doing a little bit better, Bevin doing a little bit better as well.
That's about a 3-point improvement off of the model for the GOP, which would be consistent with basically a race that's tied. That is not in on. That's not in. Nowhere close to in on CNN. So that's why the larger Republican lead on CNN. Again, none of these things are biased. These are presumably where they're getting their data sources from, and it's just what it is.
Yeah. So Perry County is another one. Someone posted a Wasserman tweet in our feed here. Perry County is a classic coal county. Again, this is eastern Kentucky. On the CNN, it's 100% in. Bevin is up 50. He basically won at 54-45. In our model, we had Perry County 60-35, 61-35. So a lot better for the Democrats than we thought it would be, assuming that CNN result is correct. Again, this is the Democrats. Our model thought the Democrats should get absolutely destroyed in this county, but they definitely did not. So that's a very good sign. Again, so we're seeing a kind of pattern where Bashir is doing a lot better in rurals than people had thought possible, and that he is doing better in the suburbs than possible. Again, so going here to the CNN map, Kenton County is 63% in. That's a lot closer now, 52-45. But if you go over here to Campbell County, 68-39. We had Kenton County, that's again the Cincinnati suburb. We had that one as a tie, basically. So Bashir is actually doing a lot better in some of these counties than we thought he would. So this is kind of interesting.
It really does appear that Eastern Kentucky, and Dave Wasserman's making this point on Twitter at Redistrict, always a good follow. It really does appear like Andy Bashir is doing a lot better in Eastern Kentucky, and the Democrats are doing worse in Central Kentucky. It's too early to draw too many conclusions from the West. But yeah, no, that seems to be the state, the relative state of play right now.
Yeah.
And we are where we are with that relative state of play. Go.
Let's go for let's do that. Let's go Virginia State House. So State Senate District 14. That was one we had. That was slightly competitive, right?
14?
Yes.
States, no, 14 we didn't have competitive.
Oh, 17 though we did, right?
17, yeah, we had that as a lean Republican hold.
Yep. So right now Republicans are at 56-44 there. So very close.
That's outperformed the model by about 4 points for the GOP. We had 52. We had 52-48.
Okay, still early there, though. Obviously.
Yeah, still early. I'm not panicking. Like I'm not panicking on the GOP or on the Democratic Party right now.
12. State Senate District 12. We had, what did we have there?
We had that 50. We had the Democratic 50.5, Republican 49.5.
Okay, so right now Democrats at 58 and the Republican is at 43. So Democrats cleaning nicely up there. Let's see what else we have. Senate District 22. What did we have there?
Senate District 22. That one wasn't competitive.
Oh, because it's an incumbent Republican.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, we had that as the safe Republican hold.
It is not.
What is it right now?
Democrats at 57-43 again. Super early there. That could go back,
okay.
but
that's
kind
interesting.
It's kind of
I have cheat sheets. I have my cheat sheets of all the seats that we said were going to be competitive, and if you're not on that cheat sheet, the Democrats are winning it. That's a bad sign for the GOP.
It is, yeah. So right now in House District 30, total write-ins is winning 63% of the vote. That seems weird. Again, that could be a miscalculation or
yeah, that's probably an input. That's probably that's probably everything I put in the wrong column on a spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm. So Democrats have 123 House District seats, and they're leading in 5 more. List off what ones are we looking at for House of Delegates? Why don't you read some of those off?
We'll just go through the lean and likely. We'll just go through the lean Democratic pickups right now. We won't go through the safe ones. 27. Anything in 27?
No.
28?
No.
62?
Nope.
Okay, we'll go through the likelies. 40?
Nothing in 40. You keep missing them here. 40.
66?
66. Nope.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault that the riddles are in 83.
Nope.
84.
Nope.
100.
Nope. Nothing there. All right. So.
Nope. We're never going to go through the safe Democratic pickups.
Okay.
76.
Nope.
91.
Nope.
94.
Yes, Democrats are winning that one 81-17.
Yeah, that's aggressive, but
sounds pretty safe to me. Yeah.
We had it 61. We had it 62-38.
Yeah. So again,
61-6 to 38-4, if you want to be precise. We had that as a 100% chance the Democrats win that.
Probably going to be narrow.
They won in 100% of simulations. Okay, so 90. Okay, the model's looking good in House 94. And let's go through a few of the GOP holds here in competitive seats. Do we have anything in 82?
No.
And do we have anything in 96?
Not 96. Was 97 one of them?
97 was competitive. No?
Okay, so Republicans up 51-39 there. Super early, probably. That one just came up on the board. Go through some of the Senate ones. What do we have in the Senate? Senate is.
Okay, we're going from. Yeah. Okay. 7.
7, no.
8,
No.
10,
No.
11,
No.
12.
12, yes. Democrats up 58-43.
Ooh, that's good for the model. We had that 50.5 to 49.5.
Mm-hmm.
So Democrats outperforming in the 12th. 13.
55-45, Democratic lead. Democrats up 10.
We had that as Democrats by 14, 57-43. So
Mhm.
slightly underperforming, but again, that's early results. Things bounce around. 17.
Republicans up 57-43.
Democrats or Republicans outperforming in that seat they are projected to hold. In the 17th. Okay, back to Kentucky. Anything? Are we getting more votes? Still, wow, a 9.1% lead for Republican Matt Bevin per CNN. But
yes, but that is with a lot of new in the West coming in.
And literally nothing being added in Franklin, Fayette,
well,
or
Franklin's fully in, according to Decision Desk.
Yeah,
according
I'm
to
talking
CNN.
to the CNN stuff, and
Mhm.
here's the thing: 4% in Jefferson, 47 in Franklin, and 5% in Fayette.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this race doesn't seem that close right now, and that's why nobody is being foolish enough to call it, despite the fact that it's an 8.9% lead right now.
Yeah, there is so big. The big one here is Fayette. This is single-handedly going to be the most important one tonight. There is
Fayette,
so little in here.
Fayette, Jefferson, and Franklin, like those three. Fayette's probably going to be the best for the Democrats, but those are the three counties that if you're just clicking through the counties with us, those are the three that you would be. Those are the three that you should be clicking through.
Mm-hmm.
With us, but yeah, no. Until we get anything there, leads down another 0.2%. Democrats, again, nothing substantial. We're still waiting for results out of Franklin, Fayette, and Jefferson counties for the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
What did you have the Democrats? What did you have the margin at in Fayette as your benchmark?
In Fayette,
Yes.
we had it as our benchmark in Fayette was 64-27.
64-27. So that's what, a 37 point.
Okay. Yes, and they are
so
not.
That's the kind of margin that you would expect if the Democrats are going to win by a couple of points. In a couple of places, things are moving in a way that we didn't necessarily expect, but nothing is moving in a coherent direction. So we can't be. And so it does sort of seem like some of the movement so far is sort of canceling each other out. Bevin doing a little bit better in some small counties, Bashir doing better in some others. I suspect, and I assume this is the case, but I haven't had time to check, that if you overlaid some of the Steve Bashir's, Andy Bashir's father, some of his gubernatorial races, and looked at his areas of relative strength and relative weakness, you would see a lot of relative strength in the East, which is where Andy Bashir is currently outperforming per everybody, and certainly per Dave Wasserman at the Political Report, and occasionally 538. Mississippi is closing in 24 minutes. The Texas State special election, which, yes, I'm going to call a special election despite the fact that special elections are a stupid name, closes also at 8 o'clock. Campbell County, Cincinnati suburbs. Andy Bashir is winning that by 14% with 76% reporting. Dave Wasserman's analysis suggested that Bevin would be basically needing to win that by 2 points statewide. So again, he is outperforming in some of those Cincinnati suburbs.
Yeah, that's kind of the shock.
Suburbs.
I want to say that's kind of the shock of tonight. Campbell County, we had that one as a Democratic 1-point win, which actually matches up pretty nicely with Wasserman's. Yeah,
Nice.
the matches up pretty nicely with that, especially because he was projecting a win for Bevan. You move that a couple points. Or basically
Six minutes ago, Wasserman. Some really impressive numbers for Bashir in Northern Kentucky when you take a Boone, Kenton, Campbell as a whole. Thinking Bevan R is in some trouble.
Yes, but
not
again,
to just outsource our analysis. Better news. Some better news for Bevan in the Louisville suburbs. Shelby County, 100% reporting. He needed to win by 6, according to Bashir, and he won by 10. That the Shelby County stuff might be some of the explanation for what's happening in Jefferson County right now with the Democrats seemingly underperforming. It might be that the what bits we have of Jefferson right now are matching more closely to Shelby County, i.e., sort of the more exurban.
We had
voters.
we had a 6-point lead with the Republicans. We had a 49-43 for the Republicans in Shelby County, and again, the New York Times hasn't. The decision desk doesn't have that one. It was 54-44. So a 10-point lead. We had that one as a 6-point lead model. So Bevan is overperforming the model in some of these. The New York Times has Shelby County 100% in. So again, we're seeing weird kind of shifts here today. A very East versus West Kentucky divide tonight. We'll have to see how this ends up.
Nothing like weirdly, nothing that sort of seems very sort of nationalized in any way. It's not like you're seeing the sort of Democrats do better in the urban and suburban areas, Republicans do better in the rurals. Nothing that you could definitely point to and say this is national trends being seen in Kentucky.
A little bit. I'd say the Cincinnati suburbs, definitely. Like your Campbell County and your Kenton County, you're definitely seeing something there for that. But for the other ones...
Not necessarily, but you're not even necessarily seeing that in the Louisville suburbs.
Exactly. So it's interesting.
None of the trends are being sort of applied statewide. Like you're not seeing the same things in the same suburbs. You're not seeing the same things in the same rural areas. Nothing is congealing into a sort of coherent picture, and that's why this is going to be a long night out of Kentucky.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Thank God, by the way, the race that probably is going to take the longest tonight to call started at 6 o'clock.
Yes, that is pretty good actually. So yeah,
because
according to
God forbid California ever becomes a swing state again, because we're never getting presidential results till 4 a.m. in the morning. If that ever happens.
The morning? You think we're going to fight out who wins California the morning of? No.
Oh, God, I forgot how many of the California votes are absentee mail. Oh, God. Imagine if we didn't know who... This is honestly the best argument against... This is honestly the best argument for the Electoral College, is we have to wait 2 weeks to find out who the President of the United States is. I think the entire country will revolt.
Well, the other thing is the fact that we could definitely be looking at that this year. Well, not this year, in this upcoming election in 2020, because Arizona takes days to report their early vote, right? So we could realistically...
Oh, yeah, no, because we didn't know the cinema one until I think Thursday.
Yeah. Actually, it was later. Well, we kind of knew by Thursday, but we didn't actually know for a couple days.
I don't think Big Sally conceded. I think it took like a week for her to concede.
So, like, we realistically could be looking at the exact same thing again. Like, it could realistically be a week before we even know who wins. It could be a time, like, Republicans probably will have a lead election coming out of Arizona on election night, and then that could very easily be reversed in the days after election night. So we're gonna have to see. This is gonna be interesting. All right, so we're getting a couple extra results in here.
Can we just do a quick Virginia update where I just go through?
Yes. Go ahead.
And you tell me whether or not anything's happened.
Seems like the best option. Let's do it.
House or Senate first?
Let us do state Senate.
7.
7, nothing.
8.
Nothing.
9.
Democrats up 65-35.
Sorry, not 9, 10.
Nothing. All right, that's
11.
Fine. 11. Oh, Republicans up 76-24, but that could be pretty early.
Ooh, that's aggressive for what our model had. We had that as a 10-point Republican win.
Okay. Again, early. You never know, right?
12.
Actually, do these have... Does Decision Desk have... Okay, so some of these are up here. Okay, so...
10.7% lead for the GOP in Kentucky, according to CNN. still doesn't seem like very much. 40% reporting doesn't seem like a lot of Louisville in. Still, when the Democrats start making their comeback, that's going to be when basically when Louisville comes in, the Democrats are going to start making their comeback. Whether or not it's enough, I'm not really sure, but that's at least the thing to watch out for. If you start seeing a lot of Louisville come in and staying in, oh boy, that's not going to be fun for the Republic. Like if that's when the Democrat number isn't moving like pretty big, then people should be worried.
All right.
I did not realize how like West Kentucky went until just now.
Yeah, it's.
I know. Great lean toss of geography here. Okay. Can we keep going through some of these state senate?
Sure.
State seats. Oh my god.
Go ahead.
State senate seats. 12.
12. Democrats up 58-43.
Okay, that's the same as we had last time. 13.
Democrats up 53-47. These are Senate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 17.
Republicans up 57-43. So that one's closer.
Okay. Let's go through state house now. 27.
27, nothing in.
28.
Nothing in.
40.
Nothing in.
62.
Nothing in.
66.
Yes. Republicans are, that's the speaker's seat, Cox. He is up 81-18. That seems a bit, like it seems like it's one poll in, so we'll have to see. But that seems.
Yeah, we had that. Yeah, we had that as a lean. We had that as a lean Democratic seat, just for the.
Yeah,
record.
I believe that is. Yeah, that's a Richmond suburb seat. So again, I'm just highlighting it here on the map. It stretches from the suburbs of Richmond to the suburbs of Petersburg here. So a lot of rural parts of that district. So do not be surprised if that flips. I feel like that is not going to be the final margin of tonight.
Okay. Let's keep going through these. 76.
Nothing.
81.
Republicans up 66-34.
Okay. Democrats are up 4 in our model, according to them. 82.
Nothing there.
83.
Nothing there.
84.
Nothing there.
91.
Nothing there.
94.
Democrats up 81-17.
Okay, same as what we had last time. Again, that's a safe Democratic pickup. Assuming they don't lose anything else that they're currently winning, that would be you could make the argument that that's seat 50 for them. And that's can they get 51? Can they get 52? Can they get 53? Can they get up to 61, which we have? 96.
Nothing in.
100.
Nothing in there.
These are useful. Thank you for taking so long, Virginia.
Let's go.
We don't bully you in any way, and we're mad at you, and you suck.
Let's go back to Kentucky. So it's now it's still a 9-point race. More of the western part of the state is in, but more of Louisville is not in. So that's a thing. Still no more of Fayette is in. So like I feel like we're definitely gonna get to a point where it's gonna be like we have all the Republican areas in, and then just Louisville comes in and just tips the race. So like.
Yeah, again, it's Jefferson, Fayette, and Franklin, and CNN has under 6% precincts in 2 of those 3 counties. So.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, for Floyd County, Bashir Statistics Desk has that as 100% in. This was kind of one of the ones that the model thought Bevin would win when he lost the first time, and he was basically the model had it 51-44 Republican, and according to Decision Desk, it is 53-44 for the Democrats. So almost a complete flip. So that's a very interesting result tonight. So basically, it is showing that Bashir is doing a lot better in the rurals than, frankly, the model thought he had any business doing.
Certainly not in the certainly in the non-coal rurals. Bourbon County, Bashir needed to win it by 5%. Bevin won by 2. That's not great. That's a Lexington County. Henry County, Bevin needed to win by 7, won by 14, according to Wasserman. So those are 2 pieces. Those are 2 isolated pieces of data. But
we actually had
that there are not as many voters in those kinds of counties as there are in the northern Kentucky, Cincinnati suburbs counties. So
Yeah, we had Bourbon County as a Dem win by 3.
leads under 8 for the first time in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, we had Bourbon County as a Democratic win, and if Bourbon
and
County is
Bevan
here,
performed there.
Bevan outperformed there. And so weirdly enough, Bevan is doing relatively well according to some of these results we're seeing in the excerpts. He's doing better in some of the excerpts, with the notable exception, of course, of the Cincinnati suburbs of Campbell and of Kenton. Kenton is not.
Is it because the Cincinnati suburbs are more educated?
I would assume so. That makes a lot more sense.
Is it also because they're more ethnic? They're more African Americans there. There's more ethnic diversity in those areas as opposed to some of the whiter. Yeah, I was wondering if it's unseemly, but U.S. politics is substantially about race. So
that's the thing. So I definitely think that's the reason why we're seeing the Cincinnati suburbs moving more left, and maybe some of the suburbs. Again, these are a lot more white. There's a lot higher percentage of white voters in some of these, in the Louisville and Lexington suburbs than in some of the other ones. So Bourbon, 100% for me right now, is probably the biggest surprise of the night.
Jefferson just came in. Just started coming in. 21% in. Democrats up 62-37.
And the model has it at 67-26. So Democrats are underperforming in Jefferson County, but quite a bit from what the model thought. Again, not all of it is in yet, but
not even like it's 1/5 in right now. And again, you could still be seeing more. Basically, you could get better the closer to Louisville proper you get, but that just cut the lead. That just cut the lead to 5 statewide.
It's only
from the 8 it was in. It was at momentarily.
Yeah, according to CNN, it's only a 33,000 vote lead, which again we got more than that in that Jefferson dump.
What did the model have in Oldham County, sort of Louisville burbs?
Let's just find Oldham here. Oldham, okay. We had Oldham as a 49-42 Republican.
Bevan only, so 7-point Bevan only won that by 5, and Knott County, sort of coal area.
Knott County. Oh, KNOX or not?
KONTT.
KN. Let's see if I could find it here on the map.
While you're searching, 5-point lead.
Oh, not there. It is. Okay.
32,000. It's about 32,000 vote lead for Matt Bevan, for Republican Matt Bevan. Polls closing in Mississippi and the Texas state special in the Texas 28th. Momentarily, we'll do a roundup. We'll do a roundup of the other Virginia state results in a minute, but leads down to 4.9.
Yeah. So not
really know what changed.
Knott County. So Knott County. This is what Evan was trying to say here. Knott County. It is a 1-point lead. For Bashir went up by a point. Sorry, 100% in. Our model had that as a blowout. It actually had that one as a 57-30-38 Republican blowout. So again, the model thought that Eastern Kentucky would vote against the Democrats. It turns out that was wrong. So again, this is kind of the problem when you have very, very little polling in a race. And this was that's really the issue.
Madison County. Bevan needed to win by 5. Bashir won it by 0.3, 100% in. Are the rules going to be enough? The question is, are the rules going to be enough to stop the fact that Bevan is not doing what he needs to be doing in some of these districts?
It's hard to tell. Honestly, this is like almost complete scrambling of the Kentucky political map. I don't think it's a permanent scrambling. I think the
Bashir name in Eastern Kentucky is just like a very real thing.
But the thing is, when you look at the national level, a lot of these counties do not like the federal Democrats. So he was definitely able to substantially.
These aren't Democratic counties; these are Bashir counties.
Yes, I think that's literally the case here. I think that this is showing that. I think these are counties that Democrats used to be able to win. You go back to Bill Clinton; he probably won most of these counties. But this is the thing: it's that they have.
These are sort of culturally, ancestrally similar to the bits of like West Carolina, not West Carolina, West Virginia, that Joe Manchin was winning.
Yes.
And to keep his Senate seat in 2018, that sort of fiscally, economically liberal, isn't against government intervention, sort of populisty, anti-Wall Street, anti-big business, but doesn't like the sort of social liberalism, the, cringes whenever they hear things like intersectionality or radical feminism or whatever.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we got a couple of.
Okay, let's do Virginia. We need to update on Virginia.
Yep. So state Senate District 13, we have that one in now. A model had the Democrats up 53-43, and you go over here.
57-43.
57-43, and the model has it 53-47 for the Democrats. So that's looking pretty good for them.
Why are you ruining the fun game, the greatest game show of all time?
All right, let's do it then. Keep going.
State Senate 7.
7-0.
8.
Nothing.
10.
Nothing.
11.
Oh, Republicans are winning that one 76-24 currently.
That's very aggressive compared to what the model has. 12.
Sorry, yeah, out of here. Late at night here at 8 o'clock. Democrats have a 60-40 lead in Senate District 12.
That is growing compared to previous. That is growing compared to the past. 13.
Democrats up 53-47.
You just did 14, didn't 13? Didn't you 17?
Republicans up 59-41.
That lead is shrinking compared to last time. Let's go to the state house.
Yeah.
27.
Nope.
28.
Nope.
40.
Nope.
62.
Nope.
Jeff Cox in 66.
He is
Kurt
up.
Cox,
He's
God.
up 81-18.
So still only what looks like that one polling place.
Yeah.
76.
Nope. Nothing there.
81.
Republicans up 66-34. I think that was the same as last time.
Okay. 82.
No, nothing.
83.
Nothing.
84.
No.
91.
91 Democrats up 64-36.
Okay, that's new and that's good. That could be seat 51. 94.
94 just came in. Democrats are up 58-40.
That's actually worse for the Democrats than it was previously. But that makes sense because the numbers there previously were insane. 96.
Republicans up 56-43.
Okay, that one's closing in, but that makes more sense. But the model has 52-48 for the GOP and 96-100.
100. Republicans are up 70-30. But again, that can change again. A couple of rural precincts there. I think that one's on the peninsula. So
Yeah, that's probably early precincts. That's a Democratic. That's a Democratic hold.
yeah, we are getting more of Jefferson. We are getting more of Jefferson in. Bashir's now 31,000 vote net out of there. 36% is in, and now the statewide vote is very close now. Bashir is only at Bashir is at 47.6 to Bevin's 50.4. So we're close. That's now a 20,000 vote gap. We were talking a couple minutes ago at a.
It was about a 30. It was about a 35,000 vote gap. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 20,000. So again, buckle up. We're not done here
Jefferson. So here's the thing. So 55% of the statewide number is in. 36% in Jefferson. These are according to CNN, which is what I am using. 100% in Franklin, so that one's done. Fayette's still only 5% in.
Mm-hmm. That might come in and save the day.
Who would you rather be right now?
I've got to say, because you look at both maps, because we can see the Kentucky. I'd almost rather be Bashir, because
I actually don't even think it's that close. I think it's pretty clearly Bashir.
I mean, you're running out. I think it's kind of close because if you're Bevin, you're running out of airway.
He's running Bevan's just like I think he's just out of gas. Like I think he's
Yeah.
out of stuff.
You're running out of runway if you're Bevan. Like there's not much more left.
Like the lead's only 2.8, and the two biggest counties in the state still have more than state average left in. Still left to go.
Mm-hmm. And I think that in some of these, the initial dump is pretty much all of them.
Bullitt County, that's Louisville suburbs. Those are the trying to find which ones here. I just had Bullitt. Oh no, I didn't have Bullitt. Bullitt County. What did you have? What did you have Bevan needing to win it by?
57-30, 57-37 is what we had.
Okay, that's a 20-point thing. Guess what he won it by? 12.
Yeah, so like that's huge improvement there for Bashir. So
Wasserman, it's been an awful long time since Dems got some welcome election results out of Coalfields, but tonight might break that streak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean,
I think it's Bashir. Like I think Bashir.
Yeah.
I think Bashir needs to be like pretty clearly favored right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking. Yeah, I definitely think Bashir might have this. I think it might be. It's gonna be. I think it's still going to be close. I don't think it's done yet because there's still a lot of rurals left to count. But I think there's just enough urban. I mean, again, Jefferson. We don't know how much more he's left in Jefferson. I think there's enough. Oh, Fayette, according to CNN, is 100% in at 73-36. So again, like that's a lot of your vote right there, 100%. Frankfurt's 100% in. Oh, never mind, it flipped now. So now CNN has a lead with, I'm assuming that's with Fayette 100% in. So yeah, I think this is
the 0.8% Bashir lead, and basically is what's gonna come in the rurals left. Is that better or worse than Jefferson? Is that better for the Republicans than Jefferson is for the Democrats?
Yeah, and the answer
to that question you need to ask right now.
The answer to that is no. So I think this.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think there's enough. I mean, you're still looking at you're 36% in Jefferson. You're probably gonna get at least if you're Bashir, you're probably gonna get at least another 20,000 net out of Jefferson. There's not enough of that in the rurals. Plus, you have other stuff too, right? You have Henderson County is almost completely in. Marion County, 100% in. Like I think this is pretty much done. I don't really think there's not much more left in these rurals. Western Kentucky is Western Kentucky might have a lot of counties, but there's not a lot of people. People are not counties. So I would not be surprised if there's not.
Bevan just took a 1,500 vote lead. I assume a couple of rurals came in.
Yeah, but again, the thing is, Jefferson's gonna put him over the top. That's the thing. Whenever he probably needs at least another. He needs at least a 3,000 to 4,000 vote lead to feel even remotely safe. It's not safe. The second another dump from Jefferson comes in, I think this is going to be Bashir by 2 points. So, which is probably it is very similar to the statewide model, to the state model itself. I think that the county model is looking somewhat okay. Again, it kind of missed the mark in Eastern Kentucky because again, I think this election was a lot more localized than other elections. But it kind of it pointed to a close race in the Cincinnati suburbs, which definitely happened, but missed the mark in kind of the Lexington suburbs. So we'll see. I mean, it's an interesting result, but it definitely I definitely would. Yeah, I'm 100% sure. I definitely want to be Bashir right now. I think he's definitely going to have this. I think he's going to be the next governor of Kentucky. So we'll have to see. Now the question though is that was Kentucky. If Kentucky is done now. What about Mississippi? Mississippi polls are closing. When are the polls closing in Mississippi?
Right now, they just closed. That's the Democratic Attorney General versus the Republican Lieutenant Governor. I'm much less bullish on the Democrats' chances than basically everybody else. I think if the Democrats lose by 10, that's a good night. And I think it just feels like every undecided in those polls and every minor party voter is just going to end up voting for the Democrat or voting for the Republican.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. I think we have pretty much everything.
Bevan's results just jumped to about a 5,000 vote lead from 1,500, so not great, but not great for Bashir. But again, you're waiting on Jefferson County.
Yeah. All right. Let's do a Virginia House update because I think we have quite a lot in here now. So let's see what we could do.
Okay, let's start having some fun with this. And by start, I mean let's continue to have fun with this.
Mm-hmm.
State Senate or State House? Where do you want to go?
Let's start state senate, 'cause we have every state senate seat is in play right now.
Okay, 7.
7. Republicans are up 53-47.
Bad result for the Democrats. 8.
Republicans up 54-46.
Good result for the Republicans, not great. 10.
58% Democrat, 42% Republican. Actually, so here's the thing. So I want to say this before we can go any further. The New York Times has a top count here, so it has the Democrats have won 10 seats, they're leading in 12 more, and Republicans have won 1 and they're leading in 17. So I think even by their own count, they're realizing there's a lot of vote left in some of these Senate districts. So they do not think that these Senate districts are done yet. So all right, let's continue.
I mean, thanks just for like cramping my style, bro.
All right, fine, continue. Where are we at?
11.
11. Republicans up 57-43.
Better for the Republicans. 12.
Democrats up 59-41.
Substantially better for the Democrats.
Just changed 55-45 now.
Worse for the Democrats, but still better than the model for the Democrats. 13.
54-46 now.
Still not as good for the Democrats as Democrats would want. 17.
Republicans 54-46.
Okay. Republicans are outperforming in some of these places by 2 or 3 points.
Again, that could be.
I wouldn't treat that as gospel.
Yeah, the polls just closed here an hour ago, so we could be waiting on quite a lot of results from here. So.
Yeah, and again, early results tend to be from rurals more likely. So.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure. At this point on election night, usually Republicans have a lead in Virginia, so I would not be surprised if a lot of these flip down the stretch. So.
What did you have in Boone County? Where did the model have? I don't know why I say you.
What is the for the? Which one's Boone County?
Northern Kentucky.
Boone.
Boone.
That's Boone. Okay. The model had it 55-37.
55-37. Okay. So Bevan's underperforming there. Pike, largest county in the eastern coalfields, 100% in. He only won by 11. What did you have him winning by?
We had 60-36. So
massively underperforming there. That's 13 by the model.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad underperformance.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you want to do the House districts? I think all the House districts are in right now.
Yep, just swapping out my sheets of paper. 7.
Republicans up 67-33.
That's not good for the Democrats. 8. Sorry, no, going through the wrong ones. I had the right sheet, and then I replaced the sheets because I did it.
Okay.
27.
27 is 50-50. Split race.
Okay, that one was going to be close. 52-48 for the Democrats, according to the model. 28.
Republicans have a 2-point lead there.
Better for the Republicans, but not crazy. 40.
40, nothing, and 40.
Thought you said they had them in everything.
I thought so too, but apparently there's this is the one.
Just fake news, Martin. Wow.
Okay, what else?
62.
62 is Democrats up 51-49.
Okay, basically what the model has.
Yeah.
Wouldn't overreact there.
Oh yeah. Let me guess.
Jim Cox.
Yep, it is a lot closer of a race. It's 53-46 now, so that is a lot closer.
Yeah, that's 3 names for Kirk Cox, by the way. I've used now 3 first names. So that's really going well. My over-under of 3.5 is going to get blown to pieces. 76.
Democrats up 53-47.
Yeah, you'd like them to be up more if you're a Democrat. 81.
Republicans up 55-45.
Again, not a good result for the Democrats. 82.
Republicans up 58-42.
Slightly better for the Republicans, but not substantially. 83.
Republicans up 58-42.
Bad result for the Democrats. 84.
Republicans up 51-49.
Not as bad a result for the Democrats, but still not a good result for the Democrats. 94.
Democrats up 58-40.
Yeah, you'd like them to be up a little bit more, but it's close enough. 96.
96. Republicans up 56-43.
Closer, or GOP up more than Democrats would want. 100.
Republicans up 70-30. I think we're seeing a lot of rural bits in from some of these.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: the GOP are outperforming like wide swathes across these areas.
Yeah, so I'm going with this is not. I'm going with the fact that we're not seeing a completely representative picture.
Boyd County. Let's go back to Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
What did you have? What did you have Matt Bevin at in winning Boyd County by?
Yeah, so I'm seeing it now. Bashir won it by 6. We had Boyd County as a 4-point Bevin win. So that's bad underperformance for him.
Yeah, no, that is. That's a 10-point. That's a 10-point Bevin overperformance.
Hmm.
Okay. What are we? Are we still seeing 36%? Did something just change?
Yes.
Because Bashir just took a big lead, and
it's called Jefferson County. He now has just a giant lead.
66% in Jefferson County now, and what a 34-point lead there?
Yeah. So we actually had Jefferson County as 67 Republican, 67 to 26, and if you go here, it is 66-32. So that is.
It's moving in the right direction for the
Yeah.
Democrats, which suggests that basically the closer that you get to Louisville, they're doing better.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore you were getting a lot of outer Louisville votes.
Mm-hmm.
The formulation I used in Canada was sort of like you have your city and then you have the greater bit of the greater city area. That feels like a lot of it was the greater Louisville area votes in first in Jefferson, and there's now a lot more Louisville and less of the greater Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
But again, if he's going to keep, if Bashir's going to keep overperforming in the coal counties and in the northern suburbs, like, this is real bad for the GOP right now.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to overread this result in terms of national importance and national events, but not great. Not great to be losing. Not great to be losing governorships in safe seats. Now, you can argue that it doesn't matter because. Chris Christie happened, and Obama then went on to win re-election, and local factors matter and all that. Like, I'm aware, but it's still a bad sign.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I would not be like catatonic if I was a Republican right now, but I wouldn't be happy either.
Yeah. So according to New York Times, the first results in Mississippi are expected in about 19 minutes. So that would come in at about 8:30, because apparently you just can't count results early in some of these states. But yeah, we're still waiting on it for a bit. So yeah, right now it's a Bashir 1-point win. He's up 49-48, 49.8 to 48.2. So that's about it's about 50-48. So that's a 2-point win. Which I think if you actually look back at our model. We had it at 48-46, so pretty good, not bad.
Yeah, I'll take the L on the size of the third party vote, but
yeah, pretty good.
Although actually the like Target poll had like a 10% like non-main party vote, so
and currently
Target,
he's only at,
whatever the hell it was called.
He's only at 2%. So the Hicks is I'm guessing libertarian.
I believe he is a libertarian. I believe that's the color coding for the libertarians.
Yes.
1.6% lead nationally, but just under 17,000 votes. But again, Jefferson still a third of Jefferson in, and if the patterns are still there, and we have no evidence to suggest that it won't stay this way. That 7th is the third of it that's going to be in is probably some of the better Democratic territory, probably your university, sort of your university precincts. Because don't forget, the University of Louisville is the thing that exists.
So according to the New York Times right now, Democrats had a lead in 22 state Senate districts, and the Republicans had a lead in 18. And if you go back to our model here, we had it
23, 17. Again, I'm not like too worried about Virginia right now, and by worried I mean like I'm not actually that interested in Virginia right now because I just want to see some of the more urban, sort of bigger towns, some of the better Democratic areas there. What did you have in Todd County, is sort of western Kentucky area in Kentucky? By the way, Kyle Hutton will be coming on the pod, although obviously Kyle Hutton, friend of the show, friend of the site. He should be joining us soon to do this.
Where is Todd County? It's
Western Kentucky.
Oh, Western Kentucky. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, we're just coordinating a couple of things right now, and I am just checking things. 1.4% lead for Andy Beshear. What's the current House of Delegates when you're done with the? Actually, I can pull that up. I don't know why I keep asking you to do things that I do have the technological capability of doing.
Democrats have won in 27 and lead in 18, and the Republicans have won in 9 and lead in 38. So
so neither of them have 50%. I think that's 45. I think that's 45, 47. But a couple of these are early, and they will come back. Again, Republicans were saying that they think that Kirk Cox is gone. And he is winning by a pretty healthy margin right now. So we'll see if these come back. 1.2% lead for Beshear, about 13,000 votes. Still only 66% in Beshear. I'm not gonna, or in Jefferson. I'm not calling it, but I'm pseudo calling it at this point.
Yeah, we're not updating the ticker yet because there is a ticker tonight that has Kentucky Gov on it. But yeah, I think we're getting close. Yeah.
I mean, what would it take for Bevin to win? Just like the rest of Jefferson, basically breaking evenly.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you're probably looking at because currently he's down about. Oh, he's down. According to CNN's count, he's down quite a bit. He's down about 13,000 votes, so he's gonna need at least 13,000 votes to dig him out of that hole. And then that's a net, right? That's almost impossible. I don't think you have 13,000 votes. That's some of these, right? Look, Pulaski County. That's a relatively big county and literally smack dab southern middle of Tennessee, right? That's 100% in. Barron County, 58% in. Again, a couple thousand votes there, but even then that's splitting, right? Something like Muhlenberg County, again, split. Hopkins County, okay, so there's some stuff in there, but that's 100% in, though. Got a net 3,000 vote there, but that's 100% in. McCracken County, again, there's a couple of ones kicking around here, but I'm not seeing the room here. I'm not seeing the places where it's okay, and again, now it's even bigger now. It's a Beshear 40,000 vote lead. Maybe there's some Louisville in? Yes. So Louisville is now 90% in, and Beshear is just crushing it here. 165,000 to 80,000. I'm calling this. I think this is done.
The lead is now up to 37,000 votes. 37,000 votes. Can you find 37,000 extra votes in the rest of Kentucky?
I really don't think you can. We're not actually calling it, but I think we're pseudo calling it for Beshear at this point.
And what if I told you that I wanted you to call it right now?
I mean, we just put it on the ticker.
Well, okay, then put it on the damn ticker.
All right, let's put it on the ticker.
Andy Beshear has won the Kentucky governor's race.
Works.
God, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna feel like such an idiot. Yeah, so I am the decision desk, by the way. I am the lead decision desk apparently.
All right, we're gonna update the ticker.
We're just waiting to hear back from Kyle Hutton. By the way, we've sent out an emissary to figure out when he will be back from his professional obligation. I don't know why I'm saying professional obligation. He had some shit going on that he had to deal with, yeah.
All right, so
Hi, Max.
he's upstairs. But
Yeah,
yeah.
I know. We could just very clearly hear him.
So yeah, this is we're making our first projection. I think this is. I don't think you can find, like, again, at a certain point, like, theoretically.
You just literally run out of votes.
Yeah, like, I think we're at that point now. I'm kind of surprised some of the networks haven't called it here. You're just like, I mean, the New York Times is not as close here as CNN is.
CNN is always conservative. With their calls, I think they got. I think because they called Bush v. Gore, right? Like they called that
Yes.
for. I think they called that twice.
Mm-hmm.
The Bush Gore stuff was real funny for bad calls. Okay, John King's at the wall. They're not calling it, but it's a 2.7% lead. It's about 33,000 votes. Steve Wasserman saying anything? Just seeing if he's backing our confidence or not. And he has called it. Dave Wasserman's called it. Andy Beshear has beaten Governor Matt Bevin in Kentucky Gov. 3 minutes ago, so we didn't quite beat Dave, but I didn't see that before I called it for Dave, called it for Andy Beshear, and I feel very confident that one of the smartest men on elections Twitter has agreed with us. Also, quite a good result for the lean toss-up model.
Yeah.
It's about 2.6% lead, and you had it at about a 2.2.
Mm-hmm.
So the model basically set a 5-point polling lead, but basically a 2.2 lead after the demographic modeling.
And then it was. So yeah, that's again. So the thing is, the model hit the top line pretty nicely. The question is now down to the counties, and the thing is, I think in some cases it was the wrong data to look at. I think this race was definitely not nationalized in any way. No. You're definitely seeing.
But here's the thing. We have literally zero county level stuff. We had no county level stuff. We had no good state polling except that one time Mason Dixon. We were everyone was just flying blind, and if you didn't have this as a I understand why you wouldn't have had it. I understand why you wouldn't have been super confident calling a Democratic win here, but what did Matt Bevin do that suggested he thought he was going to win this race? I wrote in, I think it was September, that Matt Bevin he doesn't have it. He's not acting like he has it. I said that about Andrew Scheer at the Canadian Federal for Americans who didn't watch the Canadian results super closely. I said that about Andrew Scheer then, and I said it about Matt Bevin actually before that. If you're not acting like you have it, you need to act like you have it.
Yeah.
Now, Grayson County might come in. That might be 2,000 votes that might be 2,000 votes, maybe, if Beshear does what he did in 2015. But I just don't think there's enough to overturn a nearly 30,000 vote margin right now.
Mm-hmm. So one of them
with by the way, with 10% of Jefferson still in, so that's still going to be
more. Yeah.
That's still going to be a boatload of votes.
So Jack Rod 2 said, how does House District 28 in Texas look? I just brought it up here on the screen. Now, this is our projection from our Texas House model, which is a thing that exists, but it is not published. As you can see here, because there's other districts on this.
I want him to publish it, but we're just there's no real point given the elections are a year away.
We're not there yet. We're gonna be there close though. But anyways, we have it as 53-46 for a Democrat. We have a pretty safe Democratic pickup. They win this about 95% of the time. That is, of course, controlling for incumbency and stuff. So we're not. The polls have closed.
Specifically for the purposes of this point, controlling for the GOP's loss of incumbency.
Yes. So the polls have closed in Texas.
Heart of Texas.
Yeah. The polls have closed in Texas, so we do not know when we will get results from this. Let me see here.
I mean, it's Texas, so it'll take you 7,000 years to get the results. Wouldn't expect anything in Texas for a while. Can we run through some of the state? Can we run through some of the Virginia state stuff?
Yes. Give me 1 second here.
Do 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 do. Deep in the heart of Texas. Okay, while we're vamping, I will just point out that the lead in Kentucky is down to 1.8%. It's down to about 22,000 votes. I assume that's just rurals coming in, which should be expected. Jefferson's still 90% in, so remember. And now this is precincts in. This isn't sort of raw vote tally, but if you assume that the sort of number of votes per precinct is roughly the same, there's been something like 250,000 votes cast in Jefferson County so far. So you would assume there's another 25,000-ish in, at least, or still to come. So that could be 4,000 extra votes for the Democrats, at least, right?
Mm-hmm. So the ballot tonight, I have it here now for Texas. We have Texas results here. So nothing up yet though, but Texas State Representative District 28. So it's an all-party primary?
It's an all-party primary? I thought it was just an all-party election.
Well, it shows.
Are there multiple Democrats? Are there multiple Democrats and multiple Republicans?
Multiple Republicans, only one Democrat. So.
Oh, okay. Well.
So I'm kind of confused. I thought this was only a straight head-to-head. So.
I thought this was straight head-to-head too, but okay. Well, if the Democrat gets 50%, he's done. So.
I believe that's how these work.
I know for a fact that's how it is. I forgot how this worked.
It's a runoff, so it's not then there'll be a runoff. So we're projecting that he should have it. So, yeah.
Leads up to 1.6. Sorry, leads up to 2.6 for the Democrats. I assume that's the rest of. That's most of the. That's 6% of Jefferson coming in right now, and that just boosted the lead about 13,000 votes, I believe.
Yeah, so there's about 30,000 votes left.
Sorry, about a 9,000 vote boost. I can't do math.
Yeah, so we're now kind of tapped out here on the Democrats. Now it's kind of, can Bevin make up those votes?
I don't think so. I mean, here's the thing: like 4% of Jefferson's probably worth like at least 3 rurals.
Probably, I suspect we're probably okay, but.
I mean, in Wasserman, I trust.
Yeah, we make the same call all the time as Wasserman, right? So I think there's a couple of these rurals left. I don't think there's that. Again, you remember you need like 31,000 net here, right? I don't think you have that.
Yeah.
I don't think you have 30,000 net. So we'll keep coming back to this obviously. Now let's see.
Leads 2.5%. Okay, can we get through some of these? Let's go to the state senate. First off, give us the top line of the state senate first.
All right, state senate is 22 to 17. Or 2317, which is exactly.
That's exactly what we have. So now let's see whether or not. Now let's see if we got there the same way. 7.
Republicans up 53-47.
Okay, that's one difference between the model and reality right now. 8.
Republicans up 53-48.
Okay, that's fine. That's basically what the model has. 10.
50-50. That's a tie race, basically. The Democrats are leading now.
Okay. 11.
Republicans up 56-44.
Okay, that's basically what the model has there. 12.
Democrats up 53-47.
Okay, that's better than the model. 13.
13. Democrats up 54-46.
Okay, we had that 57-43. That's fine. 17.
54-46 Republican.
Then where's the 23rd Democratic seat?
They must be winning a random one.
They must be winning a random one. That's
what about 16? What about 16?
16 is not on my sheet of competitive ones.
No, they're winning it. Let's see where 16 is.
Yeah, and then tell me whether or not it's just like insanity that they're winning it or not. Actually, I can pull up what the model has. You just give me a second. You find it on the map. It's 16. Wait, no, 16's a hold. 16's an uncontested hold. 16's an uncontested Democratic hold. So where's the extra gain then?
Oh yeah, it's an independent running against them, so that's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's uncontested. Oh, 20. Okay, 26. That's the one. 26. Let's find 26 on here.
We have that. We had the GOP winning that by. We had the GOP winning that by 21. That's not a good result for them if they're not winning there. 2.2% for Matt Bevin, or sorry, for Andy Beshear over Matt Bevin, about 28,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
With 90% of the vote in, you would need everything to break right for you at this point, and you'd still probably be short because there's probably still at least a few thousand votes net for the Democrats in Jefferson.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's almost 100,000 vote margin at Jefferson at this point, which is just insane. I mean, that's just a massive outpouring in Jefferson.
2.1% lead. I would really love for the margin to end up at 2.2 points, just so you get to be right.
Well, it's exactly 2% now, 50-48. So.
Yep. Yeah, everybody is indulging in round numbers at this point. 91% of the vote in, 26,000 vote margin, and CNN's talking about impeachment stuff from today because, of course, they are.
Mm-hmm. It's their job, I think. I think that's what they have to do. But, yeah, so nothing in Texas yet. Let's go to Mississippi, and there is nothing in Mississippi. Yeah, nothing in Mississippi yet. So we're still going to be waiting on Mississippi for a while. Virginia House, again. We're going by the times.
Was House District 30 the one where write-in was winning?
Yes, and they're still right. They're still winning, actually.
Yeah, no. Friend of the show, Chaz Nuttycombe, has called the write-in candidate to win. I assume this was somebody doing. I assume this was somebody running a. I assume this was a defeated incumbent pulling a Murkowski, as I believe that we are constitutionally obligated to call running for your old seat back and winning as an independent as a writing candidate. After Lisa Murkowski's shock victory in the 2010 Alaska Senate race.
Mm-hmm. That's 2010, yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, for House Race 30 was a weird one, and we didn't really pick it as our sort of ancestral Republican seat. So yeah, so the state senate is looking basically what we think it should be looking like in terms of the top line. We disagree on 2 seats with the model disagrees with 2 seats that they are currently sitting, but the errors are offsetting currently, so we'll see. Still a 2-point lead in Virginia, nothing in Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky. Yeah.
Nothing in Kentucky. Sorry, nothing in Mississippi or Texas yet. I will just say that we didn't issue projections in the 2 other Texas Senate or seats, but it's a mighty fine. It's a mighty fine Democratic.
Let me go fix
they're very Democratic seats, and the Democrats should win both of those with a plum.
No, what are you doing? You take the ball away. Don't just walk away.
Yeah, no, we will looks like you good to go. We're just getting Kyle Hutton in here momentarily, so we will be joined by the map maker extraordinaire, Kyle Hutton, momentarily. We just need to sort out getting him on Skype. But yeah, no. Looks like Andy Beshear has won. For anybody just joining us at the 8:30 mark, Andy Beshear is forecast to win the Kentucky gubernatorial race. He will become one more Democratic gain of the governorship since the 2016 presidential victory by Donald Trump, joining 7 at 2018. New Jersey in 2017, and now he is the 9th Republican governor or Republican state party to lose their governorship in the Trump era. Rob, do you want to go through what's the state of the House of Delegates right now?
Yeah, so the state of House of Delegates. So again, I just had to take care of my dog there for a second. He's fine now. So
And hey, we're a Pro Max. We are a Pro Max website and live stream right now.
oh, we're not
Sorry, just before you do that, before we get into Virginia, yes, I am vamping for time right now. Yes, Kyle Hutton is joining us from
Hello.
Canada. Welcome, Kyle. Do you know what's happening in any of these races right now?
I heard that Bashir is doing pretty well, and I'm on NY Times
Nice.
thing right now, and yeah,
Called it. We have called it for Andy Bashir at this point.
interesting.
Yeah, we've called it for Bashir. State Senate's 2317.
In favor of who?
Democrats.
Wow, that's really good.
So
I didn't
that's
think
that's
they'd do
what
that.
so that's what our model had. But we have one Republican seat we have one safe Republican seat as a Democratic seat right now, and one lean Democratic or likely Democratic pickup.
Which
That's
seat is which safe seat is going Democratic?
26.
Really?
Oh no, let's
Yeah.
flip back now. 26 is flip back now.
Okay, so it's
Oh.
now 22. So it's now 2218.
It's actually it's 22. Yeah, it's actually 2218. So let's go through the list here. So what?
I come on here, you guys get my hopes up. What's going on?
No, I mean we're definitely. It's looking very good for
I mean, here's
Democrats
the
in
thing.
state senate.
Here's the thing. So depending on how this run of the board goes. So the way we're doing it is just to. I know I've explained it to everybody else, and apologies, but I'm explaining it to Kyle. I basically took our model and I took all the seats that weren't safe holds off the spreadsheet and printed it off, and we're just
Yeah.
gonna get through the same districts this entire time. So
Nice.
Rob, So the way this works is I give a district, Rob gives the numbers, and I compare it to the model.
Mhm.
Rob, state Senate District 7.
Republicans up 53-47.
Yeah, that's the seat that the GOP are winning that we didn't have them winning. We had Democrats 55-45 in that seat. 8.
8 is Republicans up 53-48.
Yeah, we had that one staying Republican. 10.
10 Democrats winning that 53-47.
We had that 57-43, but that's a Democratic lead and a Democratic pickup. That would be seat 50 if we're just going through it and counting. That would be 20 if we're going here. 11.
Republicans are up 57-43. Sorry.
We had that 55-45 for the Republicans, so that's fine. 12.
Democrats up 53-47.
We had that 50.5 to 49.5 for the Democrats, so that would be seat 21.
Mm-hmm.
13.
13 Democrats have won that one according to the New York Times. They won that one. It's projected 54-46. That's what it's currently at, but it's projected win.
Okay, well, so that would be so that's now 22, and then 17.
17 Republicans are up 54-47.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the board is looking exactly correct to the Lean Dawson model right now,
Excellent.
except Virginia Senate District 7. That's going to be the one that's going to be the most interesting tonight, and we will see.
That's Senate District 7 or House District 7?
Senate.
Senate 7.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh yeah.
Some of those are that's the lay of the land right now. Basically, if the Democrats flip 7, then we're probably going to go 40 for 40.
So actually, Senate District 7. This is a suburb of Virginia Beach. This is like a Norfolk suburb here on the.
Wait. Wasn't that the district with like massive turnout?
I believe so, if I remember correctly.
That's
Probably
a good sign.
So that
Yeah.
might be Democratic. That might be Democratic turnout. That might be Democratic turnout.
Just not there. Not there yet. Yeah, Virginia 7th is it's basically we had that one 55-45 basically, and this district almost perfectly overlaps with the Virginia 2nd, which was a pickup for the Democrats in 2018 on the.
But that one took a hell of a long time before they got there.
Yeah, so maybe we're not done yet. Maybe we can still 40 for 40 is the dream. So let's see. Now let's go to the House of Delegates here. So right now, the Democrats have won 29 and they lead 22 others. which would give them a total
51.
of 51. And Republicans they've won 14 and they lead 34. So they're that just switched now. They won one of those officially. They only have a lead they have a lead in 33, so that can obviously go down. And the independents have one lead. So let's go through the competitive ones. What do we have for competitive?
27.
27, 51-49 Republican.
Okay, we had that 52-48 Democrat.
Okay, so
28.
28 is 52-48 Republican.
We had that 52-48 Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
40.
40, 57-43 Republican.
We had that 50. We had the 56-44 Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
62.
62, 55-45 Republican.
We had that 52-48 Democrat. 66 Kirk Cox.
He's up 54-45 currently.
We had that 52-6 to 47-4. Kyle, I don't know if you saw, but there were reports that the GOP don't expect Kirk Cox to keep his seat, Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates.
I mean, 73% in. It looks like he's probably going to keep it.
Where are you getting that 73% in?
It's right beside the number.
Which website?
Reporting. Sorry, it's reporting.
No,
Yeah.
70. Yeah, Cox. It's 66, right?
He's asking which website you're talking. Which website?
Oh,
you're
New York Times. New York Times.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, well then maybe your Republican pessimism was slightly overstated on Twitter earlier today.
I mean, they haven't called it yet, but yeah. I mean, that looks like a Cox will win, which is unfortunate.
I mean, yeah. I mean, let's not pretend that we're anything other than Democrats here, so we don't need to worry about objectivity. If you don't know that we're Democrats at this point, then like I don't know what you're doing.
we're Canadian.
But it
so
seems to me like they're going to.
it's gonna be close.
Yeah. I mean, it's 51-48 right now, if you're not including the independent, right?
I mean, the Democrats do need to start flipping some of these lean and likely.
Yeah.
If they're going to have a good night.
It's getting late in the day, though.
Mm.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: if you assume a constant number of votes per polling place, then if you assume a constant number of votes per precinct, then I'd be more worried. But if you have some of the bigger precincts, if you have a situation where in some of the urban areas you have bigger precincts coming in for the Democrats, and that might flip the map in a way that would be slightly favorable. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying that would be the argument for Democratic non-worry. 13,500 vote lead for Andy Bashir over Matt Bevin. None of the networks would be calling race.
And what do we have? We have Louisville that's mostly done.
Basically, it's
Jessamine
the
is
4%. It's the 4% in Louisville versus what's left of Western Kentucky.
That is distressingly close.
I'm not worried yet.
That's less than 20,000.
I'm more.
That Bevin couldn't make up.
I mean, so Wasserman called it before we did, so that is.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. I'll take it.
I think there's only but the CNN map here. There's
5% left to count.
Yeah, there's 5, but the 5% is literally just 5 counties. There's literally only 5 counties that haven't come in. I mean, obviously these are Republican counties, but like again, the counties all around them are not particularly big. Like, and again,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it looks to me like Bashir's got it, but I mean, you never know, man. Like.
Yeah, no, for sure. Right, that's the thing.
Who knows where this Louisville?
Okay, so we're just going to go through some of the calls that Dave Wasserman are going here. So, Democrats have gained 2 seats in the Virginia House of Delegates per Wasserman, 91 and 94. Those are safe Democratic pickups for us.
That's good. That's good.
The Democrats have gained, officially, 10 and Senate districts 10 and 15 for Wasserman, which is enough for the Democrats to have control of the state Senate, according to Dave Wasserman and according to us as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that should be.
They're not losing any. They're not losing anything right now, and they're already picked up 2. So they would have to.
Nothing's even close.
Random losses. So yeah, no, that's one of the Democrats' big objectives for the night. Taken care of.
So I'm seeing. Okay,
Who's
so
this?
Oh, actually, I want to say something. So Kyle said that there was turnout numbers. I said there wasn't, and then I refreshed the page, and now there's turnout numbers. So that was the issue. So we actually now know turnout numbers for some of these. So again, looking here, yeah, like that one Senate District 13, that was 96% in. So that's why that one's called. So let's go through some of the remaining House districts. So what are some of the House districts?
Okay, 76.
76. Okay, Democrats up 54-46 with 79% in.
That's not what they should like. They're underperforming in the state house.
What did the model have them at in that district?
61, 39.
Yeah, they're really underperforming in the state house. That's weird. They're
52.
are.
Sorry, 81.
81, 53-47.
For
53-47 for the Democrat with 58% in.
oh, that's a better result for them actually than the model. We had that as a 52-48 Democrat. 82.
Republicans up 62-38 with 10% in though.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
yearly result.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that was a likely GOP hold, so that's not shocking. 83.
Republicans up 52-48 with only 10% in. That seems like that's going to flip.
That one should come back because we had that at 55. We had that as a 10-point Democratic win.
Mm-hmm.
84.
Republicans up 55-46.
How much in?
11%
11.
in. Yeah.
Okay, so some of these still are rural areas. So we had that as an 8-point Democratic win. 91 and 94 have been called 96.
91 has not been called here by the New York Times. 91 is 55-40.
91 and 94 have been called by Wasserman. If they've been called by Wasserman, then they've been called.
All right, well, what were the margins in the model? So we have it at 91, 55-45 here with 54% in.
Sorry, model had it 57-43.
That's pretty good. And then 94, what the model have it?
61-6 to 38-4.
61-6, so they're underperforming about 4 points. Oh, yeah, sorry, 58, it's 58-40, so about there. That's about right.
But 3.5 underperformance. What do we have in 96?
96 Republicans up 53-46.
Okay, that's basically what the model has. We had that 52-48 for the GOP and 100.
I know it's coming for that one.
Yeah, Republicans up 64-36 there. That's a big
With
miss.
72% in, so that's probably a miss.
Yeah, that's weird because 100, if I remember correctly, that's the where is
That's
it?
Peninsula seat.
Yeah, it's Peninsula seat. Yeah, it's literally the part of it's part of Maryland. It's literally the thing that borders Maryland.
Yeah. It's the other side of the Chesapeake there.
Mm-hmm. So that's and well, okay, so it's the part that borders Maryland, and then also some random stuff in like the downtown Portsmouth and Norfolk area. So like,
I mean, it's entirely possible that has not come in yet. Like that specific part of what's 79 come in yet? 79 hasn't. That's uncontested, so that's useless. 90 uncontested. 83. 10% in.
Yeah, 83 is one that we would expect the Democrats to get.
Well, I'm
but
saying
not-
like it's
that's
possible
10%.
the part of HD 100 that's in Norfolk has not come in yet.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
That
yeah,
could be why that result is going on, because 83 which is basically right beside it, has only had 10% come in. So we could be waiting on that one.
Yeah. Okay. So 100 isn't as crazy as it is.
That's a theory. It's not proven yet, but yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going back to Kentucky here.
Go through. No. Before we get to Kentucky, let's just run through ST12, or let's just run through the state senate again.
Yeah. Okay. So what pickups did we have?
So we had the Democrats winning 7, 10, 12, and 13.
All right. So 13 has been called. 7 Republicans are winning 53-47, but that's only 8% in, so that one could definitely come back.
Okay, that one has been like 45 minutes.
Okay, what else? 7 and 10?
10
and 12, right?
10 and 12, yeah.
Yeah, Democrats are at 54-46 in 10 and 53-47 in 12.
Okay, that's interesting. Andy Beshear's lead is down to 0.8% in Kentucky. 49-4 to 48-6.
Yeah, but remember Jefferson is still not fully in. There's still a little bit of Jefferson left. And there's only 4 of these other counties in, but pretty much everything else is 100% in now.
Oh, I'm getting nervous, guys.
I mean, we called it, so I still don't think there's enough. Like, I mean, there's still going to be a little bit of Jefferson left. There's still going to be a big shot.
It's an 11,000 vote lead.
Yeah, according to New York Times, there are 26 precincts still outstanding in Jefferson County.
Yeah, that's gonna be a few thousand votes.
But there's 18 outstanding in Grayson County, which is a 66-31 lead for Bevan. So,
all right. So actually, I think we have some update here on the state house now.
We have Mississippi and the Republicans are leading, but I don't know how important that is.
I mean, what were you expecting different?
I'm actually more. I'm actually like more aggressive than Rob is. Like, I don't. If the Democrats keep this under 10, I'm gonna be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, we have 5 counties in right now, and Republicans are up 51-46. Mississippi is one of those ones where it's just like, you just wait a while. Like, nothing's going to happen for quite some time. Again, one of the ones that's in right now is DeSoto County. This is a county in the top left-hand part of the state. It basically is a suburb of Memphis, but it's a big one for the Republicans. They're expected to win this one 63-33, according to the model. And if you go over to... Yeah, they're actually underperforming there right now. So Hood's actually doing a little bit better in DeSoto than we thought he would. So, yeah, I don't think... Actually, he's doing pretty well there, so maybe it's not over yet. We'll have to see.
I mean, there's too little into really, you know.
Sorry, I just completely blanked on the point I was about to.
So here we go. So, we've got the early vote in for Texas State.
Oh, yes.
That's where yes, thank you. That's where I was going to go. What do we have out of the Texas 28?
So with no precincts reporting, so I'm assuming this is early vote.
Were there magic ballots?
I guess. Democrats are on 38%. The next closer Republican is at 30%, and they have the rest of the vote right. So basically, it's 38 for 62 against currently. But again, we have no idea where this is actually from. This is literally no precincts reporting, right? So I suspect the Democrats are probably going to gain a bit as the night goes on there. In Representative District 148, again, it's a close race. So this goes to a runoff, I think, because there's a ton of Democrats and Republicans in this one.
Yeah, presumably that's a Rob. I mean, it's a runoff in a safe Democratic seat, though. So
it could be 2 Democrats on the ballot. Actually, there's quite a lot of them running. We'll have to see. Currently, the poll.
I would love for the Democrats to get. top 2 out in that one, because that would be hilarious.
And like they're pretty close to it if you look at it.
Yeah, they're not that far out. Like they actually could. I don't think it's going to happen though. I think
it's like very clearly not going to happen, but it would be hella fun if it did.
It'd be pretty hilarious. Yeah. All right, so
just to see the like Twitter meltdown.
So we had the state Senate, the House, the Virginia State House at 61-39, and that is not what we're seeing right now, at all, in terms of the State House right now. We're seeing it right now. The New York Times have it at 32. Democrats have won 32, so they have 53 right now. So they're still under 7. There's a lot of seats though that are still very close though. So for example, District 100. That one is still not flipped. A lot of these have the Democrats are kind of underperforming the model.
The Democrats are doing Democrats are having a bad night in the Virginia State House right now.
Mm-hmm. But a good night in the state Senate.
Somehow a bad night is going to get them control, but that's not a. But I mean, honestly, the redistricting that happened in a few of these places
could have really thrown off the model. Yeah,
it's kind of like responsible for it to begin with. So it's not that they're having a good night so much as they're just having like a mediocre night, but the boundaries moving is better for them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back, guys.
Sure. Yeah. While we wait for Kyle to return, what's the panic level in Kentucky for the Democrats, and specifically for me because I got us to call this race?
Again, we just got another county in, so now there's 3 counties that are left. I believe it was McLean County. That's 100% in. Again, he only netted. Bevan only netted 700 votes from there. It is a 10,000 vote race right now with only 3 rural counties left. I think
Plus some Jefferson, plus a little bit of Jefferson still.
yes, plus a bit of Jefferson, right? So I think we're pretty much done.
So you think we're not gonna have egg on our face?
No, I don't think so. It's looking at about a 1-point win. But I think we're pretty much done here. I don't think there's enough votes actually. So okay, so New York Times has some of these results in actually. Okay, so the New York Times has 4 of 22 precincts in Grayson County, in which the CNN has none in, and basically Bevan is only net 200 votes there. So Grayson County seeming like a pretty small county there. Again, nothing currently out of Caldwell or Ballard County, but the New York Times also. So like we're seeing weird results in different. Actually, yeah, we're seeing weird results in different places. So who knows? I don't think we're gonna have egg on our face. I think we're gonna be fine. There's still quite a few precincts in Jefferson left. Pretty much everything is in.
Hi, I'm back by the way, but Jefferson probably should save Bashir, but I mean it's close, guys.
The last dose of Jefferson will probably clear it for him. I'd imagine.
We didn't do projections for this, but anybody who cares, the Democrats have retained the New Jersey State House and State Senate or State Assembly and State Senate.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Shocking. It's an upset of the night, guys. Upset of the night. No, the thing is actually I wanted to. I think Evan said don't do it. That's a crazy thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably correct. So like no, I would like you can't model like a 4-person top 2 race. Like that's insane. So I just decided not to do that. And I'm very happy I didn't.
Also, I do need you to not just go into a state of emotional and emotional and physical distress.
Yeah.
You survive through it at the very least. So I wasn't having you waste time trying to figure out how to code the uncodable.
Yeah, good call there. So yeah, no. All right, let's do some House districts. So so the state Senate districts are which ones? Was it the 7th?
Yeah, what's happening in the 7th?
7th is still 8% in, right? So it's 53-47. I think that one will probably flip at the end of the night, honestly, but head hazard, I guess.
Okay. Okay, 8.
8 is 53-48 Republican, with only 5% in. So again, I feel like those two could flip.
Changed. So 10.
10, 89% in. Democrats up 54-46. That seems like that's about done.
Okay, so that one has been called by Dave Wasserman, so I guess we're calling that one too.
This trust 11? You have on Dave Wasserman is disturbing. Trust in the model.
I mean, we also trust the model, but we're very happy when. No, oh my god. Okay. 12.
In 12, 53-47 with 77%.
For who?
Democrats.
Okay.
Yeah, for the Democrats.
That's
just
a good lead.
For anybody who's using our live stream as a radio broadcast. Just want to be clear. And then 13 good for the Democrats.
Yeah, that's 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
13...
Democrats are on. So the Democrats have. So what? The Democrats realistically their options are 21, 22, or 23. Basically, they're on 21.
21 is called for Democrats.
Okay. 22 would be they win the 12th, and then 23 would be they win the 7th.
22 is actually 64-36 Republican and 72% in. So.
No, I'm trying to count. No, I'm talking about the seat now.
I'm sorry.
So they have 21. So they are either they're pretty comfortably ahead in 21 seats. The 19 they had last time, and then the two ones that Dave Wasserman's called. Their 22nd seat. The 22nd seat would be their 22nd seat would be if they can win the 12th. Their 23rd seat could be if they flip the 7th. So
yeah,
that's their seat map right now. Just under 8,000 vote lead for Andy Bashir in Kentucky. Should we be panicked right now, Rob?
8,000 vote lead again. Jefferson not fully in, and again, this is just
That was not
maxing.
Grayson. I don't know, guys. Ooh, that's gonna come down to the wire. Jefferson is not in. That is the saving grace. That is the only saving grace, however.
That's why it's not. Again look at these rural counties, right? Like Adair. Now it's a bit bigger of a lead. It's about a 12,000 vote lead now by CNN's count. Again, like look at these rural counties, right? Edmondson, Butler.
Jefferson just came in.
It's now 100% in. So that's it. That's the bench. That's the bench post basically. Not many more Democratic votes left in the state, and he ends it with almost a 100,000 vote margin out of Jefferson County. So.
So he has a 10,700 vote lead right now.
Oh, and it is 701 to 692. Okay. It's a 9,000 vote lead. 2 counties left, guys.
What came in? Was that Grayson?
Let's see. No, it was not. It was not Grayson County.
Okay, as Ballard, what's going on with Ballard County?
No, it's 703,205 to 692 to 555. Just about 10,700 votes per CNN. Just refreshed. By the way, just to be clear, we are not retracting our call. We are.
Stick to it, guys. I believe in you.
I mean, this is the first time we've ever gone on a call. Like, this is the first time we've ever gone on a lunatic call. If it's wrong, it would be pretty sad. Like, rural Kentucky screws us. I mean, it doesn't actually matter, but, like, it'd be funny. But, no, I mean, we'll see. I don't think it's up 11, back up to 11,000. So, Democrats pick up some votes somewhere.
That's mostly the Jefferson effect. It's about 10,400 now, actually. So I think a bit of the rurals just came in for Bevan.
I'm surprised at how early that call came in from Wasserman, then, given how close this is.
He was looking at all the Bevan's been underperforming his margins in the rurals, specifically the eastern rurals, like most of the night.
Okay,
10,589 currently.
Ooh.
What's happening in Virginia House District 76?
Random. Okay. Democrats are up 54-46 for the 18% in.
With how much percent in?
54. Democrats are up 54-46 with 82% in.
Okay, I heard 18% in. I thought that was wrong.
Oh.
Okay, Dave Wasserman has called that for the Democratic Party.
House District 100, by the way, got called for the Republican.
So that is a place where the model was wrong. Which is weird because I'm looking at, if you look at the state Senate map, the state Senate map literally overlaps with that, and it's not, right? So that's really weird. I don't know why, but okay.
I don't know. It's either something they don't think whatever's left out in Norfolk is not going to matter enough, because they have enough Republican votes out on the peninsula, right?
Yeah, our model really called House District 100 wrong. So maybe there's like a really, really strong incumbent there. I don't know. That's a weird result there. I mean, again, in election it happens, right? That's the thing. But like that's
more votes in. Lead Bevan isn't closing this gap.
Good.
It looks. Yeah, this is looking kind of. Yeah, we'll have to see.
I don't want to say this is the official lead toss-up point, but fuck Bevan. Okay. He's
We
an
don't
asshole.
care. We are both a pro swearing podcast or website, and we are a pro saying what you believe. Does
100% fuck Bevan. Like, just fuck that guy.
So yeah, I mean, when he insinuated that like the teacher strike was the reason that like that girl was shot in her home, yeah, screw that guy.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, the other thing is, like, honest to God, the fact that the fact that the two elections that we have called this month, or the last 3 weeks or whatever, the fact that we have been more pro the left side of politics and have been right is really like it's easier for me to be like, nah, we're not like biased toward Boris Johnson, because like I don't like Boris Johnson. I think he's a twat, but Like, it's a lot easier for me to be like, no, we're not biased because I actually don't like the guy. It's a little bit harder for me to be worried about like, am I maybe a little too biased in my predictions or my thinking? And the fact that we're 2 for 2, or we're 2-0 so far, is making me feel pretty good.
Yeah, we are definitely not. For people who look at our models and think that we're biased towards Boris Johnson, we are not. So
Believe me, we all know that Boris Johnson's like an annoying, like rich twat.
we know he's not
Like,
a good. We know he's not a good idea, but we know that you guys like the model thinks that he's gonna be elected very strongly anyways. So again, that's not us doing that. That's the model. But,
And just as a point, unfortunately for Democratic friends, Cox in House District 66, 90% in, 54-45. I think he safely won that.
yeah, that's a bit of a shocker. We had.
I'm surprised it's not been called yet.
I mean, why were the GOP saying that it was gonna, like, why were the GOP so gung ho? Like, why were the GOP basically doing expectation management at 6 o'clock?
Oh, I don't know. That's weird.
I guess they thought they
Like,
lost. That is really weird now.
I don't
It is
know
so
why.
weird. Okay, so what? I think the Democrats flipped a district because we have right now because we had the Democrats winning. Oh, we had the. Oh, okay. Which one? Okay. For the state senate, we had the Democrats winning 7, but not 8, and Republicans are winning both.
Correct.
So it's
Wait, what's the
6.
state senate top line right now?
It's the same as we have, so that means we're off in 1.
Wait, it's now 23 and 17.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so now it's a fun game. Can we find let's find the other miss.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, it's not 10. It's a Democratic game that isn't 10, 12, or 13. You got any idea, Kyle?
I'm looking. I don't see it.
Refresh the page. Maybe they screwed up.
No.
So yeah, it's right now currently 22 to 18.
What's his name? Jim Hood.
Jim Hood.
Mississippi. He's currently winning by some tiny number of votes.
Yeah, in Mississippi, it's not going to hold.
Well, we saw it.
10, 12, 15. No, that's it, man. Well, what the 16th? That's a Democrat seat, right?
Yes. The 16th is a Democratic uncontested.
Well, he's got an independent, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't care. Are the Democrats really going to do the thing where they win the Kentucky governorship?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
It wasn't that long ago that they had it, man.
I mean, I know they had it 4 years ago, but like...
They had it with another Bashir.
Yeah, exactly. They had it with Papa Bashir. Like he left, and then they lost by 9, and they haven't had... I mean, remember when everyone was like Mitch McConnell was going to lose in 2014, and then they called McConnell winning it at 7:01 Eastern.
Oh yeah.
That was a fun 2014 midterms.
I mean, the thing is that even if let's assume for a second let's assume for a second Bevin loses, and this is the margin that he loses by.
Can he go primary Mitch McConnell and then run the Constitution Party ticket afterwards?
I don't know. They might have sore loser laws there.
Well, no, it wouldn't be. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, fuck that.
The thing is, so it's
I think they do actually. Well, I think you can't be on the same ballot in 2 different races at the same time. I don't know if that's a. Well, you can't do the thing where you're running for Senate, the Joe Biden, where you run for Senate and then also run for VP at the same time.
Yeah.
Because Rand Paul literally made the GOP in Kentucky pass a law to change the date of the GOP primary in Kentucky so that he could run for his Senate seat afterwards if he didn't win the nomination.
Amazing.
Rand Paul, baby. 10,500 and something vote lead for the Democrats in Kentucky. Nothing is happening.
That
just
looks pretty
don't
good.
think there are enough votes in. Like, I literally just don't think there are enough votes left, even if every vote left went for Matt Bevin to overturn the number.
Yeah, because we're still missing Caldwell and Ballard, but I don't think there's enough votes there to really matter.
Like, I don't think there are 10,000 votes there, period.
No.
So then why isn't CNN calling this?
Well, listen, it's fair enough to be like a little concerned. Never know, it could happen. But yeah, these are tiny counties, 14 precincts, 13 precincts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
all
thing. Like,
of,
they are just literally, they're just not the raw votes needed.
There's not enough in Grayson really probably left to matter.
No, the New York Times had a couple precincts in there, and there was nothing.
Yeah, no, it's done. Congratulations, Andy Bashir. You pulled off a Trudeau.
No, I mean, the thing is, though, with Bevin, though, I mean, people are obviously going to take this result.
Sorry, just before you go, the lead's now under 10,000, but it's like 9,900. So, but some of the rules came in, and it's not going to be enough.
Bevin will probably say like Louisville isn't actually part of Kentucky.
Yeah, that's the next thing.
Yeah,
be like,
yeah. He'll somehow blame like people being bussed in from Akron or some bullshit.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, and this
Hey, David Oxford's on my television screen right now. You
Who?
overrated hack of a political analyst.
So this
Who?
is the. Okay, so I think this is kind of what people are gonna try to read into this race. Oh, okay.
Before we go into read to things people read in, because I do want you to make that point. Can you just update the viewers on Texas 28?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if there's anything new there. It was still just those early votes from wherever. We don't actually know where they are. Let's see if there is new. No, still just those early votes.
Yeah, it's 0-0.
Mm-hmm. So.
Okay. So nothing seems to be happening in Texas right now. Polls have been closed there for 108 or for an hour and 8 minutes, but that's weird. Rob,
That's
read
Texas
it. My God, Texas. Rob, talk about what people are going to read in and explain to people why reading into this that Donald Trump is screwed is a bad idea.
Yeah. So again, we're looking at a really close race here in Kentucky. First of all, I want to say that this is not a victory for polling right now. I mean, this is kind of, I know I've gotten to disagreements with people online. I think it was, probably the most famous example of this was the Stats for Lefties with the poll for the Brecon and Radnor by-election. And the poll for the Brecon and Radnor by-election had, I think it was a 13-point Lib Dem lead. And I didn't include it in the model for obvious reasons. And then the Lib Dems ended up winning that seat by 5 points in the by-election over when Boris had just taken over control of the party. And that poll was a horrible poll. I mean, our model had a close race with the Conservatives ahead. It was wrong, but also that poll was wrong. And he was saying that the poll was better than the model because the poll called the election right. That's not the case here. I mean, we're looking at a 1-point race here. Some of the polls, the D internals had it like a 10-point race. Basically, the only person who's seeming to be winning from this is the Mason-Dixon poll, which had it tied. So that's a pretty good result right now. This is the thing. We put in about a 5-point Democratic lead. Our model said, no. I think you need a 2-point Democratic lead. And that's the thing. In terms of this, though, I mean, let's ignore the polling for a second. Let's strip all those factors out. Let's just look at this race, right? This is a race of a state that's sometimes Democrat, right? This has a strong Democratic history in its DNA. And you have an incumbent Republican governor who is not very popular. There are countless stories. Look online. There are countless stories about how deeply unpopular Matt Bevin is. He is tied, basically. Let's call it a tie. It's basically a tie.
Yep.
I mean, he could lose. He probably will lose this race, but it's basically a tie. And, like, that, it just goes to show how deep the partisanship of a state is here, right? I mean, like, if you're looking at another state, if you're looking at a swing state, you have a deeply unpopular governor, they're gone. It's a 10-point, maybe in a 15-point loss in a swing state. We're looking at a fact of this not being a swing state. Like, this is the thing. So Donald Trump has an over 50% approval rating. He's at like 57% or so in Kentucky. He's safe in the state. That being said, Mitch McConnell has approval ratings that are comparable, if not lower, to Bevin. Now the thing is, McConnell will probably be saved in 2000 and when the election's up in 2020. He'll probably be saved by the fact that Trump is on the ticket, and they'll probably push for some straight ticket voting. I definitely think you're going to have to see at least 2 visits to Kentucky by McConnell, by Trump to protect McConnell. That is. But that being said, though, like if you're McConnell right now, you know, 100% that your only road to re-election runs through Donald Trump. If Donald Trump does not come here to Kentucky at least twice, you're done. And I mean, it was never. I was never gonna take it home to the bank that Mitch McConnell was gonna vote for impeachment anyway. But like, if there was ever a moment where he was kind of indifferent to impeachment, kind of just let it happen, that's gone now. He basically is gonna have to. I mean, he was gonna do this anyways. I was like 95% sure, but like it's 99% now. Like he desperately needs Trump to save him because it could be this close in Kentucky. This thing.
Well, I was just thinking because somebody made a point on Twitter that they tried to basically nationalize this race, but the fact that Bevin was so unpopular kind of just threw it for them. But this is close enough to say that I'm sure McConnell will be safe. With Trump at the ballot or Pence or whoever is going to be there, McConnell should be fine. I don't think it's going to affect his opinion at all.
I mean,
there's not enough voters. Like, I don't think there's enough voters in Kentucky that are going to really care that much about impeachment. They're not already voting Democrat anyways, based on just generic polling. So
I mean, here's the thing: if I just think that if Mitch McConnell doesn't have like the greatest approvals.
No.
And if McConnell is insufficiently loyal to the GOP, like, could some crazy whack job run as the Libertarians and get 9% of the vote?
Well, the polling said that tonight, and that just didn't happen, right? So I think that we're looking at, again, this is a lot of partisanship. This is a lot of, I do not like Democrats, I am not going to vote for Democrats. That's really, I mean, like, I think the ceiling for Bashir should have been a lot higher. I mean, you get a really incumbent, really unpopular incumbent in a state that has a history of past Democratic DNA. This should not have been that close. I mean, the thing is it's like, we know every year the state gets more, every year these states get more and more Republican leaning, right? Like, what would have been the case what would happen 2 years from now? 4 years from now, right? Would you see the same result? And even then, what if there was a Democrat in the White House, right? Would this have been the same result? I mean, with a tied race here, basically. I mean, I think the Democrats are going to win this, but it's basically a tied race. And yeah, Grayson County's now in, again, only a 3,000 vote net for Bevin. That's not going to be enough. That's 96% in now. We're just basically looking at Ballard County. This should basically be called. Like, this is not a strong enough performance. I mean, it's a win, and a win's a win. Everybody takes the win. You never want to criticize the win, but it's just like, this is not. I think this race was definitely localized, and I think that I remember some people saying on Twitter that like if Bashir wins, people are going to be like, oh, suddenly Kentucky's like, you can win at a national level. I don't think that's true.
No.
That is not true.
But there's a good question to have from here. Like, is there a lesson for National Democrats to take from Kentucky? The way I'm looking at this race right now, Bashir did very well in like Louisville, basically Fayette and Jefferson counties, but he also overperformed in the eastern counties, right? In like coal country, essentially in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Especially compared to your county model for the Kentucky gubernatorial rates.
That's a very noticeable difference too, and that's
not. Yeah, and that's not like that is not the race that we saw in 2018 midterms.
No.
You know what I mean?
Well, and this is the thing. So I had said this earlier on the broadcast. You hadn't been here yet, but basically, yeah, the county model had a good, decent amount of presidential PVI thrown in there, and I think that's kind of what flipped those, right? Because I mean, you even see them as listed as pickups. So the pickups are they're listed as difference from 2015, the last Kentucky governor's race. So, I mean, that's literally exactly what you're looking at. This is literally the non-nationalization of the race. My model thought this would be a nationalized race, and it turns out that was wrong. It was actually not nationalized. But at the same time, though, you look at some of these suburbs, right? You're looking at the Cincinnati suburbs here at the top part of the state. The model actually underestimated the Democrats there. They actually did a lot better than they thought. They didn't even the model didn't think they were going to win Canton County, and they thought they were going to win Campbell County, but not by that margin, right? So, yeah, some interesting takeaways. I'm gonna have to sift through the data and figure out exactly what happened and where. But again, I'd say this is a pretty good result for the model itself, because the model basically took a 5-point race and said, no, I think you mean a 2-point race. And also, I think for the county model, it had a pretty good night. It kind of knew that the Democrats were going to do well in the northern tip, the Cincinnati suburbs. It called a
Yeah.
lot of the other counties right too. So, like, I think it had the model had a pretty good night. I just, yeah. So not every county.
I mean, the model was right. Like,
Yeah, no.
Actually, we predicted a Democratic victory. We will have a Democratic victory,
Mhm.
and most everybody else has it as most everybody else had it as a Republican. Has either a toss-up or a toss-up tilting Republican.
Yeah.
Just to move away from Kentucky for a bit, I'm looking back at the Virginia House of Delegates. District 100, which has been the whole thing tonight. It's still called, but
Yeah, I'm
it's
looking
now
at
at
that now.
78% in, and now it's 54-46. It was like 62-34 beforehand, or something.
Yeah,
similar.
that's an interesting race there. That may not be done yet.
I think that's getting closer. And I think that call might have been a wrong one.
They might get bailed out, but that definitely was a premature call. You took everything I had not to make a joke there. Rob, can we go through the state Senate seats, please?
Yeah. Okay. So state Senate. So the ones that were competitive, we had 7, right?
So I'm gonna go through it, and you're gonna tell me what's happening. 7.
Okay. Republicans up 52-48.
What percent of the vote?
94.
Okay, not called, but yeah, Democrats need some luck there. 8.
Republicans are up 53-48.
Okay, that's basically correct to the model.
But 5% in.
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay, that still hasn't come in, and nothing in there is still coming in. Okay, so that's interesting. 10.
10 has been called at 56-44 a Democrat.
We had that 57. We had that 57-43.
I'll take it. I'll take that. Actually, that's only 90% in, so I'll take it. Yeah.
11.
11 Republican won that 56-44.
And call.
We had that 55-45 for the GOP.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
12.
Democrats are up 53-48 there with 90% in.
We had that as 50.5, 49.5.
So a bit of an overperformance there for the Democrat. Again, it's not completely called yet. There's still 10 points that could go a little lower.
13.
That's been called at 99% in, 54 Democrat, 46 Republican.
Okay, 17.
17 Republican is up 52-48 with 100% in, which has not been called for some reason.
Okay, so it looks like basically 12 and 7 are going to determine whether or not we go 38, whether we go 38 and 2, 39 and 1, or 40 and 0 in terms of calling these districts.
So wait, we had 12 as what?
We had 12 as a Democrat, and as a Democratic seat, and as a Democratic seat.
And we had 7 as a Democratic seat?
Yes, which is currently a Republican seat.
Okay, so...
But they would need some luck, but they could flip it. Now, or 8. I mean, theoretically, 8 could go Democratic, but it would be weird that 8 would go Democratic and go Republican.
Yeah, they're actually right beside each other. If you look at them on the map, 8 is actually further. It has the city of Virginia Beach in it. 7 is kind of a Norfolk district. It's just kind of East Norfolk, which is interesting, right? Because that kind of is in the similar area to House District 100. It's not exactly the same. It's like a couple blocks over, but seems to be an area Democrats are a bit underperforming tonight. So that kind of makes sense.
Bashir's lead down to 6,200.
But there's no more counties to come in though. Like that's it. Ballard's 100% in. Grayson's 100% in. Like
then why isn't it called?
There's just random counties somewhere like that are 100% in. Like I'm looking at the map. Henderson County 98%. That the Democrats are winning that county currently, barely, but they are winning it. Warren County. Like I'm just trying to find on the map counties that are not 100% in, and I'm not seeing them. Oh, okay. Logan County 95% in. That's a Bevan has a 2,000 vote net from there. You're gonna get 6,000 votes from that.
This should be called. I don't know what's going on.
I think maybe they're just. Are there like postal or absentee ballots or something, or?
Maybe.
There's not 4,000 of them that are going to change this result.
No.
And those usually lean Democratic anyway, so.
Yeah, this should be called. I don't get why it hasn't been yet, but.
So looking at, let's pivot now.
Are there automatic recount provisions or some nonsense?
Maybe not for this.
Actually, guys.
Oh, Kyle, you'll be happy about this. New York adopted AV.
Oh,
New York
really?
City clear. New York City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, they call it. I mean, they call it ranked choice voting, which is just a dumb way of saying AB, but it's AB.
New York City, I love you. You're gonna lead the future, even though it's not gonna matter because it's New York City. It's just gonna vote Democrat.
That would have made
Yeah, but
that.
still, it's progress.
That would have made that one district attorney, like Queens DA race, would have been crazy. Who actually won that? I don't even know who won that race.
Oh, that was the establishment candidate one. I forgot her name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, AOC lost as my memory holds that race.
Yeah, yeah. The establishment candidate whose name I cannot remember. They won that basically by hair, and leftist Twitter kind of went out in a tizzy. It was pretty funny for a while.
So yeah, it's a 1 point. It's going to be a 1 point race basically. In Kentucky, 6,000 votes is apparently actually less. It's like 0.6% race. So.
It's a 0.4. It's 0.4% race, right?
All right, let's go through the House of Delegates one more time, and we're talking about Mississippi because we have a bit at Mississippi in. Maul's looking okay-ish there. Let's see. Let's go through the House of Delegates first.
Okay. I'm going to do this with a little more organizational structure this time.
Okay.
These are seats that we expected the Democrats to win.
Okay.
Because frankly, honestly, the GOP holds, or I'm pretty sure GOP holds at this point. 27.
27.
Sorry, I'm doing the lean Democratic seats first, then the likely Democratic seats, then the safe seats.
Yeah, so Republicans are up 51-49 with 77% in the 27th.
Okay, we're gonna be here all night on that one.
Mm-hmm.
28.
28. The Republicans up 52-48 with 91% in.
Okay, that one's looking like an error for the model. 40.
What was 28?
28 was 52-48. Kyle, what did you? Ooh.
40, 50-50. Republican leading, 61% in.
Cool. Well,
We had that 55-7 to 44-3. So another Republican overperformance in 40. 62.
62. 55-45 Republican leading with 86% in.
Oh God, the Democrats are not having the Democrats are underperforming in the VA House.
Yeah.
Because we had that 52-48 Democrat.
And
66.
Cox, actually, I'll just say here. Yeah, okay, so you were saying anyway. Cox's seat has been called. He's up 54-45 with 92% reporting. So if he's going to lose his job, but not his day job. So he will. He looks like he's going to go back to Richmond. I think, I don't know, but he's going back to the state house.
Yeah, he's going back to Richmond.
Okay, it's Richmond. He's going back to Richmond.
I mean, how long will he stay in Richmond before he goes and takes a $300,000 defense lobbying job?
Or he runs against, was it Warner? I don't know. Whoever's in the Senate right now.
Yeah, Warner. Yeah, Warner's the 2020.
Yeah. So yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if you lose the majority, although then again, didn't they run like a white supremacist last time?
Yeah, probably. Oh
That's
yeah,
right,
that
yeah.
idiot, Stewart.
Yes, against Tim King. So that was fun. What else we got here?
81.
81. Democrats up 53-47.
That's honestly the only overperformance so far. 82.
Republicans have won that district 58-42 with 95% in.
That's a GOP hold, anyways. Okay, so that's not an error. That's actually correct for the model. 83.
52-48 Republican lead.
How much left?
86 in, so 14 left.
Okay. We had that 55. We had that 55-45 for the Democrats. 84.
84 Republicans up 55-46.
11% in though.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that one could come back.
That one, okay, we're waiting on that one. 91 and 94 both been. Have 91 and 94 both been called?
Oh, are you talking about 85? What about 85?
We didn't have 85 as competitive.
Well, it was.
Well, it is.
Yeah, Democrats are winning 51-49 over the Republican in 85. I don't even know where that is. Let me see if we can find it here on the map.
Yeah, I was actually trying to find that earlier.
I bet it is.
We had that as a safe dem hold. That shouldn't be competitive.
What? 85?
Oh, you have it as a no challenge. That's 95. I'm sorry. 85.
No, 85. We had that as a 15. We had that as We had that as a 14-point Democrat or 16-point Democratic hold. So that's not good for the Democrats. They're almost losing the 85th.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's,
95% in, they're probably going to win that anyways.
it's an open race. Yeah, that's a big underperformance.
That must be been a big hit.
That is actually just for their proof of they're just underperforming for some reason.
Yeah. All right. What else? 91.
Okay, 91, 94. 91 and 94 have been called, right, for the Democrats?
Yeah. 91 should be called 10% in, but it's not called here. 93 Democrats.
No, 94.
94. Yeah, that one's been called.
Okay, so the Democrats are going to pick up vote chambers in Virginia, and they're probably going to underperform our model in both of them.
It's kind of odd, but at least they got the flip.
I mean, the thing is, they can redistrict it, right? This is a weird night in the House of Delegates for the Democrats. I'm not sure how they won the state Senate by such a large margin, but barely won the House. I mean, well, actually, it's only a bare win in the Senate too. I mean, maybe they get
dude, like they had four plausible gains, and they're going to win 3 or 4, and they might win the 4th. Like, I don't know, that's a pretty fine night to me. Like,
it's a good night in the Senate, but in the House of Delegates, I mean, from the model,
right,
it's really underperforming.
it's a crap night. It's a crap night in the House. And it's a
Oh
great
my
night.
God, I'm looking on Twitter right now. Some guy, Lee in Iowa, is like, Democrats are competitive in Mississippi for God's sake, even though it's like 28,000 votes in for Mississippi governor. That's not competitive,
so
guys.
We're now like almost at 1,000. We're almost at 100,000 votes now. But like again, people overreading governor's races are just like overreading competitive governor's races is like, honestly, if you did that, then Barack Obama like would have lost 500 electoral votes. Would have lost like 500 electoral votes to 35 because he lost New Jersey.
But Mississippi's not even close. Like, what the fuck are these people doing? Stop
It's like
reading.
an 8-point race. I don't know.
Stop reading in early results. Jesus Christ.
Somehow I'm not the most crotchety old man on this live stream right now, and that's a hard battle for anybody to ever take from me.
I lived through 2016 and seeing all the early results come in. You're like, oh, look, Hillary. Look at that.
We don't talk about that night. I don't know why you are.
So Mississippi. So
somebody is talking into a microphone right now, and it looks like somebody wants to get her off stage somewhere. I don't know what's happening.
All right.
What are you talking about?
I think at Matt Bevan's campaign, somebody was talking to a mic, and there was a guy standing there trying to like move her off mic.
Oh, really? All right. We got to search that up on Twitter. What's going on?
I think at this point it's going to a recount. I think this goes to a recount.
No, that's not recount territory.
5,000 votes is not recount territory.
Is that what it's at?
Yeah, it's at a 5,000 vote difference.
It's been 6,000. Okay, I'm googling Kentucky recount rules.
Yeah,
Although
this is the content you guys crave. It's obscure ballot references and legalities to recount laws. Yes.
It's 5,000. It's 5,737 votes. I think I'm doing that math like very on the nose. I will say that recounts do not overturn 5,000 vote leads.
They actually usually don't, but I think they still exist for 5,000 vote leads. So.
I think it's all state by state, so we have no idea what the rules are. But I think the biggest one that's ever been overturned was like sub 1,000 votes.
Oh, fucking the resistance people are like Bevan got defeated badly in Bowling Green, Kentucky. You can even call it a Bowling Green massacre.
Oh, God.
You got him, guys.
Got him.
I hate resistance Twitter so much. I'm sympathetic. I just
why?
hate it.
You are sympathetic to their means. You're not a Make America Great Again man.
No, but it just boomers, man. I don't know.
Okay, so Democrats are picking up some seat. They're doing some stuff here in the Virginia State House now. They are now projected to win about 54 of the seats in the Virginia State House now. That's up from before. So they're making some gains here. They're now, let's see here.
Wait, what?
They're up to 54. They made some gains
No,
here.
no. I'm reading Kentucky recount law, and it's real stupid.
Okay.
All right. What is it?
For general elections, any candidate or slate of candidates for state, county, district, or city office may request a recount. Some offices are excluded from this provision, including the offices of governor, lieutenant governor, member of the General Assembly, and those city offices as to which there are other provisions made by law for determining contested elections. So there's no recount provision for governor's races?
That doesn't sound right. There's got to be something.
For candidates cannot initiate one?
No, it should be. I mean, Bevan's gonna go ask for a recount if he can. Like, come on.
I mean, you can't. I mean, some states don't allow you to.
Well, this is too close. This is 5,000 votes.
It's not too close.
That's enough votes for there to be a reasonable question to a recount. You know.
I mean, we did have a recount in Canada for most of our seats, and we had like a couple of like 12 vote margins and stuff like that.
Oh, that's an automatic recount.
We didn't have any recounts in Canada, did we? I think all the results have been certified. But yeah, we had like.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Canadian recount laws are weird. I don't know if we actually had 12.
I want to say one of them was at least double digits only.
Probably, yeah.
I think
Anyways, point is, like,
one of it was-
Bevan's gonna make us think about this. Come on, like.
Yeah, and Bevan's gonna be a dick. But like, why isn't CNN calling this?
Yeah, so I found
Oh,
the.
left.
They just got one,
Is
like,
anything left? Anything at all? Grayson's fully in. Ballard's fully in. Nothing's left.
except the friends we made along the way.
Henderson County is 98% in.
Livingston, that's 80% in, but that's a small county. Oh, we're missing Russell. Where's Russell County? What tiny ass county is this? 16 precincts. Oh, come on, guys. This is done. Please.
Tragedy, Kyle.
No, but they should freaking call it already. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, that was based on our calling. We didn't think there was enough left, and that's true. We didn't think there was enough left to overturn it, and that's kind of what we're seeing now. Mississippi governor currently, it's a bit early, 13% in. The county map's having a really good night now in Mississippi. There's a couple of reasons for that. One of them is racism, but the Mississippi, yeah, it's 53-45. So that's why. Yeah, so it's about the model is a bit under predicting it, but the model
What
had
did we?
NBC has declared Bashir winner, by the way.
Good, thanks. Somebody gets their shit together.
Yeah, no. The thing is, for a county model like Mississippi, it is very easy to project.
What did we say the margin of Mississippi was going to be?
We said the margin was going to be 51-45, so we had a 6-point margin, and it's about.
We had I let you put a 6-point margin in that model when I knew it was going to be like 12. Why did I do this?
It's actually
exactly. There's no actual. I guess because there was no actual evidence to say it was going to be 12 other than my gut. But I'm very sure.
It's about a 7 actually right now. Actually, about 8-point margin right now. It could come back.
How many votes does it have it in? Okay.
I think it's gonna end up at 12.
Yeah. Yeah, the model is coming in pretty well. Randomly Forest County is. Yeah, we had the Democrats gaining a ton in Forest County. But
Okay. I finally thank you to somebody I follow for golf. I know what happened with Matt Bevin. A woman ran onto stage to say that Matt Bevin won. That's what she was screaming into the microphone.
Oh dear.
It's definitely fake news.
Yeah, no, don't believe evil NBC, ABC, probably Fox News at this point. Don't believe them. Devin definitely
believe a random woman who runs into podium.
And they probably do. Like 100%, they probably do. They're probably like, "Oh my God, was that Q?"
Was that cute? Yeah, no. So Mississippi governor looks pretty done. I mean, we'll see. We're still waiting on more results. The big one is kind of Hinds County, which is it's 50% in. I mean, there's a couple of counties here that are somewhat bigger for the. I mean, there's a lot of kind of the ones here on the left side of the state that border the Mississippi River, which I'm assuming is what the state is named after. That is basically those are.
Is the state named after the river, or is the river named after the state?
That's a good question. Chicken egg right there, but
I mean,
no.
you gotta open your
Oh.
third eye.
The just as an update, the HD 40 in Virginia is now 54-46 for the Democrats.
Hey, it's a victory. Hey, that's a gain for us.
Yeah, that's a good win for them.
What did the model have 40 at? Let's see.
We had it as 56-44.
It's still got 74%, only 74% in, but it's trending that way. It was 50-50 before.
Yeah, what's the so what's the top line in
Oh yeah, 40 obviously is gonna flip. This is a district that's literally in the suburbs. Like it's in the DC suburbs.
Yeah, it'll be 54-47 right now.
55, 40.
Or 54-40. Yeah, that's right.
54?
Yeah, so it's only about 2% less.
Yeah. Who's this one independent dude?
I don't know.
Republican member who got primaried.
Total write-ins
okay.
just coming out of nowhere.
He's pulling a Murkowski.
Okay, gotcha.
Total write-ins coming out of nowhere.
I mean, here's the thing. Do we know that all of those write-ins are going to be for him?
Not in theory, no.
Total write-ins 2020, guys. I think it can happen.
I mean, somebody.
I mean, if they aren't, then they'll be for the Democrat, because the Democrats have 42%. So maybe it'll be another. But they're probably for him. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the Democrats are probably going to take the. Yeah, they got about 54 House of Democrat delegate seats. They're about one less in the state Senate than we thought. Yeah, it was like 7th and 9th are 7th and 8th are very close for the state Senate. I think it looks like we're going to hold on in 12. But the 7th is 51-49 and the 8th is 51-49 too. Both of them are.
That's very close.
Mm-hmm. Very close. All right, so let's update our projection here. So
yeah, put the Democrats basically. So now the Democrats have the 3 wins that they cared about tonight. They're going to get 3 for 3 in terms of things they really cared about.
Virginia State Senate.
Kyle, while we're waiting for Rob to update this, what are your thoughts on Elizabeth May announcing her resignation as leader of the Greens?
Is it to me?
Yes.
Damn it. Listen, I have a lot of respect for Elizabeth May. I haven't always had that respect, but I definitely gained it throughout the half a year I've been involved with the Green Party. But 13 years is a long time to lead a party, and I think she would agree now was a good time to step down, especially considering that it is a minority parliament, and literally they could go at any time, you know? And Liberals have every advantage to want to, because NDP don't have any money, and the Conservatives are embroiled in, quavering about their leadership right now. So I'm looking forward to see what the leadership races bring. I know there's already at least one person that looks to be ready to put their hat in the ring. That'll be Alex Tyrrell from the Quebec wing of the party, who is decidedly left wing. We'll see who else moves forward. I've heard some names, but that's about it so far.
Would you like to inform me? Not our viewers. Would you like to inform me of who else might be running?
Oh, I don't care. So other names I've heard have been now I'm blanking on it. Sonia First now, the MLA for one of the Vancouver Island seats in BC.
Okay.
Definitely put forward Hannah Bell, which is a PEI MLA. I don't know if she's deputy leader. I can't remember, but she's one of the she's the one that won the by-election for the Greens.
So she was the second.
Yeah, she was the second Green.
Yeah.
I also heard a couple of things. I don't know how serious they are put forward, but Chris Tolley, who is a popular green from the Toronto area. I don't know if he's bilingual though, so I don't know how far that will go. And then of course the various names about, maybe Andrew Weaver will step up, which I don't think is going to go anywhere because I think Weaver's done with politics.
I mean, the fact that Weaver is giving up his
Yeah.
like, I mean, so I this is just pure speculation, but like my assumption is that he's not going to recontest the 2021 or 2020, I guess theoretically 2020.
No, as far as I know, Weaver's done with politics
Yeah.
once the next election's called. So
Yeah, I feel like so he's stepping down as leader now.
yeah.
They're going to use his seat as a by-election.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, and then of course the two other members that are actually elected to the federal parliament, Paul Manley and Jenica Atwin. Jenica Atwin's experienced a bit of a boost lately because she is the new member and she's out in New Brunswick, so
I just feel like
shiny new object. But
I just feel like the new MPs probably aren't the answer.
No, I think I mean personally.
I mean, isn't the shouldn't like just like a tactical perspective, isn't the best idea just to run the Vancouver Island MLA, who I want to say is in Cowichan? Why just have her
First for now.
I don't know any of these people's names.
First now is the one that is in Cowichan, and Admiral's the one that's in Saanich.
Okay, well, just run the one, just run whichever one of them, just give Elizabeth Mayfield seat.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe that's what they'll go with, but they're gonna have a proper leadership race, so we'll see what happens. It could be. I think the problem with the Greens. Yeah,
you don't.
Well, they don't want. There's gonna be a big. I should say it's not a rift in the party, but it's a dividing point. They don't want to just keep having leaders from BC. Especially considering how much the party has grown in other parts of the country, right? And they especially want somebody that can be bilingual.
Yeah, but don't they also want somebody who can win their seat?
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean that would be nice. But they want people like the big thing for the Green Party is they want somebody probably that's going to be younger, that's going to be bilingual, and that's going to have. I mean, policy direction, it might be more of a centrist route, might be more left-wing route. I know which one I'm going for, but I can't speak for everyone. So we'll see. I mean, it makes sense to, definitely run the person that's out in BC, but we'll see. Greens are a weird bunch, so.
Yeah, Rob, what's happening in Texas?
Yeah, so we have nothing from new from Texas. There has been no change. So everything is still the same as it was before. Yeah, we're gonna be waiting on Texas for a while, I think. At least.
Are you serious?
At least on this here. Yeah. Kentucky.
Come on, Texas.
You're better than this. I'm not seeing anything on Kentucky. Nothing has moved for Kentucky for a while.
No,
well, he did gain some votes. He did get some votes.
Yeah.
It's about 6,000. Yeah, it's
the margin down a few hundred.
It's 6,000. Again.
It's close to 5,600 now.
Yeah, Mississippi is a bit. Mississippi is a bit. It's a bit further away now. It's about an 11-point lead for Reeves. But again, there's the entire left-hand part of the state, which is predominantly African American. It's not a terrible performance for Hood tonight. I mean, again, they wanted to win this, so that was.
Well, I think Hood's gonna do worse than what was the guy's name? The one that ran the special election.
I know the one who ran against.
Epsy. David Epsy.
Yeah.
Epsy. I think he's gonna do worse than Epsy, honestly.
I mean, Epsy 46 got 46.0%.
Yeah, I think he'll do worse than Epsy.
As I predicted, because I think this is heading for 12 to 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the model only had it about a 6.
There's a Democratic wall like in Mississippi at like 43, 44, 45, 46%. Like Epsy was running against a worse candidate in a better political environment in a lower turnout special.
Yeah.
And he got 46. And you can definitely make the argument Epsy was a better candidate than Hood.
Can you?
Yeah.
Wasn't Hood AG?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make him a better candidate?
EPSI was African American and therefore had the ability to appeal to black communities better.
Yeah, but isn't the whole strategy in like for Democrats in Mississippi to like turn out both the African Americans and the white folk?
Yeah, but you're
Vote
not
for-
going to get white. Yeah, but you're not going to get white people to vote for you anymore. It's not 2015, and like in the last 4 years, the ability of Democrats to get white people in the South to like old white people to be like, "Oh, I like you. I guess I'm going to vote for you anyways," is just like gone down precipitously.
Come on, white people. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's a 12-point race now. This could get even worse.
Oh, who argued that it was going to be this way? Whoever could have said this?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is kind of, I'm fine with it being with the polling that way. Again, we tried to include some amount of polling in there, but yeah, I think this is definitely a case for a hard ceiling for a Democratic candidate in Mississippi. So we're looking at some other ones. We are getting some movement in the Virginia House of Delegates right now. The 83rd Democrats are now winning that one with 86% of the vote in. It is 84. The 84th with 94% in. Apparently, the Republicans are winning that one 51-50. So that's pretty cool. Again, I think the New York Times.
Wait, in the 91st?
No, 84th.
Yeah, 84th is 51.50, so probably like 50.5 to 49.5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're getting so the model's redeeming itself a little bit right now, and kind of the dying gasps of this. Yeah, Democrats are definitely going to win the state house.
So what's the current top line in the state house?
The top line
55 to 44.
So that's 6. Okay, so that's 6 games now. For what it's worth, that 50 or I was going to say 40, 50.5 to 49.5 in the 84th is actually an improvement for the Democrats on recent past. I think that was a 3 or 4 point race last time we checked.
Oh, and the state Senate 7 and 8, both 50-50 for Republicans have a lead, but it's 50-50.
And the 12th is pulling away for the 12 Democrats are pulling away with that 92. So if the 7th flips and the 8th doesn't, then we're 40 for 40 in the state Senate. If the 8th flips and the 7th doesn't, then
we're 30.
We're 38, but offsetting gains, right? So we're looking to have a really good night on the state Senate. So
yeah, good job, guys. This has been fantastic. And listen, you guys are like the only people that have covered this with any good model.
That's the thing, yeah. So I'm pretty happy with that result. Let's see if there is a Mississippi state house model here.
Oh yeah, we did that.
Yeah,
we didn't count
only
it,
in case it mattered, like in case it mattered for the governor's race, which is not going to, right?
No, well, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't going to. I mean, it wasn't going to anyways, because that provision was probably going to get tossed in federal court anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. We had a Republican win, and yeah.
Man, it's just like I'm looking at this Mississippi state map. It's just scary how fucking polarized it is down there. You know?
Because it's like you look at the margins in some of these. Look at the margins in some of these, right? Like there are 88. Like Hood, the person.
Racism is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, I mean, this is 88% in some of these, and these losing statewide by like.
John King, you are on television right now. Why is this not called?
Oh, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's
call this.
Like, what are they waiting for? That's what I want to know.
Them to grow
do they really think Russell County is going to come in and save fucking Matt Bevin?
A 5,400 vote lead.
Yeah.
5,482 vote lead.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this is kind of the case of, like a coalition. This is a coalition that Bashir was able to patch together of like old Democrat voters with kind of new, kind of Clinton suburban voters. He patched together pretty well, and yeah, I think it paid off. This is a map to win Kentucky. I don't think it's necessarily the best map to win Kentucky. I think
it's not an easy map for a national Democrat.
No, it is. Yeah, I think you could see replication of some of these margins, but
the problem for the GOP or the problem for the Democrats is that like they can't do the economic conservatism or the economic liberalism with the social conservatism that works in Eastern Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that everywhere else because then people get mad at you. Then resistance Twitter gets mad at you for being insufficiently committed to causes of socialism.
Mhm.
Yeah, but Evan, Bernie Sanders won the Kentucky primary in 2016.
Did he actually? I don't remember that.
Congrats, Barack Obama won the fucking Mississippi primary in 2008. What the heck? A big sack of shit.
No. Listen, I listen to all these smart people on Twitter, like Owen Jones, that say, West Virginia is going to go for Bernie. If you just elect him as your running or your person that your nominee,
I
guys.
mean,
Come on.
I mean, Owen Jones also thinks Jeremy Corbyn is electable. So, what?
So actually, so
So
here's
we didn't update. We didn't update. We're going to update for 2 minutes because I don't care. We're going here and nothing interesting. Nothing happening that's important enough that we can't wait 2 minutes.
I'll say one interesting thing that I'm seeing on the map right now. So Warren County, in Kentucky, which contains Bowling Green, which is a university town. Bashir is winning that one 50-47. Our model had it at, call it up here, 48-45. So that same 3-point margin. It's interesting because 4 years ago, Bevan actually won that county. So it's a pickup. And this is definitely one where the model sees it, right? It's like, okay, they're going to win this county because it's a well-educated county, and that's like a lot of college degrees in there, and that's like this is kind of exactly that's a call the model was designed to make. What?
Not to interrupt. So New York Times
Ooh.
has every precinct in from Kentucky. Bevan, 711,955 to, or sorry, Bashir, 700, whatever.
You freaked me out, Kyle.
It's basically 3,000 votes now. It's basically 3,000 votes.
No, it's a 4,659 vote margin, but a winner has not been called.
Yeah,
so
right.
maybe there is like mail-in or absentee or something. But wow,
That's
this
every precinct in, though.
or which is the actual truth, they're all cowards.
well, I don't call people cowards, but.
I call people cowards if I want to call people cowards. You think I'm going to be a coward if I call people cowards?
So there's something different, interesting here tonight. So Fulton,
That's really close.
Fulton County. So the New York Times has it as a Bevan win, 58-40. If you go over to CNN, Fulton County is a Bashir win, 58-40. So, and it's the exact same votes, but they're flipped. So someone has entered in this data wrong. I'm not sure who.
Yeah, well, here's the more fun thing. CNN has CNN has like their bottom ticker and their top ticker have a different number of votes for Bashir. Their screen that John King has and their ticker at the bottom have two different number of votes for Andy Bashir.
Mm-hmm.
But the same vote for
guys, I'm sorry, conspiracy. Bevan actually won, like that lady said. Okay. And this is just CNN covering it up. We figured it out, guys. Toss up prediction.
And doing it very shoddily at
the Virginia State Senate, the 12th, has flipped back now. So 92%, but it's 51-49. We're not calling that one yet. Obviously, the New York Times also hasn't called it. The 7th is 50-50 exactly. So again, that's the one we thought was going to be Democratic. That one's 50-50. And the 8th is now 52-48 with 98% reporting. That one looks kind of done. So again, there's the Democrats' best shots in there.
52-48 for the GOP.
Yeah, so if the Democrats win one of the, so right now they still have 21. They're up in 21. So they still have a bare majority of the state Senate. They can afford a defection. So if someone's sick that day, you could take your sick day now because you do have the lieutenant governor. But yeah, that's a very close margin. They're supposed to kind of walk away with this. So again, and the thing is, people were talking a lot about high turnout tonight in Virginia. High turnout not necessarily helping the Democrats, which is important to note, right? Because a lot of people are enthusiastic about the presidential race, which people are like, oh, that's great, right? Because when people don't vote, Republicans win. Again, I do not necessarily think that's true. Again, a lot of people misunderstand the fact that there are quite a lot of people who didn't vote in 2016 who could definitely vote for Trump. I think we're kind of seeing that tonight here with some high turnout here in Virginia, and the Republicans doing a little better than expected. It was expected to be a blowout for the Democrats, and both are pretty still close. I mean, it's kind of hard to find the next best pickup for the next two best pickups for the Republicans to win back the state Senate, but and also for the House too. But again, they're just doing a little bit better, right? So if you're the Democrats, the presidential election is definitely not in the bag right now. But again, also though, if you're a Democrat though, you could definitely take heart in the Kentucky results, right? Because you won in a red state that you were not supposed to win in. Mississippi, that's pretty depressing. You're gonna need to go to Kentucky, get a bottle of bourbon to see the Mississippi results. Yeah, that's. I mean, again, they're not expected to win this one, and they are not. So that's a.
I
I
mean, I bet
I
if you look. Sorry, go ahead.
Allison Lundergan Grimes, the Kentucky Secretary of State, is currently on CNN. And of course, I have CNN on my monitor right now, so I can't turn the volume up. But that will probably. Chris Coma has a look on his face that suggests that interesting things are being said. So we'll probably find out momentarily why, like what's happening with the lack of call in Kentucky.
Everybody else has called us. Just CNN, eh?
So CNN are just like pure cowards.
Well, I guess technically.
With
New
a
York
vote
Times
that
has not called
close,
it either.
right? With a vote that close, right? I mean, again, we don't know if there are any absentee ballots. I'm assuming the AP has said we are not calling this to
Andy,
votes.
so Andy Bashir is about to speak right now. Looks like. So he's probably thinking that he has won.
I'm seeing different numbers everywhere. New York Times has Bashir at 700,011, 955. Then at 707, and then I'm looking at elsewhere. It's like 711, and then 705, and I don't know what the hell's going on. It's all weird and different, and I'm not a fan of it. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna go to Kentucky AG or Secretary of State.
Yeah, no. Is Grimes not up for re-election tonight, or?
No, I guess not. No,
Let's
she is.
see
Yeah,
if
no, she didn't run again. She didn't run again.
Oh, okay. So that's
Republican
why.
walked away with that race.
Okay. So what? So what? Did she just like not want to have a career in politics anymore? Or?
Probably.
I guess losing to McConnell was kind of enough of a blow.
Yeah.
When she just wanted to
The
get out.
Republicans walked away with. Maybe this is what might have saved Devin almost, like nearly. Republicans walked away with every other statewide race. Eh? Like agricultural commissioner 5838, auditor 5541, secretary of state 5248, treasurer 6039. Like, just it's ridiculous. Like, that's a red state. That is not a easy state for Democrats to ever come back in. I'm sorry.
Tate Reeves is winning by 9.5 points in the Mississippi Mississippi governor's race. I don't want to be bold here, Rob, but should we call it?
Yeah, I mean, on the ticker, it's leaning R. So, yeah, we're seeing enough of the rurals in, well...
What about Crucier Tupelo, guys?
Oh, but
Tupelo
DeSoto County is almost all in. So maybe not. Maybe we don't call it yet. DeSoto County is kind of a big Republican vote sink up in the north, kind of a Memphis excerpt.
And you think there's enough potential votes, like black votes, basically, to counteract it?
Potentially. I mean, Rankin is not in yet. It's a relatively big county and kind of the suburban Jackson. This county, the model thought... Let's look at Jackson County, or the one close to Jackson, sorry, the Rankin County. Yeah, it's supposed to be a Republican cleanup, 68-28. It is 63-35, so Democrats doing a little bit better there than expected. But again, not by a lot. Again, really early there, too. Tunica County, yeah, they're underperforming. The Democrats are underperforming in Tunica County. Maybe it's a bit early there. Let me just see. Yeah, 8%, and it's 52. Yeah, there's not many votes there.
Yeah, just remember, like there are pockets of these counties that are like very different from other parts.
Yeah, very racially polarized, right? That's the thing. Yeah. Forest County is what I'm looking at right now. So Forest County, Hood is up 93-5 with 12% in. But again, Forest County and the model is to be a tie, right? So again, you have no idea, right? Forest County is there's a city in there like Hattiesburg. Again, we could be getting a very urban part of Hattiesburg, like downtown Hattiesburg, and then the excerpts are still coming in, right? So, I mean, a lot of these are very racially polarized. The model is doing a pretty good job of picking which counties should be where. So I'm pretty happy with that right now. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. This is a very polarized race. We're having it leaning R, but I don't think it's coming. I don't think it's coming back. We'll have to see. Maybe Kentucky governor. Maybe there's more postal ballots to come in. We're not going to see that tonight, right? So.
I mean, everybody else except CNN has called it, so.
What do they know that we don't?
I
Yeah,
mean,
what do they
CNN
know?
is like,
Oh, with 95% in, the Republicans have taken the lead. They have a 51-49 lead in the 12th state Senate district, at least. With the 7th with 98% in, they're at 51-49, and with the 852-48, they also have a lead there of 4 points at 52-48 with 98. So, yeah, it's looking like it's going to be the 8th. Yeah, the 8th has been called, so the model is right there in the 8th. So now it's just the 7th and the 12th. Those could be 2 missed calls if neither of those break for the Democrats. So that's the thing. So the 8th is 100 is in, so the model was right there. The question now is the other two, and we'll see if the model was right in those. But yeah, this is a somewhat disappointing night for Democrats in Virginia. Yeah, I mean, the question is really is this a Ralph Northam effect? I don't think so. I don't want to say that because I think it's wrong, but maybe.
I think it might be. I think it might be. It's an off-year election and nobody cares.
Yeah, I think that's probably
that is a more likely operating assumption for me than this has some like magical effect for 2020.
So
like, I wouldn't be happy right now if I'm like Spamberger or whatever, but
the in House District 100, which I guess I'm taking care of now, it's now 52-48 with 88% in, and they still haven't called.
okay.
That margin just keeps getting smaller. I think they're gonna have to overturn that.
I mean, I think it's aggressive. I think it's an aggressive call, but
yeah, I mean, everything around that district is now. Just looking at 91. 91 is a Democratic win. Yeah, everything around that district is a Democratic pickup. So, yeah, I'm not resting easy if the Democrat if you're the Republican there in the hit the second. I wouldn't break out the balloons just yet. Yeah, 84th. We had that one as a Dem pickup.
94, it's still 51-50.
Yeah, 83rd, we had that one as a Dem pickup. They're losing there, but barely. It's tied, basically.
Do you know the last time the Democrats had a majority in the state house in Virginia?
Not that long ago. This was they used to have.
Oh, no, very long ago.
Really? When was the last time they had a majority in the state house?
1999.
Oh, wow.
Wow, yeah, that is pretty old. So
that's a long time for a state like Virginia. Holy shit.
But think about it this way, though. Think of how different the state of Virginia was. Like, think of how different of a Democratic Party it is now than it was before. It is almost a completely different Democratic Party in Virginia on the state level. Like, completely different. They support completely different things. This is
it's a lot more left wing than it was before.
Yeah, like it's almost completely. Yeah, it's
because DC has all like moved to Fairfax County.
Yeah, it's an almost polarized, completely polar opposite Democratic Party. Yeah, so it's a 0.4% win for Bashir, assuming that doesn't change from postals or anything.
9.4% lead for the Republicans in Mississippi.
Yeah, so that's again, that looks pretty dumb.
I really, really, really just want to call the Mississippi thing over.
Just call it. Just call it, guys.
Yeah, all right, we'll put it on the ticker. That's fine.
It's done.
Yay. I just want to be able to say we called Mississippi first.
But nobody else has called it? Oh, come on.
I assume not. CNN hasn't.
I could have called it last week for you.
I mean, I did call. I've been calling this for 2 months. But.
I want to call the Saskatchewan 2020 election for the Saskatchewan party.
No, I refuse.
No.
I put my foot down because they keep winning by-elections. The NDP.
Oh God.
For that alone, we're gonna hold it out for you.
Thank you.
But
there's actually a by-election coming up in Saskatchewan.
Oh, cool.
Wait, where?
It's a Saskatoon seat.
We will probably not be live for that.
Actually, no, there will be two. One in Regina, one in Saskatoon.
I mean, here's the thing: we won't go live for it, but I'll definitely do productions for them.
Well, we may actually just have to make a Saskatchewan model by then.
Oh, you're probably gonna have to. Yeah, it's. Listen, I suspect it'll be a surprisingly closer race than people are expecting.
No,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
no.
the stats price.
When are we gonna have to build a model for now? Is the question.
Oh, next race isn't until next year, basically.
Technically November. It says by November, but
Yeah.
maybe he can go early.
Now you won't.
You sure? What if like Trudeau does something bad? He gets a couple good polls if he goes early.
I doubt it. I can't foresee a reason why they go early. I mean, unless there's a federal election in the way, they probably won't do it. Though, then again, there's two bioelections coming out. One in Regina for Warren Steinley, who became a federal MP, and one for Cory Toker in Saskatoon Eastview, who also became a federal MP. And that's
one
right
of those
beside.
Frost's old seat by chance?
Sorry?
Is one of those two the new federal MP for Trust's old seat?
Yes, that's Cory Toker.
Yo, I just love the fact that Trust was so busy running for leader
Oh yeah.
and like doing decently, like not terribly, that he like forgot to make sure he had his own like members behind him.
Yeah, he's a moron. I'm glad he's gone. Like, of all the people that could have been booted out of office that way, I'm glad he's the one that got it.
Okay, so apparently it's not time for me to unveil my controversial opinion.
Which is?
I respect the hell out of Brad Trust.
Really? Why?
Yeah. I don't know. I think he's a really smart guy.
Yeah.
Obviously I disagree with him on his social conservatism. Like, I'm not going crazy here, but like, I don't know. He was interviewed like 4 times on the day of the conservative leadership race, and he was like giving like really interesting insights. And like Aaron O'Toole kept saying that he could win.
I can't speak to his intelligence, but he's still.
I mean, here's the thing. Aaron O'Toole claimed that he could win the leadership, like, after the first ballot.
Ugh.
And Trosh was giving like actual analysis. So I respected the actual analysis.
That's fair. Well, I'll give you that.
I mean,
So
but
glad
like,
he's
he's
gone.
also like a homophobe and like anti-choice bigot. So like he can like on further reasons he can go fuck himself. But
yeah, so by the New York Times calls, it's official. Democrats have won both the state Senate and the House of Delegates. That's 100. The Democrats have solid 21 wins. That is the majority, and 52 wins in the House of Delegates. That is also the majority, but a bunch more uncalled Republican wins. So Republicans could end up with substantially less. But again, Republicans still holding on there. This is a point where literally we could have, well, maybe not for the state Senate, but if there was a by-election in the state Senate, it could theoretically determine control. But I don't think any of these would.
you need 2. You need 2 still.
You need to because of lieutenant governor.
Well, because their elections their state Senate every 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So,
But theoretically, the GOP could win the lieutenant governorship in 2021.
but even then, actually, never mind. It won't matter.
But that's
The
not-
Democrats redistrict, right? So,
But the GOP are never going to win statewide office in Virginia again. So I don't know why we're entertaining them.
yeah, and also these maps are going to be definitely gerrymandered. The Democrats are definitely going to take out revenge on the Republicans.
Oh,
for-
100%.
Yeah, so they're
Yes, and if they would like a helpful guide to gerrymandering Virginia, there's a clip on our Twitter account at LTOSUP of how to gerrymander the federal districts, at least in Virginia.
The big snot districts, I remember them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're all traveling down south from Washington D.C. Just like big snotty things that cross the state. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's like the bacon mander from New York.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so here's the thing. So Kentucky is done. There's no more votes coming into Kentucky.
Yeah, that's called.
Yeah, that's called basically.
So basically, the only thing that is uncalled right now that I care about is Texas.
Well, we're not even getting votes from Texas. So, in exchange, let's talk about something we also want to talk about tonight. Let's talk about the UK.
Okay, so so here's the thing. You guys are gonna be quiet for like 2 minutes, not 2 minutes, like 20 seconds, because I'm gonna do a proper podcast intro so we can clip this and post it on the podcast feed.
Okay.
So, actually, I'll just say this quickly though. So, for anybody who is still watching this, we're still going to talk about some election stuff. But actually, I think we'll probably when Evan does the podcast from the top, we'll probably just do a quick recap of the results. And then you'll get a free podcast live if you're still watching, all 6 of you. So, Again, this was not the most important election, but it was kind of cool to give the U.S. malls a bit of a road test. So, and I think they did pretty okay. So, go ahead when you're ready.
3, 2. Hello, and welcome to a live recording of the Lean Toss Up podcast during our Twitch live stream for the U.S. elections. We're joined, obviously, by my co-host, Robert Martin, who has been joining me for this live stream today, and by our good friend of the site, map maker extraordinaire, Kyle Hutton. Say hi, guys.
Woo!
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Okay, so we are going to clip part of this for the podcast feed this week because, frankly, I don't want to record a second time, and we have lives, and I don't want to keep commandeering Kyle's time.
Yeah, we
So-
do have lives. I'm so busy these days. Let me tell you.
I mean, you're somehow less busy than you were weeks ago, and, we finally had you on to talk Canada earlier, but you're here, so we're going to talk about the UK. Basically, just to recap the U.S. elections for anybody who's cared, the Democrats won Kentucky. The Democrats won the Virginia House of Delegates. The Democrats won the Virginia State Senate. The GOP are going to win, if they haven't already won, the Mississippi governorship. We don't know about the Texas 28th. They don't seem to want to count ballots in Texas tonight, so they're evil. The U.S. model did very well. We'll tweak the things that need to be tweaked, but we did very, very, very well. And okay, Kyle, you said in the chat there's a UK election on December 12th.
Yes.
Model currently has the Democrats or the Conservatives winning 383 seats. It's a majority of something in the hundreds. I don't remember exactly. The way they count majorities are stupid. It's like 180. It's like 136 seat majority, I think.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's like a Thatcher. It's like a Thatcher. It's somewhere between Thatcher's 83 majority and Thatcher's 87 majority right now.
I think it's actually better than a Thatcherite win.
No, Thatcher got a bigger majority in 83, and they got a smaller one in 87.
Yeah, well, no matter what, Jeremy Corbyn, who is leader for life for Labour, I'm pretty sure at this point, he's probably not going to win. But, we still have a few weeks left in the election, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, so Kyle, you wanted to talk about British politics while you were on this live stream tonight. So,
Yeah.
what are your main thoughts about the state of UK politics and UK polling?
I mean, the first question is quite something to answer. But polling one, that's pretty good. So obviously we are seeing a tightening, so to speak, of the polls, not necessarily between the margin between Conservative and Labour, but Lib Dems are down, Brexit's down, I think the Greens are even down, and Conservative and Labours are slowly trending up. There's still probably about at least a 10-point lead on average. Between the two.
I think most people have settled on an 11-point lead right now.
Yeah, so about like 10, 11, in that range. They just seem to be traveling upwards. So, typically that is pretty typical. We see like the Lib Dems, they may be pulling high, but come election time they start trending downwards. Same with the other parties. So it's not still looking good for Jeremy Corbyn though, and everybody's saying that he's gonna win this one is not thinking right. At this moment, I'll give you a chance in between now and December 2nd, or 12th rather, but it's not happening. What I've been interested in. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, we'll come to what's interesting in a minute.
Yeah.
Rob, do you disagree with that diagnosis at all?
Yeah, this kind of feels over. I mean, again, so we saw a graph today. I think it was tweeted out by. It was from a UK newspaper. I think it was
Matt Turley, editor of the Red Box at the Times.
Yeah. So this part right here, in terms of the UK, this is exactly when, exactly 2 years ago, when you matched up with the election date. I think it was a couple weeks up from the election. This is when the polls started narrowing. So basically, Labour took a random dip, literally at this exact point 2 years ago. They went down a couple points, which their graph showed that today. And then after that, they started slowly, steadily gaining. Now, a lot of people have said that, oh, don't worry about it. The polling is obviously underestimating Labour. It'll happen again. I mean, to be honest, my take on that is kind of like lightning in the bottle. That in 2017, he kind of caught lightning in the bottle. Maybe he did gain near down the stretch, and people just kind of missed it in the polling average, and I think that's kind of what happened. That's why the polls missed. Again, it's really hard for lightning to strike twice. I mean, it can happen. Again, maybe there is some sort of Jeremy Corbyn has some sort of fundamental ability to campaign that literally no one can see or understand. But also, it's probably just more likely that maybe he just had a couple of really good weeks there in 2017 and just kind of really brought this election closer. He's not. I mean, I personally think this is pretty much over, but and the model definitely thinks it's over. But again, we'll have to see. I mean, the model is fluid, right? I mean, polls come in and polls come out, and that's the thing. So we'll see how the model comes at the final day. The one thing I want to say though is that you guys at the top, you guys are saying about how this is almost a Thatcher-esque level majority, and that's very much true. The problem is the interesting thing though is the fact, not so much the problem, the interesting thing is the fact that this is in many ways an opposite of Thatcher's majority in terms of where it is. I mean, it's basically the same top line number, but where you're seeing Conservatives winning and picking up the seats to get to that Thatcher-esque number, it's in the North. These are areas that absolutely despised Margaret Thatcher. Same thing as in Wolverhampton.
Except here's the thing: they didn't hate Margaret Thatcher at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they still
Like
didn't
she
win.
like people forget, but she was like a poor working class person from the North. That was why she won in '83 so big, because she was able to win some of those Labour Heartlands. It's slightly different, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think some of the revisionism about Thatcher being electoral poison in the North focuses too much on 92 and 97 and doesn't focus enough on 83 and 87.
Yes, but then also you're looking at some other seats here, kind of the Midlands, right? Like you're looking at your Wolverhamptons, your West Bromwiches. Like Margaret Thatcher never won these seats, and now we have the Conservatives win by West Bromwich, we have the winning by 13 points there, and then at the same time, seats that Margaret Thatcher definitely won, like cities of London and Westminster, Wimbledon, Putney. Again, they probably didn't exist in that exact form back in the 80s, but they definitely would have won these with massive majorities. Something like Battersea. These are seats that we don't even think are close. We think that Labour is going to walk away with this, and the reason for that is because the model sees the Leave Remain divide in the UK, and it says why are some of these seats voting Labour? When you look at the polling, Labour is at like 10%, 10 to maybe 15%, 15% generously with Leave voters in some polls. At the same time, they're getting like 36% of the Remain vote. So when you combine all that together and you mix it together, it's a very bad combination for the North. It basically says you should not be winning the North. And then, and that's the thing. That's why you have some of these heartland seats. So, like, for example, Doncaster North. This is actually Ed Miliband's seat. This is a seat that some people have said that it's impossible to have it as a toss-up seat. It actually was considered a couple days ago. Labour gained in a couple polls in the North, so now it's a toss-up. It's a 2-point Labour lead. Again, this is a seat that's 72% Leave. There was 72.1 to 27.9. That's why we have it as a toss-up. It's not that we're somehow doing universal national swing wrong. We know how universal national swing works. We just think that there is no way that the Labour should be walking away with a seat like this. It doesn't matter where they are in the North. Like the most polls have either basically a tied race or a small Conservative lead in the North. When you extrapolate that out to where it should be, this is the seat that we think the Conservatives should be making a massive gain in. Again, Brexit here at 11.9%, probably taking away a bit from Labour and potential Conservative gains there. But Labour is down 19.6%. This is a 16-point Labour to Conservative swing in Doncaster North. Again, there are so many examples of it here in the North.
Why don't we take two of those examples in the North? Hartlepool and Sedgefield, Peter Mandelson's old seat and Tony Blair's old seat. I wrote about both of them on Monday for Lean Tossum. And basically, what I said was I looked for constituencies. I looked at Putney, I looked at two London constituencies and two northern constituencies. In Putney and in Enfield, Southgate, Labour are winning them. Mm-hmm. They're winning them healthily. They're winning them by basically what Tony Blair won both those seats by in 1997, when it was a surprise that Labour won those two seats. And then, so they're sort of maxed in London in the South. They're not going to. There are another 50 seats to go get in the South. So where's their problem? It's in the North. And I looked at Hartlepool, Peter Mandelson's old seat, and Sedgefield, Tony Blair's, and like Tony Blair represented a 59% Leave seat, and Peter Mandelson represented a 69% Leave seats. 70% Leave seats. 69.6, I believe. Like the old Labor coalition, just it doesn't make sense anymore. And Kyle, I want to bring you in on this. Like, what would you do if you're Labor, seeing these two very disparate ends of your coalition, and not really having an answer to how to stitch that back together?
Oof. I mean, it's the same problem that faces. I mean, it's the same problem that faces a lot of social democratic parties, including right here in Canada. You're gonna have to pick a side, guys. It's either you can't play this footsie with Remain and Leave, and except to go on, because like part of the problem is they could make up a lot of voters. Like, they're not losing every amount. Like, they're not losing all of the North, right? They're losing a good chunk of it, but they can make up what they're losing if only they had the same amount of Remain voters as the Conservatives have of Leave voters. But they don't, because the Lib Dems have been eating their lunch on a lot of fronts on that part. Because Lib Dems have a concerted strategy to actually say, like, we're the party Remain, blah, 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 right? Labor's, they endorsed the second referendum, but now some of them were saying, well, maybe we could be neutral second referendum and stuff like that. It just goes back and forth. They don't have a coherent message about anything. And this is what's going to happen. They're going to lose all these seats by some of them by tight margins, like 43-38 in your Hartlepool projection. That's a pretty tight margin that they could make up if the Lib Dems and Greens were pushed down a little bit farther, right? Or they pulled off more conservative Remainers. But they're not doing that because they're just not. They just don't understand what the hell they're doing. Like, if you're gonna have losses in the North, you need to make it up for it. But they're not doing it. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Labour are still electorally useless in non-London south of England, and while they're sort of while they probably couldn't win Hartlepool back just on Remain votes, like, there are definitely Doncaster could go from toss-up, tilting Labour to safe Labour.
What they should be doing is going after Lib Dem seats or Lib Dem strength in the south. Like, they could take Bath. Why couldn't they take Bath? They could take the other Oxford seat. They could take Guildford. But they're idiots. And, I don't know what they're trying to do. They're trying to win on this idea of, oh, Jeremy Corbyn, he's a great populist person up there. Boris Johnson's just a pretender, but they don't have a coherent message beyond that. They don't have a coherent message beyond Corbyn is our leader. And that's pretty much it. That's the only thing they supposedly agree on at this point. Right?
And the 2020 Labour leadership battle is going to be hella fun, because that's going to be a mess. I think you said after I wrote the piece on Monday that you appreciated my optimism that the leadership election will actually happen. The thing I didn't say was whether or not Jeremy Corbyn was going to continue to stand as a candidate in said leadership election, but it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah, no, it'll probably happen, but I mean, this party it got overtaken. Like, it got overtaken by Momentum and just all these other groups that are they're not open to competition. What they are is open to backing Jeremy Corbyn and nothing else. They don't give a damn about anything else except having their candidate be the front runner. And that's Jeremy Corbyn, and that's all they're going to do. It's Owen Jones and that group. And, I'm sympathetic to a lot of their causes, but at the same time, like, guys, you're going to have to give and take a little bit here. Like, you can't run Jeremy Corbyn and expect to win. I am really sorry about that, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's a fair thing. Rob, what would you do to solve the North-South divide in Labour and the fact that they seem to be trying to appeal to everybody and in turn appealing to nobody?
Well, I mean, yeah, Kyle said it perfectly there, right? I mean, this is the thing. Labour's traditional base is Leave voters. It's people who are fiscally liberal, but socially conservative. They do not like the EU. They wanted to leave the EU, and they were basically swept in by Leave.eu and or Vote Leave. Sorry, they're swept in by Vote Leave, and that they voted for that. And the thing is, I think now we're seeing the thing is that wasn't a general election. That was the European Union referendum, and I think what we're now seeing is the fact that that referendum was such a cataclysmic result that now we're seeing the bleed over of that into a general election right now. That we're seeing that polarization of Alone and Leave, Remain, divide. Because the thing is, you looking back to 2017, Labour won 30% of the Leave vote. Now, not a lot of it. They still lost most of it to the Conservatives and to UKIP itself. But again, that's a sizable amount of that. That's enough to hold the North because they were also winning like 60% of Remain voters. They still lost, I think it was like 15. Like they lost random slices to random other parties. But they had a majority of the Leave vote, and they still had a sizable chunk, so it was enough to hold on to the North, and then make gains in some places, right? Like, I mean, remember the surprise result on election night was Canterbury, right? This kind of southeastern seat that Labour had no business winning at all, but they were able to pull it off. The thing is, Canterbury is exactly the kind of seat that Labour needs to win if they are a pro-Remain party. Something like Canterbury, something like, I mean, just look around the northeast, like the southeast here, all these seats that have that were remaining, right? Like something like Guildford or Mole Valley. These are all Remain seats. Now, Lib Dems are gaining in these seats because again, a lot of these seats are, although they're socially liberal, they're a lot more fiscally conservative. These are very wealthy seats. They are not working class. They don't really have, Corbyn doesn't have the same appeal in these seats as he does in, say, the North. But if you're going to be a full on pro-Remain party, there's not enough seats in London to justify it. Right? I mean, like, okay, great, you can win all of London, and we pretty much have them winning all of London. I think if you go to the region map here, yeah, we have them winning 54 seats in London out of a possible 74.
70.
So, like, yeah, so like they're winning most of London. And the thing is, okay, maybe there's a couple left that you could tap out. I mean, today's projection was actually really kind to them in London. It flipped Hendon and Chipping Barnett to the Labour, but barely. They're barely holding on there. Harrow East is pretty close. They're only down 3 points there, same as Chingford and Woodford Green. They're down 5, and then Chelsea and Fulham. Again, that one's very close. That's like a 1 point race there. And I mean, again, they're making other pickups too, right? Like cities of London and Westminster, they're up 6 there over the. I think it's a huge swing to the Labour. Well, it's a swing to Labour. They're down, but the Conservatives are down more. And then they're even winning Wimbledon. This is a seat that, like, I think people never thought that Labour could win, and they're actually winning there according to our model. Not because they're actually down half a point, but the Conservatives are down 14 points. So yeah, when the Conservatives are this. And again, this is pure demographic modeling, right? Because like some polls actually have the Conservatives doing relatively well in London, but when you take them when you average that out, and then you also apply Leave Remain, see, like Wimbledon was 70% Remain. Like they do not want to leave the European Union. It makes perfect sense that the Conservatives are going to lose this seat, right? That's the thing. Again, this is so in terms of an actual electoral strategy as to what Jeremy Corbyn should do. It's really hard. I mean, you can make a very strong argument for them being a Leave party, but then at the same time, if they go full on Leave, if they're like, sure, we want to leave the European Union too, then great. You save the North. Maybe you make a couple of pickups in some other areas too. But again, he's still going to be described as a socialist. That's still going to turn off some older voters. So I mean, great. Maybe you can stitch together enough of a coalition, but then you hit a hard ceiling at probably around 270 or so. And like you just can't get past that because the second you do that, then all of a sudden you lose a bunch of downtown London seats. Like then cities of London, Westminster gone, Putney gone, Wimbledon, like all these seats are gone.
Battersea gone, yeah. Like all of London, all of whatever limited stuff they have in the south is gone.
Yeah. Yeah, sir, go ahead.
I will just say, any Canadians or Brits watching, Bet365 is offering political seat betting odds. There are 4 constituencies that I have personally staked money on the Labour Party winning. Putney, Labour to win. We have them at a plus 90% chance. They're paying 4 to 1 for Labour to win Putney. Cities of London and Westminster 9 to 1, and we have that as a mid 70% chance of happening. Same with it's not Wimbledon. Finchley and Goldrich Green. I know there was that Lib Dem internal, but our model has Finchley as I think 74% chance of victory.
Yeah, so
11 to 1 chance there. Wimbledon, I think Labour's just ahead, 20 to 1.
Yeah, so
if you're looking at the Lee Dawson model, and by the way, if you would have used our model to bet on the Canadian election, as a friend of the podcast Dylan Fenton did, you made a lot of money doing that.
Yeah,
Look at the Lee Dawson right now. The odds in London, real bad prices. Bet Labour in London. Do not bet them anywhere else. But those are 4 seats right now. Those are some real bad prices.
Yeah. So again, it again, we're not actively. These are not sure things, right? I mean, again, it's the campaign's not even begun yet. The campaign actually officially begins tomorrow. So again, all these things can change. But yeah, I mean, like at this point,
What's gonna make Labour do worse in London? Kyle referred to the British Lib Dems as Canadian Greens. They always do worse during the campaign.
Hmm.
yeah, I mean,
So
like
isn't that a better argument for betting on Labour?
Well, actually, I would argue that listen, like the wins that you're talking about in Wimbledon and Putney, that's happening because these are conservative seats in the heart of London, heart of Remainder London. The Lib Dems are up majorly. Labour is just holding on to its vote. That's all they're doing. From they're losing vote shares from 2017, and it's just Lib Dems gobbling up all the conservative votes. You know, as long as Lib Dems hold on to that rough, like about that share of the vote they have right now, these are easy seats to gain for Labour.
Basically, as long as the Tories don't get above 70% of the Remain vote on election day.
Yeah, like and because
frankly, I'm the guy who does all the like poll averaging for lead toss-up, and yeah, they never get above 70%.
yeah. So like I think the main thing we're looking at here is the fact that like for these downtown Remain seats, it's like although the seat betting markets have the Conservatives favored in them, I'm like very confident the Conservatives are not going to win. The question is just who is going to win, and it's either going to be the Lib Dems or the Labor, and I mean again right now the polling data.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm actively saying go bet those 4 seats. Go bet Labour in those 4 seats. At least one of them is going to come through. And you don't have to bet the same on the 20-1 as the 4-1, but structure your bets properly. As long as one of the 4 of them goes Labour, you've made money.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a pretty good. I'd say it's a pretty good bet. I think these are seats that people are going to be like, that's so shocking. And at the same time, they're also going to look at like something like Doncaster North being a toss-up, and like that's also so shocking. But it's like no, like this is just the application of demographics. And the other interesting point that I do want to make is that if you looked at, because this is another thing that people say is that the polling was wrong in 2017, and I'm not going to sit here and argue that like Kantar or whatever had a great poll in the font. Like we're not saying that, but the thing is, if you look at the poll, and I think I looked at like the original YouGov release early in the 2017 campaign, if you look at the crosstabs of how well Theresa May was doing with Leave voters and how well, and like basically Jeremy Corbyn split thing, that polling looks surprisingly a lot like today's. Like it actually looks very similar to it. And the thing is, you have to think of what happened in that campaign, and basically just Jeremy Corbyn did a lot better he basically picked up a ton of Remain voters, and they basically gained a bunch more Leave voters, and that's the thing. Now, again, the polling looked very similar then, and when you looked at the seat counts, people had the seat count very similar to ours right then. I mean, not the same seats, obviously, but similar seats. The thing is, you can make the argument that in 2017, Jeremy Corbyn pulled off like a miracle, where he basically just gained a ton of Remain voters because there was no other competition for those Remain voters, because Lib Dems were just kind of this side afterthought. And then also at the same time, he also was able to just gain a bunch of Remain voters because he said, Leave voters, sorry, because he said he wanted to leave the European Union. And this is kind of the thing now, where I think he may have kind of just walked the tightrope perfectly enough. The question is, can he do it again? And I mean, we're going to know in a couple of weeks, because again, this is kind of in a week or two, this is kind of where Labour started gaining. So, like, here's the thing, if we get a poll in 2 weeks with Labour down 5, maybe, I don't think we're getting that, though. I'd be very surprised if we get that. But this is the thing, and it's like, we're going to have to see. Also, one more interesting seat I do want to point out in the North, because I noticed this today, if you look at some of the other seat projection models in the UK, Wirral West.
Wirral West. It's that was a Tory seat from 2010 to 15.
Yes.
That was Esther McVeigh. It's in the greater it's in Merseyside, but it's not Liverpool proper. It was Esther McVeigh till 2015. Then she left and took George Osborne's old seat.
Yes.
And then she came back. When she came back 2017. I know the Tories want it back.
Yes. Well, see, this is the thing. All the other seat models, if you go UNS, Uniform National Swing, you get this as a Tory seat, right? Because, okay, well, the Conservatives are up in the North. Labour is down in the North, so boom, perfect, right? But no, our model says No, this is because it's a Remain seat, right? 55, 44, 44.7, right? So this is exactly where the model says, no, 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 this seat should stay Labour because it is Remaining, right? But then again, you come a little bit closer, you go a little out from there, you go Ellesmere Port and Neston. This is a bit down the road. This is a Leave, 57 seat, and it's toss-up. It's a toss-up Lean Labour hold. Labour's down 17, Conservatives up 3. But if you go to Wirral Rest, Labour down 12, Conservatives down 3, Labour up, LD up 5, right? So in Wirral West, it's a 4.6 Labour to con swing, and in Ellesmere Port, it's a 10.3 Labour to con swing. So you're seeing a double swing, basically a double swing in the more Remaining area, in the more Levy areas of the north, right? And that's kind of the whole point of this, and that's the point of the model, is to say it's to find those places where it's like this shift doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Uniform national swing is going to miss part of the picture here, and that's exactly a seat where it's like no, no, no. Even though on swing this should be a Conservative seat, this is definitely a seat that Labour should win because they're doing better with Remain voters. And again, in the north, like LD is nowhere in the north at all. Like they're going to pick up a couple of their heartlands. Sheffield Hallam, I know they're going to probably pick that. They're going to pick that one up. That was almost a surprise loss in 2017. We have them picking up.
If you were surprised that Nick Clegg lost in 2017, you weren't paying good enough attention.
Well, I mean, it was a very close race in 2017, right? It was almost a shock because he barely lost it.
He barely won in 2015.
Yeah.
As much as I dislike Nick Clegg, they switched out for the worst fucking MP in Jared O'Mara.
Yeah, and then he had to essentially was forced to resign by his own staff. So it's always fun when that happens. And then we have LD picking up Leeds Northwest. They're up 2.3. Labour's down 10. Again, that one.
That's a curious one to me.
I don't.
Is Mo Holland running again there?
No, I don't think so.
So I don't think that's going to be it. I mean, personally, if I was going to say,
I tried to tell Rob this, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Well, I mean, this is what the model says. Maybe we can look at maybe Survation will give us a nice little seat poll of that. We'll have to see, but yeah. And then so the interesting split. A lot of people have Hazel Grove as a Lib Dem seat, but here's the thing: it was a Leave seat, 52-47. And we have a Conservative lead of 8 there. So again, a lot of people, Uniform National Swing, they're like, oh, this is where LD does well, but it voted to Leave. So the model thinks, no, maybe not. But then again, you go over to Cheadle, Remain 57, that's an LD pickup, right? And even then, Westmoreland Lonsdale, LD is up a bit, but not much. They're holding the seat, obviously, but the Conservatives within striking distance are only 16 down. So again, these are kind of the seats.
That's actually worse for the Conservatives in Westmoreland.
Yeah, they're down actually a bit, but they're still competitive, right? That's the thing. So, I mean, again, the thing is, no one in the north is going to be able to take on. It's basically a two-party race in the north, and I think that the model has the Conservatives doing better in the Levy areas and the Labour doing much better in the Remain areas, right? So, and then just barely holding on in some of these Leave seats, like your Doncaster North or your Barnsley East, they're barely holding on. Some of these.
They're getting killed, like in Coal Country and in Birmingham. They're just getting killed, you know.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I mean, they're losing seats. Like the Bromwiches, some of these that they've never ever lost these. Some of these haven't even been close. And we're projecting blowouts here. And like we've always been like I mean, there was a couple random polls where we had a really good Labour cross-step in the Midlands, so these came close. But no, when they're not close, when Conservatives have a strong lead in the Midlands, which they're probably going to, is kind of a random shock poll or two, like these aren't close at all. These are blowouts essentially, so, and that makes sense.
The biggest concern, like I saw this earlier, some messaging document from the Conservative Party in the UK about how they're going to try to go after the Lib Dems on some things. Don't do that, guys. For the love of God, do not go after the Lib Dems. Let them stay where they are, because that's probably your biggest bulwark against Labour consolidating Remain behind them in some of these seats, where they're going to pull off some of these like slimmer wins because Lib Dems are not going to be up as much in some of these seats, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand it. Just let the Lib Dems rest easy. You might lose a couple seats in the south, but who the fuck cares? You're going to gain everything in the north.
See, actually, I kind of agree with the logic, because basically that pamphlet is smart, because it's basically saying, okay, we want North Norfolk back. This is an LD seat in the East of England, which is very Conservative friendly. People there do not like other parties. They're almost, I mean, Cambridge is there, but outside of Cambridge, it's pretty very heavily conservative. North Norfolk is a seat that's held by the Lib Dems. I believe this is Norman Lamb's seat, as
Yeah.
Evan will say. Basically, this is a seat that the model does not think that LD should have, and it's given that one to the Conservatives. So, and he's retiring. Norman Lamb is retiring, right? So that's a thing for them. Westmoreland Lonsdale, again, this is kind of a northern rural seat that the model like it. I think Conservatives want that seat.
It's
so,
a Remain seat though.
it is Remain, but again, you do some of this tough on crime stuff that's going to help, right? I mean, again, looking here in the south, right? St. Ives, Leave, 55, right?
Yeah, but the part is like I understand the purpose of what they're trying to do, but at the same time, I say just let the Lib Dems go because they're hurting labor more than they are hurting you. At the end of the day, just let them go, guys. Who cares if you get Norfolk South back or Norfolk North back? Like you can get West Bromwich or you can get Hartlepool. What is bigger prize to you?
the actual reality is that like you're gonna do both. Like,
Well,
like,
yeah, I mean, probably.
you're gonna get
with
North
Norman
Norfolk,
Lamb
you're gonna
retiring,
get
but
North
yeah.
Norfolk back. Like, you're gonna get North Norfolk back, whether or not you attack the Lib. Like, whether you call. God, who is the Lib Dem leader? Why am I blanking on their name?
Joe Swinson.
Swinson. Yeah, like whether or not you say Joe Swinson's like soft on crime or whatever, like you're gonna win North Norfolk or you're gonna lose North Norfolk on something beyond
Since
whether or
Lamb
not
is
you put out
retiring,
that press
yeah.
release. Like you're either gonna win it back or you're not.
If Lamb was still there, they'd still be winning that seat.
Okay, so we actually do have an update here on Texas here. Texas
Finally.
28th. So the other one has barely any votes counted. But this one is it's the House District 28th. Right now, it's looking like it's going to head to a runoff between the Democrat and the Republican. It is a 37 to 30 lead for the Democrat. The Democrats in first place, obviously. The Republicans are in second through last at this point. So it's 37 to 30. Again, I think this is a worse result than the Democrats want. I think they definitely want an outright majority here.
That's a rip.
Yeah, so it's going to go to a runoff. I definitely don't think it's done. They could definitely pull it off a win, but yeah, a lot of Republicans on the ballot there. That's definitely. I mean, currently, I think the Republicans are combining for what 63% of the vote. So like that's definitely not something they wanted to see. And again, this is a general election night essentially in Texas. So now you're gonna have to motivate your supporters to get out in a midterm in like essentially just a straight up you just vote for this ballot thing, right? So I don't think this is not the greatest result for them in Texas tonight. Mississippi looks done. It's a 50,000 vote Republican lead. Basically, the county map is filling in now. Our county map is looking pretty good tonight at this moment now. A lot of close ones we had are close, but yeah, that one's pretty much done. Kentucky, again, that's a 6,000 vote lead. Virginia House of Delegates, so 2 remain uncalled in the state Senate, the 7th and the 51st. Both are Republican leads, but barely. Again, the 7th is 100% in, 1 point Republican lead. If that's the case, the model will be wrong in State Senate District 7. In the 12th, it's basically a 51-49 Democratic lead, Republican lead. Sorry, so the model would also be wrong in that one. Yeah, and then House of Delegates, the Democrats have won 53, and they are leading in 1. Yeah, so they have a couple left on the board, but not a ton more. The 84th is on the board. They lost the 83rd, so the model's kind of the Republicans did a lot better than the model thought they would in Virginia tonight. But other than that, yeah, the model was pretty good elsewhere. All right, back to the UK stuff.
Actually, before I head there, fun random fact. Apparently, there's a Libertarian leading for Broome County District Attorney in New York. He's actually leading by a good amount too.
Okay, that's random. Also, like very clear, like very much could be a very clearly could be a tabulation error or something.
It could be. Yeah, that was fun.
No, that is fun. Okay. Okay. Wow, I'm a little ahead of it. We're
give me 1 second, guys. I gotta do something quick. I'll be back.
Okay. Sure.
Why is this so loud? Turn it down.
Kyle. Okay. I need you. So yeah, no. Leaves Northwest, right? Like that was like I would be very surprised
Oh,
if the
yeah.
Lib Dems still won that one, right?
Unless they ran Mulholland again, like, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
listen, Lib
That was-
Dems excel. Like, listen, the Lib Dems have had really good local election results, and a lot of the local results have been nationalized because this is the whole conversation, right? I'm not going to discount that there might be some surprise Lib Dem hold-ons in leave areas. However, that requires a lot of good ground game. If they don't have Mulholland there, they're not probably going to do it. I'm pretty sure Leeds Northwest was a leave seat, if I remember correctly.
I can pull it up, but yes, like I don't need to, but like yeah, I can get you the exact number momentarily. But
I'm pretty sure it was. Even if it wasn't, it was probably fairly close, right? Like, but they're not going to get that again. Probably that's probably a Labor seat for all intents and purposes. Now it's Leeds.
yeah, no, I just wanted to get your opinion on this because I think one of the lessons from Canada is that sometimes we just need to be a little more aggressive.
Yeah, no, I think so.
I would need to be a little more. I think just sometimes we need to be a little more aggressive on trusting the model.
I'm scratching my head at Eastbourne.
Okay, I can get there in a second. No, Leeds Northwest was very remaining.
Oh, how remaining was it?
65.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm wrong then. Then maybe that actually is a good Lib Dem seat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm back.
Sorry, which one? Sorry, which one were you talking about?
Never mind.
This is devolving away from a podcast into just a car.
I was gonna say Eastbourne, but I thought Stephen Lloyd had been kicked out of the caucus. I guess he rejoined it at some point.
Yeah, he's been brought back. Yeah.
Okay, so never mind. I can see why Eastbourne's gonna stay Lib Dem. Never mind. We're all good.
Yeah, no, I had that moment Saturday night when we were going through all the retirements and stuff because we had to fix the sheet.
Yeah.
And oh boy, that was not fun. I mean, it was actually fun because it was just Rob and I watching college
No,
football.
I saw you guys did a lot of good jobs, a lot of good calls out there. But yeah, so basically, yeah, like listen, labor people, if you're watching this, you're among the 6 people like on this stream right now.
Mm-hmm.
For the love of God, pick a goddamn side, please. You'll do better for it, I promise you.
So okay, so I do remember the other thing I want to talk about the UK. In the piece I read on Monday, which Kyle, you did read this, right? Yes, you did.
Yes, I read it.
Okay. I did that in the election preview. I basically make the argument that everyone has like mischaracterized what the swing vote is in the UK.
Okay.
It's not rich Southern Remainers. It's middle class. It's like working class Northern Leavers. It's not like, oh, I like tax cuts, but I could easily be the best man at a gay wedding. It's I want more spending on rural hospitals, but not really super happy.
I want to leave.
Yeah, it's I want to leave. It's I want to leave. I want more money spent here. Sort of F the elites.
I want all that money that is leaving with the EU to be spent here again, please.
Yeah, and like, isn't that the swing in the U.S. too? Isn't that the sort of like Connor Lamb, sort of like West Virginia, and isn't that the Bashir voter basically, the Trump Bashir voter? Isn't that the exact same phenomenon?
It looks so increasingly like the U.S., doesn't it? The suburbs and the cities are going more and more labor. You know, these city seats are going labor. The conservative seats, our gains are coming from parts where like there's a quote unquote rust belt, where there's more lower income people, lower income whites to be specific. You know, that are more socially conservative, or I mean even socially apathetic. You know, and they just toss off labor as, you know, as somebody put it to me the other day, they just want to do virtue signaling all the time, you know, and they want a big strong man like Boris Johnson to come in and take them by the hands, and, you know, do whatever the hell they want them to do. But yeah, like, it looks increasingly like the United States to me. It looks increasingly like Canada in some ways too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't figure out if what I've read about the UK applies to Canada or not, because I can't figure out whether or not.
They don't have the same class divisions as they do, right?
It's not. There's not the same class divisions, and like I think pretty clearly, like social conservatism and social liberalism and fiscal conservatism, like very clearly is like a swing. Mm-hmm. Like it's called the GTA. It's why the Conservatives lost Milton by 15 points. Yeah. And so, like, I do wonder if the divides are still the same in Canada, or is it just the fact that the voters that we describe as swing voters in the UK They're all in like Alberta and Saskatchewan, and therefore nobody cares. Is it just that the geography? Is it just that they're dispersed less geographically usefully in Canada?
I think probably that, and it's also regionalism is a lot stronger in Canada.
Yeah.
I mean, UK has Scotland and England and Wales. You know,
Yeah, they have your various nationalisms, but like, there's
it's
not
not
like,
as strong. Yeah, it's,
certainly not in terms of not within England, anyways. And I mean, England is
I mean, you could argue there's north of England versus south of England, but that's also based on income lines, and the way it's not in Canada. You know, it's you could go on and on about it, but there's some similarities here and there. But I mean, the UK looks a lot like the US to me in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And it's
and it does sort of feel like UK Labour is about to enter the UK Democrat or the American Democrat problem of like they're losing their old white like socially conservative voters faster than they're gaining their ethnically diverse Remainer like suburban and urban voters who like the social liberalism, the kinds of people who unironically say things like who talk about millennial feminism, to paraphrase.
yeah, like
right?
if you're looking at like a future labor coalition, it might be that let's say they collapse this election. You have 5 years of Boris and everything starts to settle down from leave. It might be that they have to start branching out into the Southwest, or Southwest and Southeast. They basically have to start getting seats, like we mentioned earlier, like more of the Reading seats, more Guildford, more Surrey, instead of just focusing on the North.
Yes, but then they have to be less dicks to rich people. Because
that's the problem, right?
The reason why none of those areas ever vote for Labour, unless you're Tony Blair, is because they don't want to pay a 12% tax increase.
Exactly. So they're going to have to moderate.
Frankly, as much as you can definitely argue that some of those tax increases are justified for spending on X, Y, and Z, like what person in their sane mind is ever going to vote for a massive tax increase for themselves?
Nobody. That's why they're not going to win right now. But listen, like
that's the problem. Like, hey, Tony Blair. When Tony Blair goes in and says, "I'm not raising the top rate of tax," like 9,000 times in an election campaign, you win like 10 seats in the South, and that's like a major breakthrough.
If Labour was led by Sadiq Khan, how much would that change their chances? You think?
They would be winning. They'd probably be winning a different 220, but they'd probably be winning 220. They would probably be winning. They would probably be competitive in Portsmouth. They might be making a run at Rees-Mogg's seat. They could win a Tatton, maybe. No, sorry, not a Tatton. They could be winning a Yeovil.
Yeah, listen, and I think that might be the Labour future, honestly.
So basically, just eat the Lib Dems and then go try and win places where the Lib Dems used to be strong prior.
Pretty much, yeah. Listen, if you can't win in the North because you fucked yourself over the North, that might eventually come back. Who knows? But if you can't do that, then start eating the Lib Dems in the South.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really the path forward for a Labour. I mean.
But sorry to interrupt, Rob. But Kyle, where are you on the fact that I basically argue the only way that Labour could win this election is with an electoral pact with the Lib Dems? Do you?
I don't think. I think even if they do it, they're probably not going to win.
Oh, I'm not saying that would guarantee them a victory, but I'm saying that's their only hope in hell.
Yeah, probably. I mean, listen, there's a lot of weeks left between now and December 12th. I don't want to pin down, but I am definitely leaning towards that. Yeah, pretty much. They need to do something that gives them an advantage in a lot of these seats, where Lib Dem is not eating to the Remain vote. And speaking of that, I mean that is happening in some of these cases. Like Lib Dems and Plaid Cymru have an interesting little number of seat swaps going on, right?
Yeah, which we'll be adding to the model at some point this week.
Well, I think you already have.
We have a couple of them in.
We haven't places. We haven't gotten all of them in.
Yeah, and so I think I just don't think they'll do it because I think the Lib Dems and Labour are just too fucking hard-headed.
Oh yeah, no. Believe me. My argument was that the two of them needed to be locked in a room with a map.
Yeah.
With a constituency map, and then they weren't allowed to leave until they had negotiated a deal.
Yeah,
except Cambridge.
Yeah, like don't run in Winchester, and Lib Dems won't run in I don't know,
I literally,
Southampton Itchin. Like I don't care. Like just fucking do it.
in August, I literally offered a deal that was like Putney, Battersea, and Finchley for like cities of London and Westminster, Wimbledon, and
Putney.
Sutton and Cheam, I think, or something like that.
Guys, become the Labor Democrats already. Do it, because you're not gonna win otherwise.
Mhm.
I mean, or just like, or just replace Jeremy Corbyn with Tony Blair.
Oh God, I don't want to. I don't think people want Tony Blair back. I don't know. Maybe they would actually. I don't know. How old is he again?
Not that old.
All right, let's start petition.
Here's the thing. He's definitely younger than Corbyn.
Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah, no, he is.
Jeremy Corbyn's real old.
Let's find out. Tony Blair. How old is Tony Blair?
How old is Tony Blair? How old is Tony Blair? We're gonna find out how old Tony Blair because we're checking how old Tony Blair is.
Ripe old age of 66.
Yeah, that's like vaguely like that's somewhere between a half decade and a decade younger than Corbyn.
Jeremy Corbyn is 70 years old?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I mean, I guess he looks 70. He's like a young 70 though.
No, he definitely looks good. He definitely looks
like,
good. All the yoga and meditation definitely help.
His honestly, his young his professional photos make him look a lot better than he does just on the screen sometimes. I'm choosing to not watch any of like Labor's promo videos. He's a scrawny dude. That's all I gotta say. But he bikes everywhere. So he could definitely use eating some more meat. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, like listen, like Labor, if they want to win this, they gotta do something with Lib Dems because like that Remain vote needs to coalesce behind somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the only way you guys are gonna stop Boris Johnson.
And here's the thing: I don't know that it's necessarily going to work. I don't know because I think some of those people, some of the people who are voting for Lib Dem would vote Tory over Labour.
I mean, listen, Boris Johnson, yes, he's got this deal ready for leaving the EU, but he did fuck up on his promise on October 31st, and voters aren't necessarily okay with nuance, you know.
And most YouGov polled it, and 70% of Leave voters are fine with it. Don't blame him at all.
We'll see. We'll see.
I mean, we will see.
Oh, by the way, isn't it great that Farage has not decided to contest any seat because he knows?
That's pretty nice, yeah.
Not idiot. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows. I don't understand how fucking people they accept the grift without any issue whatsoever. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's managed to somehow keep a seat in the European Parliament for how many years now? Was he a 99 first election or an 04?
I think he's probably 04.
Whatever. Anyways, it's just hilarious to me how long that grift has been going.
Oh, apparently Matt Bevin is claiming voter fraud.
Oh, of course.
Okay, so whoever had 1059 on there in the pool, come clean.
Oh, fuck Matt Bevin. I think I already said that, right?
By the way, I'm joking, but I'm also not joking because I was texting with a friend of mine and at 9:30, and he said the over under at 11:30. Sorry. So yeah, whoever had that the pool, come claim your winnings. My God, Trump is definitely going to claim voter fraud by 2 a.m. on election night in 2020 if he loses, right?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, even if the result is a whopping 60-40 affair, he'll still be like, oh, that's voter fraud, 100%. And there'll still be people oh yeah, no, he's right. Trump won that race. Sorry. No, they wouldn't say I'm sorry. That's Canadianism of me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, seriously, you're being way too polite about neo-fascists. And yes, I only added the neo qualifier to avoid getting sued.
That's right, because you're in the States, aren't you?
No comment.
No, so it is. Yeah, so I think that it is a really interesting problem for the UK. And the thing is, so as we've said it tonight now for the podcast, we're going to know very quickly if we're right or not, because the seats, Sunderland, which is always the first council to declare, Houghton, Sunderland South, which is the first one, I guess it's there in New Hampshire, we have a 4-point Labour lead there, which I'm fairly sure most UK election analysts think is blasphemy. So, so we'll know really quickly if this model is right or not. And then again, Sunderland Central, depending on the day, this has actually been a conservative hold, a conservative pickup. So, but again, these seats, right? Houghton, Sunderland South, 62% leave. Sunderland Central, 59% leave. So, like, these are very leave seats. And if Boris Johnson is going to absolutely destroy Labour in the north, those are the seats we're going to see. And we'll know right off the bat whether or not the model is right. So, we're not going to have to wait very long. It's going to be 10.
Yeah,
no.
no. So because I am just that cool, I have been watching a bunch of British elections recently, and I can just literally see David Dimbleby like let's say Labour wins Houghton and Sunderland by like 2 points. I can just see Dimbleby like losing his mind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh my god! A
Like,
14% swing in Houghton, Sunderland South.
that would be a that is
disastrous
a
result for the
14%
Labour Party.
swing was nothing. That would be like a 25% swing. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, no.
Well, no. So remember, we have to use the shitty ass way the Brits do swing. So
Oh,
a 14%
that's right.
swing is actually a 28-point swing.
So actually, I want to say this.
By the way, no, Rob. Before you do, what swing do we have in Houghton and Sunderland South right now? By the dumb way the UK do.
13 Labour to Conservative swing.
I said 14 off the top of my ass.
Yeah, Sunderland Central is only a 10.4 Labour to Conservative swing though. But yeah, the biggest
Sunderland Central is more. It's more urban. It's more professional, and I think it's more Remain. So
it is by a hair. But yeah, the biggest one I've seen is again, I've kind of looked through this mostly. Biggest one is Doncaster North, which is Ed Miliband's seat. It's a 16 Labour to Conservative swing, which is That's a 32-point actual swing when you use real math. So
some of these Bromwich has got to be that high.
Let's see. West, Bromwich West, those are 12, 13-point swings in the Bromwiches.
Wolverhampton is 14.
yeah, basically, if you have a bad EPL team, there's going to be a 10+ point swing from Labour to Conservative.
Well, no, Watford is a 7.3 Labour to Conservative swing, so it's also a pretty awful EPL team. So
Watford's respectable.
Aren't they
I
last?
can fear Watford.
They're last.
What? Oh god, I haven't paid attention to the standings recently. Apparently, Tate Reeves winning by 9 in Mississippi. Yeah, we were right.
Yeah. So, Mississippi.
Also,
But yeah, no,
who names their kid Tate? What a weak ass name is Tate.
I don't know. He's gonna be governor, so it worked.
But did it?
Hey, he's actually at 53, only 53%, 53-45. Huh.
It's a relatively close result. So.
I was gonna say, so basically, we're gonna know at the top of the night whether or not Corbyn is fucked or on his way to a middling result.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. We will be live. I don't know. We'll be live for Sunderland South. We probably will be, ideally. But
well, we're gonna see. The thing is, because Sunderland happens, and then we get 2 other results, and then nothing happens for an hour, and then we get a bunch of other results coming at the same time. So we're still gaming out exactly how we're gonna do this, because there's a couple ways we could do it. So
guys, come on, 20-hour live stream of the UK election results. You can't not do that. Come on.
24-hour live stream.
I'm actually increasingly getting to the point where I'm just fuck it. I'm ordering 5 pizzas and we're just gonna go for 12 hours.
Actually,
I did that for the I didn't do live stream, but I stayed up the entire time for the 2010 election up until the point when Nick Clegg Gordon Brown was going down to the Queen. So that was a long time.
Really wow.
Actually, I just
that was a good election.
You did hang on for 11, 12, 13 hours then. Wow.
Oh yeah, that was a long time. That was a good election, I will say. I enjoyed that.
So it's funny. That's not on YouTube. It's the only election that's not on YouTube. But Rob, my guy, found it for me on C-SPAN.
Yeah.
Rob the goat. Okay.
We actually have a comment in chat. So shout out to chat for coming alive here. Ahmed Henda 180 said, "Someone from the future tells you Labour wins the most seats. What happened?"
Boris Johnson was found out to be a terrorist.
No. Okay. So let's take it seriously. So, what would have happened is Jeremy Corbyn.
Or the Brexit. So my actual answer is the Brexit Party gets 90% of the vote.
No.
And no, literally no. That's the way it happens, man. Like the Labour gets back to like 22% of Leave voters. Brexit takes just like all of these Tory votes go to Brexit, and Labour just holds on all across the north, and then the Tories get slammed all across the south by their Remain voters, and Corbyn gets like 250. The Lib Dems get like 35, and then the Tories get like 220.
No, the LD would have to be bigger. Those don't add up to the right number. The LD would have to get like 80.
I assume the SNP are getting like 59. I don't know.
I could see a ceiling of like, I see a roughly ceiling of like 270 for Corbyn and Labour. I think if you look at it, I think it's like maybe, so like Labour would come in and they would win some of these. They'd pick off a couple of southern seats. They'd hold on in the Midlands, so you'd see Wolverhampton and your Bromwiches, they'd stay. And then again, Labour would hold on to the north. Some of these would be by the skin of their teeth, though. Like some of these would be like a 2-point win, and like you'd see like 8 races that were like 2-point wins. You'd also have to see a recovery in South again. You'd have to see in Wales. You'd have to see a Labour recovery in Wales because they're losing a bunch of seats there too. And then you'd have to see Lib Dems just get it. Like Lib Dems would almost have to be tied with the Conservatives in the South, because there are so many barriers they have to break through. Like they'd have to take all of these all these likely and lean Conservative seats, and then win all the likely ones, and they have to punch through in some of these safe ones too. So like it's possible, but like it is extreme. Again, if for it we need to see like LD at like 30% in the South. If not, then. And again, I'm not even sure if Corbyn can get to a majority. Like for him to get to a majority, he'd have to be winning the South, I think. Like it would be.
I got a much easier answer for that. S&P collapses. That's pretty much it. That's the only way he gets the majority. S&P collapses and Labour comes roaring back in Scotland.
Yeah, because that's like 45 seats he could go get, and then he's not at like he's not in the mid 260s now. He's in the mid, like he's like 10 seats away, and then he just needs to limit his losses in the north and get some of the sort of like easy, some of the like low hanging fruit of the Tories in London. And
I don't think it's quite hit home how hard Labour became screwed by the SNP winning Scotland and dominating it. That has cut off a huge source. It's like Liberals losing Quebec. It really is that harsh.
It's exactly like Liberals losing Quebec, actually.
You know, and it's, it pretty much exactly is. And they're just going to struggle to get to a majority status without the SNP collapsing at some point. You know?
Yeah, and there's no evidence that that's happening, and to the extent that there is a fight. Like, here's the thing: Labour are down. So I was just looking at some of the Scottish numbers recently. We haven't had like a full Scottish poll recently, but we have like a Labour down like 11 points in Scotland since 2017, and we have the Tories down like 5. The SNP up like a few points. Like if Labour holds more than 2 seats in Scotland, I'll be shocked.
Yeah. And it's tough for them to do that. But if I was to say, like, if somebody told me, like, Labour actually won the most seats, I'd say something happened probably in Scotland. That's the easiest. I still think
the Brexit Party needs to rise though to play spoiler in enough of these northern seats for Labour to come up, right?
That's a good bet.
I think it's
don't know how much.
I think it's probably some combination of the two of an SNP collapse and a Brexit Party rise.
Yeah, no, that's it too. Because even if the Brexit Party does enough damage for the Conservatives to keep them from winning seats, Labour already dominates the North. They're just keeping seats that they already own. Conservatives then have to start losing seats, and that's either going to be like Lib Dems somehow come up roaring in the South and take all these 7 seats, or SNP collapses. You know.
Yeah, I think you need a Brexit Party rise to hold all those Labour seats in the North. A Labour rise in London and the South from where they are now.
Yeah.
And S&P collapse, and I think that's realistically the only way that this happens.
A Brexit Party rise in the South could actually help a lot, because if you look at the polling, Brexit does substantially better in the North than they do in the South. Now, that's obviously somewhat a function of the fact that there are more Northern Brexit voters, Leave voters, than in the South. But at the same time, there are quite a few Southern Leave voters too. So, if Brexit suddenly got better in the South, those voters, like, see, when Brexit does better in the North, those are coming from Labour. A lot of those are like Labour heartland seats. But when Brexit does better in the South, those are Conservative seats. So if, like, I mean, it's not inconceivable that like the Brexit Party could come in, take like 20% of the vote in the South, basically cut Conservatives off at the knees, and then suddenly Labour gains a bit with Remain voters. Suddenly, Labour wins some of these seats with like 30% of the vote in something like your Guildford or your Readings. Like, I mean, it's not it's not impossible.
I mean, not even that. In 2015, when Farage stood in that South, like there was some worry that Labour would win that seat with like a 33% share of the vote, just because you had 60% going to like right-wing political parties, but they weren't. They might not have lined themselves up in a way that could have won them the seat, and so you could definitely see that risk across most of the South, because like, yeah, no, there's basically two different kinds of Brexit Party voters. There's angry northern Leavers, and there's like posh ex-Tory Leavers in the South.
Yeah, your Rees Moggs versus your I don't know. Give me a Tory Northerner that's a Brexiter.
Yeah, why am I blanking on? And your Esther McVeigh's.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Esther McVeigh, baby, getting two mentions on the Lean Toss-Up podcast.
That's probably the most mentions she's ever gotten in media for a while now.
So actually, I will say this. When we were talking about the live stream for election night, I forgot to say this. I realized that I actually don't have anything on Friday, because the election is a Thursday. So I actually do not have literally anywhere to be on Friday. So
I will literally take that night off if you guys have a live stream for the UK election. That'd be fantastic.
Well, we're gonna.
I appreciate the fact that you're just inviting yourself on.
Yep.
Absolutely. We were definitely going to invite you. Don't worry, but I do appreciate the fact that you're comfortable enough just assuming that we would want you on.
I mean, you can always kick me off after I start shouting oh, go Corbyn, he's the best, yay.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to be drunk that night. There's no way I can get through 14 hours on a live stream without drinking. So I'm going to be drunk.
Yeah, I'm not 20 anymore. I can't do that 2010 thing again. That was a long time.
I mean, here's the thing. Hopefully this election will not be that close. So, hopefully from our perspective, we're going to go in projecting a big Tory majority, and they're going to be a big Tory majority, and we can, and you can go to sleep at 4 UK time, which is 11. You don't go to sleep till 11 anyway. So
yeah, and as Robert tagline on the website says, I'm sure this election is going to solve everything, guys.
Yeah, that is if you look at the official logo for the UK Now site, it actually says, I'm sure this one will solve everything, because of course it will, right? Because whenever we have an election in the UK, it always works out great. It always solves all the problems. Doesn't create any more. Just
remember, chaos at that bill band.
Yep. Okay. We got the Hutton reference. That's now 3 straight times you come on and talk about British politics. So you dropped that. Good job.
Listen, never gets old. It's like Ed Balls.
Yep. No, that's quite fun. Doug Ford, a question period today. The socialists have destroyed Hamilton.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I was in Hamilton. It was so war torn. There's tank treads in this. No, of course not. It's ridiculous. What? It's so ridiculous.
I live north of Hamilton. It's not. Come on, guys.
I live 45 minutes. Out of Hamilton.
Oh, the AP has finally called the Kentucky governor's race.
CNN has
or
not.
Matt Bevin.
Yeah, CNN still hasn't, but the AP have at least.
Okay.
So.
Oh no. Sorry, it hasn't. It was NBC. And why did you leave a tweet that's the radius? Up, whatever. My God. Okay. What's happening in the Virginia State House?
Yeah.
I don't think there's been any change.
No, it's basically locked in.
Yeah. Well, I
now.
don't remember what the baseline is. So you're gonna have to tell me what the baseline is first.
So it's right now. There is only one uncalled state senate seat. Basically, the model was wrong-ish in the Virginia 7th State Senate District 7. It was a 50-50 apparently, but the Republican won. So that maybe could go to recount. Who knows? I don't know exactly. It just says 50-50. It doesn't say how 50 it was. So that the model was wrong there. In the 12th, it's still uncalled. 98% in. It's a 51-49 Republican lead. So again, very close there. Everything else is called. So again, at least one wrong call in the state senate seat for the model, maybe two depending on that. Again, both those going to the Republicans where we didn't have them going to the Republicans. House of Delegates, right now we have the Democrats winning 53. They're 153 and they have one lead left. The one lead is in the 75th. It's a 50-50 tie, and that's an incumbent Democrat almost losing, which is not a good sign considering that they wanted to make gains tonight. So that's a pretty crazy result actually. In the 84th, it's uncalled to 51-49 for the Dems. 51-49 for the Republicans, sorry. So it looks like they're going to hold on. And 96 in the 27th, it's a bit Republicans barely holding on to the 27th. Again, Democrats will win both. Not much breathing room in the Senate, bit more breathing room in the House, but yeah, this not the night the Democrats wanted in Virginia. They won obviously, so great. Again, the Senate map was not the best for them. Neither was the House map. The House map was redrawn by courts. It was supposed to be a lot better, but they could not capitalize on a lot of those pick opportunities for them tonight.
Kyle, any broad scope thoughts that you want to share on the night as a whole and what your takeaways are?
Mentioned a few times, but
here's the thing. Not having any takeaways is a perfectly acceptable takeaway.
well, yeah, it's close to that. I'm just struggling to think of like how the Democrats, if they ever can at all, capitalize on what happened in Kentucky. And are they ever going to be able to?
Bernie Sanders are going to win Kentucky, and they're going to win West Virginia, and they're going to win it all.
Yeah, but I'm serious. Like,
suddenly become the new Richard Nixon.
Like, obviously these people, and I know it's a local race, they tried to nationalize it, and obviously they came close to losing it because of that nationalization. But there's got to be some sort of lesson to glean from here. I think Virginia, at least the state house and the state senate, that's probably not the best result they wanted, but they still won. And they still won by collapsing in on these areas like around the suburbs, Norfolk, Richmond, DC metro area. So at least they're piling onto these gains, and from what I've seen, they've been able to build on the gains they had last time, right? Because they'll go every 2 years, I believe, right?
It's 2 years in the House of Delegates. Yeah, it's 4 years in the Senate.
So here's a good example. Danica Rome in House District 13. She's 57-43. That's a pretty safe seat at this point, So at least
wasn't there some uproar that Obama didn't endorse her?
Yeah, there's some stupid thing about that, or was it that idiot? Who was the left wing guy? Do you remember who that was?
No.
Carter.
Yeah.
Carter. Yeah, Carter's 53-47. And he's a pretty left wing guy. He seemed to win that pretty easily. So it seems like they're capitalizing on the gains they have made, at least the shift that they've tried to make in places like Virginia, where they're moving towards the more suburban vote. But not the best night for them ever. And hopefully that's not going to be a bad portent for the future. But it's the middle of 2019, guys.
Okay, so I want your prediction. We're going to do the exact same thing with Rob, but Kyle, I want your prediction. Do the Democrats use their trifecta in Virginia to draw fair maps or to gerrymander the ever-loving shit out of Virginia?
Fair maps.
Okay, Rob, what's your takeaway from tonight?
Have you seen the Virginia 7th? Gerrymander. The thing is, at this point, thing is, if imagine in the reverse, right? I mean, imagine in a state like, say, Ohio. Well, I mean, okay, Ohio is instituting fair districting reforms, but when you look at something like Pennsylvania, when the Republicans, actually no, yeah, Republicans won the governorship and then they won everything and then they gerrymandered.
The GOP did the exact same thing in every like tilting red they could find.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about a different breed. Like this is a different breed of Democrat that is in the Virginia House of Delegates now. You know, there's a lot of them there that are not going to be persuaded by, oh, we need to make sure that our federal cousins are getting good maps. They're gonna be like, no, we need to have fair districting because that's what I run on because I'm a left winger and I want to be honest.
But
like,
I mean,
there's a lot of those in the Virginia House of Delegates.
But on the local level, I mean, like, look, you have a 4-seat House of Delegates lead. You have a 1-seat state Senate lead. Like, I mean,
which is even better for them because there's probably, I guarantee, there's like 4 left wingers in that caucus that'll be like, no, we need to have fair districting. If you don't have it, then sorry.
But here's the thing, though. I mean, like, imagine. I mean, it's a very not implausible scenario of a President Warren or a President Biden or a President Sanders or some other Democratic president, right? That's not an unpredictable scenario. Now let's fast forward 2 years when the governorship is up and every House of Delegates seat is up. The state Senate seats aren't up. There's only 21, but maybe there's a retirement. Maybe, I mean, again, things happen. Maybe someone dies or there's a scandal. Someone has to resign. Suddenly, this
got morbid.
No, but I'm saying, like, if the state Senate goes to a tie, and then it's say it's 2020 split, right? And then all of a sudden you're walking into 2021. There's a Virginia governorship race, and obviously the lieutenant governor will be up too. If it's an unpopular Democratic incumbent, then suddenly, an unpopular Democratic president, then suddenly the Virginia map looks a lot more competitive. And then you could definitely flip the governorship, and you could definitely flip the House of Delegates if it's fair maps, right? And this is the thing. So, like, it is, like, I mean, you may want to kind of protect the House here. Because I think, if anything, if tonight proved anything, it's the fact that, because I think a lot of people thought that high turnout always favors the Democrats. And people all day were going on, there's insanely high turnout in Virginia, insanely high. And that seemed to help Republicans today, because they were not projected to do this well at all in Virginia. And not only have they won state house seats they weren't supposed to win, but they've won a ton of state Senate seats they weren't supposed to win tonight too. So I think this is going to make a lot of people rethink what they were thinking about 2020 in terms of turnout scenarios. I think I think the big takeaway from tonight is that I don't want to take much away from the Kentucky governorship race because it was an unpopular governor, and yes, he lost in a red state, but not by much. I mean, again, you got to think that if maybe, maybe 2 more Trump visits, I would have flipped that. Maybe 1 more, depending on where it was. Like, this is the thing. It is not, like, I really think this is what happens when you have a high turnout scenario, that it's not necessarily just going to always favor the Democrats. I think we're seeing in Virginia, even in a blue state, when you have high turnout in a blue state, depending on where it is. And I think we're seeing some people on Twitter tonight talking about some Republican gains in the New Jersey House. I mean, obviously they had a supermajority there, so it doesn't matter. But in some of the more rural areas, they picked up some assembly districts. This is, again, it's not a warning sign. I think a lot of people will say, oh, maybe you're saying this is bad news for the Democrats. It's not, because, again, you won the Kentucky governor's race, you won control of the Virginia State House and State Senate, and you also held control of New Jersey. So great, that's a good night. But at the same time, I think there's a couple of warning lights on here that are saying maybe just because if we get a ton of voters out, doesn't, like, again, people are going to go early vote I can see it now. We can see the tweets right now. In, like, October 28th, we're going to see, crazy high early vote numbers in, like, Florida or something. But we all know it's coming. This is the thing. Maybe high turnout doesn't necessarily mean the Democrats are going to sweep the power.
Just as an aside, and actually furthering to your point, that one district that we were like, oh, why is it 50-50 for a Democratic incumbent? That's House District 75. That's a big rural district in the south there of Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
That covers Emporia and then just kind of spreads out from there.
So
that
the question is, why did it have it in the first place?
Kind of, yeah. And it's not surprising that that's 50-50.
Fair enough. I don't really have any takeaways that you two didn't say better than me. So I think with that, I think we're just going to wrap up.
Yeah, cool.
I will be writing something else. I don't know. I'll be writing more this week. I don't think anything happened tonight that was interesting enough for me to demand like an immediate column in the morning. But yeah, no. Thank you so much for watching. We will post the stream on YouTube tonight. Thank you to Kyle Hutton for coming on the podcast today. Follow him on Twitter at Kyle J Hutton. Follow Robert on Twitter at LeanRobert18. Follow me on Twitter at eScrimshaw. Follow the site on Twitter at LTossUp. Subscribe or follow us or subscribe or whatever the term is on Twitch so that you'll be notified whenever we go live. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Lean Tossup. Search Lean Tossup on Twitter. We have our Canada stream up there from the Canadian election night. We will be posting this tonight at the same time. Subscribe to the Lean Tossup Politics podcast on iTunes or wherever you get your podcasts. Leave a rating, leave a review on the podcast player of your choosing. And with that, have a great evening, and have a good night.
Yeah.
Smash that like button.
Like, comment, subscribe.